call just now. It's going to be Chris, the superstar from Spain, against the superior master,
Now,
Galaxy Bolton.
Chris did say that he thought that that Shadow Malamar was his most valuable Pokemon. We'll see how much play it has into Galactica Bolton's team, a team that has a Tinkaton on it, the team that has a little bit of perhaps other answers to it. What would you think? Do you think we're going to see a lot of Malamar play?
It's Chris, and Chris can play whatever he likes. If he thinks that the Malamar is going to be good, it has superpower and it's going to be super valuable. Here we go in game number 1. Does Chris bring the Malamar? Does Galaxy Bolton bring the superior? Well, we see one of them, but it's matchup with the Empoleon. You think, oh yay, grass-type Pokemon into water-type Pokemon. This water-type Pokemon has Drill Peck though, and it's going to be super effective on the grass typing of the superior.
Yeah, it's not so simple here as going to be able to not even win charge attack priority, but Galactica Bolton lets that first one go. He is at that Frenzy Plant, but he could also go for a Leaf Tornado bait. It doesn't do as much damage, but it has the potential to lower the attack of the Pokemon. I believe he did go for that Frenzy Plant. No Protect Shield on Chris's side.
Galactica Bolton did his homework, because he's like, oh my god, that's an unfortunate swap there. Well, what I was going to say is Galactica Bolton did his homework, because he's seen Chris play. He's like, this guy never shields the first attack. I'm going to go straight for it, because Galactica Bolton really likes to go for the coin flip. This match is actually not as bad for Altaria as you think, because this Florges is only throwing resisted charge attacks.
Yeah, while Galactica Bolton likes to go for the coin flip, Chris likes to go for the surefire thing, as the Chilling Water is guaranteed to debuff the attack of that Altaria, but it's like a bird bath to the Altaria at this one, saying, quite refreshing here, not being able to do much damage, not very effective, and now the Altaria is still able to get to another Sky Attack or a Flamethrower, and it looks like just charging up a ton of energy here.
And this might just actually be where Galactica Bolton wants to see this, swapping into the superior. Chris doesn't know what to do. That's kind of tough, because if you stay in longer there, this superior can lock in your last Pokemon with a Leaf Tornado, and you don't want that. Galactica Bolton's strategy all along was to bait out that Florges with his Altaria, so his Greninja in the back now is free, and we see in the back the Malamar. You need your Protect Shields on the Greninja to have a good matchup here. In comes the Florges again to expend some energy. This Trailblaze, I think, might barely not knock out. Another Fairy Wind will. Oh, it actually does barely knock out. Now, what do you come in with? If you come in with this Altaria, you might actually get Fairy Winded down. Oh, but going for the Charge Security tie. Does Galactica Bolton put a Protect Shield up here, though? No, he doesn't!
Galactica Bolton puts his head in his hand, but he keeps the shield up as well. He's able to get this charge attack off, but at what cost? The attack has fallen. Neither one of these trainers have shown their last Pokemon. Florges falls, and I think we're going to see a quick pivot as both of them will now bring in their last Pokemon, Malamar. Go ahead and meet Greninja.
If you look at all the Pokemon Galactica Bolton has here, this is probably one of the very last Pokemon that you wanted to see, because this Greninja is one of the very few Pokemon that will outpace Malamar to its charge attacks. And the problem is that the Shadow variant is even more fragile, so it's not going to appreciate any of this water type damage.
Yeah, Psywave's not really doing too much, neither is that Foul Play, but the superpower would debuff Chris's Malamar, so he doesn't want to throw that so early on.
Yeah.
Not using his Protect Shield here even. I think he kind of recognizes the end game.
Yeah, his win condition is calling a Night/Baiter, but he saw the writings on the wall. It doesn't matter. Greninja throws another Water Star at this Malamar. It goes down, and Galactica Bolton takes game number 1. Basically had the alignment that he wanted, even though the simultaneous swap kind of looked at forces at first. You have your Altaria on a Fairy-type Pokemon. You're like, well, that's unfortunate. I'm gonna lose this game. He didn't, because the one flaw that Florges has, you wall the Dragon-type Pokemon with your typing, but they wall your energy. And that's what we just saw, why Altaria was actually not terrible. It was not all terrible. Was that too bad? It was kind of bad, right? Sorry, forgive me, please. It's like an Amanda joke, I got it.
I'll give it to you, yeah. No, it was a good try. I'm really curious with Chris, because he ended up using that Trailblaze to knock out the Superior, so that means those Fairy Winds would have done more, and against a Greninja and Altaria in the back, that's not a bad thing, but unfortunately for him, it was just too low on health to really find much utility anymore, and Galactica Bolton played around that masterfully.
I wonder how well Galactica Bolton did his homework here, because if you've seen Chris play, you've seen him play the same line again, because he is so set on his plan, and usually those are very solid plans because he tends to win more than he loses. Chris already has locked in. Did he lock in the same Pokemon here, and does Galaxy Bolton predict this?
Right last weekend, Chris got 4th place in Lille, so he is really on the back of a good momentum, and the fact that he's been able to keep up this momentum so far to be able to make it to the losers semifinals is huge, because Chris went down, I believe, in round 1, so he's been going through this losers bracket the entire day.
An absolute gauntlet for Chris. It's been a long day, but it seems like, you know, I had a friend, the Nut 93,
you had a friend?
and yes, more than one actually, and he only seemed to become stronger the longer the day was on, right? Because basically his opponents got tired, but he's always tired. So basically it was just his strength.
Yeah, it was his own superpower. He doesn't even need one on Malamar. He just recognizes, oh, I am excelling when I am sleepy. But wake up, everyone, because we're jumping into the next round here of loser semifinals. We got Chris on that left-hand side against Galaxy Bolton with that Shadow Malamar in the lead against the Shadow Talonflame.
Squid game time.
Woo!
Malamar is going to pace very quickly to these Charge Sticks, but as you can see, the Incinerates do so much damage. 3 Incinerate already put Malamar at 50% health.
Going ahead, using that first Protect Shield on that Shadow Talonflame. We'll have to see how Galaxy Bolton wants to respond here. Does he want to boost up? Does he want to go? It looks like he's going and putting that right away onto the floor. Just a quick pivot out by Chris, and also having to use a shield.
This Shadow Talonflame may not have been a Pokemon that Chris expected, and this is such a bummer for Chris, because Galaxy Bolton did one more Incinerate. Chris is so close to the Chilling Water. He's like, maybe I can get a knockout, maybe I can get a shield. In comes Superior, and if you had Moonblast, you could actually hit this back, but with Chilling Water and Trailblaze, Florges is walled here. Perhaps it's a comeback for the Superior now. Locked in the Frenzy Plant, but with 2 Chilling Water, I don't think it's going to knock out.
Going ahead and just lowering the attack. This isn't doing too much of the Superior, but the Superior is gaining a lot of energy, and it's definitely found its mark. Going for the heavy hitting attack, Galaxy Bolton has now twice used the Frenzy Plant. Hasn't really used the Leaf Tornado as a bait, but not even necessary at this point. In comes that Malamar, has to take a Leaf Tornado. Does he know that this is a bait?
He does know. He knows shields, but I think Malamar's fragile. This won't knock out yet, but it's going to get pretty close. Actually, I forgot there was a lot of Chilling Water debuffs. There's the double debuff. In comes Altaria. And again, such a bummer for Chris, because this is double debuff now. It won't deal as much damage.
But think about this. If Chris knows what's in the backline, even though he is not quite able to switch out at this point, he's able to get some energy off here with Altaria, and he's going to come in with that Empoleon.
The Florges also might be useful for later. If it is 4 Fairy Wind off a charge stack, it could potentially get to something on that Shadow Talonflame. Chris, he knows that he needs to make use of the clock not being up yet. Oh, what a catch from Chris! Muy bien, as the Spanish would say.
Going ahead, just taking all of that energy, the one that hits a little bit harder, that flamethrower, just taking it onto the floor, just saying, who needs it for an attack when I'm using it for a swap here? Just getting a ton of energy on the Empoleon, and now being able to go ahead and shield up this next flamethrower. You see still Chris shaking his head no. He still knows it's an uphill climb.
He can't use his protection here. But actually, is this a window of opportunity now for Chris? Because you have 2 charge stacks here. I was like, wait a second. Earlier, I thought this may have been bad now, but it's now Galaxy Bolton. He knows this is kind of bad for him, because otherwise, you can't Metal Sound down the Altaria, and you would not be able to get the 2 charge stacks on the Talonflame. Now you just threw in the Talonflame, and Chris has a window here. Can you get to a charge stack here? This is a Leaf Tornado, though. This won't knock out just yet. You have to put up a Protect Shield here as Galaxy Bolton, but then can the Altaria Dragon Breath down after?
It's going to be huge, because Altaria just threw that flamethrower before it went out here. This is just a Leaf Tornado. It is just a sliver of that chance to be able to debuff, and that's exactly what Galaxy Bolton needs. He's able to hang on here. He's able to throw this next drill peck, and now it's down to the Empoleon and the Altaria in the back.
I love this play from Chris, because Dragon Breath deals less damage, probably because it's resisted. But let's take a look. Does Dragon Breath add up enough? Can this Empoleon pull through? No! Altaria is the king of the skies! Galaxy Bolton takes game number 2!
He might have put his head in his hands, but he still had a plan there. Galaxy Bolton still able to take both of those games, able to move on to day 2 in Gdansk with his trusty Leaf Tornado Superior.
He did it. He brought it, right?
He did it.
Even though the team, like, there's a flying type Pokemon on every single team. Chris has Corviknight, and Galaxy Bolton was, well, I don't care. I don't care. I'm just going to bring Superior anyway. And it was a great call, because the solid monotype, the mono grass typing from Superior.
Against it, and then applied with that fairy zone on the Lily.
Oh, he's ready to just give up the game. It's over.
You've been patient. You've been waiting all this time, but you ready. You've been putting in that grind, so let's go. Champions are hard to find, but you know the goal when you're ready to shine. Have they heard of you? Then they know. You got your sights set on that road. If it's time to battle them, then let's go. Cause you'll never stop. Show them what you got.
Looking at this final HP to deliver the finishing blow, and just like that, your Pokemon World Champion!
Show them what you got. Yeah, they already know. You got your sights set on victory road. Show them what you got. Yeah, they already know. You got your sights set on victory road.
He goes on the ice beam! Resetting the bracket and then winning it in game number 5.
Show them what you got. Yeah, they already know. You got your sights set on victory road. Show them what you got. Yeah, they already know. You got your sights set on victory road. Put your hands up.
Good morning, Pokemon fans from around the globe, and welcome in to the Gdansk Regional Championship. The sun is shining, the birds are singing, and this is the perfect conditions to crown a new champion. We're coming to you live here from Poland, ready to give you the action on the commentary desk. I'm Amanda, also known as Lundberger, here alongside Martine, Marcus, and you know what? Our newly debuted caster, Joao. Now, yesterday, you said that some of the battles in day one was one of the best battles that you've seen so far. So I can only imagine how excited you are going to be for day number 2.
Yeah, I'm really excited for it because, to be honest, I think if you look even at the lower bracket, there's someone that has been either at Top Cuts or a regional champion. It's crazy. I think arguably some of the groups are tougher than Worlds groups in this regional in Gdansk.
This regional in Gdansk is only our 3rd regional competition of this season. There are still so many more to go on our European schedule.
If you take a look here, we are now at Gdansk. We've had Frankfurt and Lille so far. Many more events are upcoming. In about 3 weeks, we're going to have our first international championship in Sao Paulo. That's going to be the LAIC. And then we have Stuttgart, Birmingham. That's going to be leading up to the biggest competition in Europe, the EUIC in London. Super exciting event. Make sure to check that out if you haven't yet. And then it's gonna go continue with some special championships. We have Sevilla, we have a regional championship in Prague and Utrecht, and then a special championship in Turin. This is all leading up to the NAIC in New Orleans. And then, of course, all of these tournaments, all the storylines here lead up. Victory Road is in San Francisco. The World Championships, that's where it's all about.
And that road is paved with points because this is the way that people, all of our competitors, are going to be able to qualify for the World Championships.
All the players here in Gdansk are... This is what they're fighting for because they want to qualify for the World Championship, most likely, I assume. And how to do it is to stack up enough points so you get to be among the top competitors in your region. For Europe, that's the top 65. And to be in that top 65, you probably need a big haul of points, and placing high in these tournaments is how you do it.
We just had a previous tournament in Lille last weekend, so there's been a little bit of a shakeup there from the leaderboards before. As you can see, first place gets that 350 points, but it's going to be a little bit different even after Gdansk. Look at this leaderboard. This is actually our Travel Awards standings currently.
Yeah, currently, since this is the beginning of the season, this is at the actual leaderboard as well. Some familiar names that are on day 2 here for Gdansk, like Stone Collection and Galax being on 2 and 3 spots, but also Alfie, Boehm, Tomahawk, Alejandro, David, and also ZZ and Chris did pretty well yesterday, and they're in the race for the Travel Award. The top 8 is gonna get some prize money, and until top 16 you get priority registration. Let's talk about the prizes.
Yeah, absolutely. It's not just about the points or the prestige. It is indeed about those prizes. And there's going to be some nice ones coming up for these international championships.
So for the European competitors, the EUIC is what they are competing for the Travel Award for. That means it's the in-region event for the players here in Europe. So the leaderboard that you just saw are competing for that $2,000 Travel Award. If you are in the 1 till 4th place, that is the one you qualify for. If you're in the 5th to 8th, you qualify for $1,000. And as Joao mentioned, you get priority registration to make sure you get a spot at EUIC in February if you're 9th till 16th, which is, it's tough to get into EUIC. It's been one of the most popular tournaments we've had in the entire circuit of Pokémon GO for the past few years.
Everyone loves to compete at the international championships, but everyone also enjoys competing at the different regional competitions. And it's not just prizing that you get for the big ones, it's also big prizes that you can get here in Gdansk.
This is what you earn with the placement at a regional championship. The first place gets $2,500, second place $2,000, third place $1,500, etc., etc. But there's not just hard cash, there is also booster packs that you can earn with your placement here. Of course, championship points, prizes. There are so many accolades to earn, no matter what your placement is going to be today.
I know a lot of the players here are already happy with the prizes of points that they've received, but there are still 12 people left. And at the end of this day, we're going to crown a champion just like we did last weekend. Now, 3 of the 4 of us are the same that were there in Lille. How do you feel that this meta has changed a little bit even from last weekend?
There have been changes, and I feel like a lot has been the same. We've seen Florges and Empoleon were very important in Lille last week, and we see them rise up again. We saw Hikami win with a team with Aboma Snow and Swilos. And now the meta is just kind of continuing from there, but we also see many different picks. I could have sworn I saw a Shadow Toucanon yesterday even. Definitely a highlight of a tournament that I've seen so far.
It was there for a brief moment and then it disappeared quickly because that sister boosted on it to just get rid of that Shadow Toucanon. But I want to say that the changes that we had for Lille, that was a new take on the same meta we've had for quite a few weeks now. And in response to that, I'm actually not entirely sure what we're seeing this tournament because it's definitely a new meta. It's definitely something new that's happening here. And I gotta say, I'm all here for it. This is new and exciting, and we have yet to see what Pokemon emerges as the most successful after this weekend.
And not even just Pokemon, but also people, because there are quite a few new people in this competition that didn't compete in the previous ones who have already made it on to date number 2.
And in that first game we will see on stream, it will be Boom 2-0 against 9 Alfie 2. That is the finalist from Frankfurt against Boom, who's had more games on stream than off stream, just because he's so incredibly good that he always makes it to those stream games. Then we have Alejandro against PvP David 07. Incredible matchup still. PvP David, one of our best and most decorated young trainers. Bart the Gamer, a globetrotter, has come in from afar to face off against first-time winners bracket contestant Howie. Then Polasha, the queen of PvP, is facing off against Tunante, who has their first ever tournament and they're undefeated in the Play Pokemon Championships so far in their entire career.
Those are the trainers that we have on the winner's side of the bracket. We also have 4 trainers waiting on the loser side of the bracket. Just to be clear, these trainers are not playing against each other, as you can see the 4 names here, but they are waiting for the trainer that will be coming down from the winner's final. So these trainers, Tomahawk UK, Stone Collection, Colin 6, and Galaxy Bolton, we are waiting on the loose side of the bracket. And this weekend, today, we're going to see all battles on stream.
No.
Yes.
You asked for it, you got it, you guys, and it's going to be absolutely incredible. These names are ones that are titans in the field, and also Tunante, like you said, being this first ever tournament would be amazing to see him go far. But that's not the only thing that we have. So we take a look at these names. We also took a look at the game battles yesterday, and we came up with a few different picks that we thought you should keep your eye out here for day number 2.
Yeah, as you guys can see here, we have Howie, who was undefeated day 1, 2-0, 2-0, 2-0, defeating the likes of a Mind Joke, Colin 6, very established trainers in the game, on the back of his trusty Fortress. Also, we have Bar the Gamer, a Globetrotter, as mentioned, on the back of Feraligatr. He doesn't get to compete often, but when he does very well. He was a top cut in the last UIC, and he beat the likes of Medalist Coxiac from last week in Lille, and C. Leonardo. Also, we have Tunante, a debutant, but his first tournament, he had a baptism of fire. He faced Chris, Galaxy Bolton, nickname no one could stop him, on the back of his Shadow Malamar. And of course, last but not least, the Prince, the kid that was promised Boom 20. He has more stream games than games at the tables, and he never lost a table game as far as I know, and he only played in 2 tournaments. One of them he won was Lille last year, and he was top 8 in Frankfurt this year as well, on the back of Altaria.
Unfortunate for Boom, as Martin said, every game will be on stream, and apparently he has bigger shot at losing on stream than off stream.
Yeah, I guess if we were looking at statistics, that could be true. We'll have to see, as we're going to get into this action very shortly. Now, if you are following along, you're wondering, hey, I maybe missed that last broadcast. How can I watch this stuff? You're going to make sure you want to catch all of that action, know what's coming up on Pokemon.com/broadcasts. And while you're at it, while you're on your computer, while you're typing things out, you might as well go ahead and follow the channels either at Play Pokemon on YouTube or /Pokemon Go on Twitch. Are you guys ready? Are you guys ready to get going? Because I know
Let's
I
get
am.
it.
I know
I'm
the
so
players
ready.
are ready. I want to crown a new champion here in Gdansk. We're going to go get ready, and we'll see you guys soon.
This weekend, the 2026 Regional Championships are bringing the electrifying action of the Pokémon GO matches to the global stage. Top trainers from across the world have gathered to compete for a share of over $125,000 in cash prizes, travel awards, and the all-important championship points that could secure their spot at Worlds 2026 in San Francisco, California. The competition is fierce and the strategy is key. This tournament spans 2 intense days of action, where our trainers battle it out in a double elimination bracket using the Great League format. Every match is a best-of-3 clash, but the stakes get even higher in the winners' finals, losers' finals, and grand finals, where the action extends to a best-of-5 showdown. Trainers will be strategizing in a Bring 6 Pick 3 format, each one carefully selecting a team of 6 Pokemon, but only 3 will enter the fray in each game. Every choice could be the difference between victory and defeat. Who will etch their name into the history books this weekend? And who will punch their ticket to Worlds 2026 in San Francisco? Don't miss a minute of the action. Stay tuned all weekend long to watch the battles unfold live. To stay up to date on future Play Pokémon events, visit championships.pokemon.com.
Thank you, Rosemary, for explaining how that double elimination format works. It can be confusing at times, but it's also a format where everything is always on the line for these trainers. There's so many high, intense moments.
Yeah, and as mentioned, on the double elimination format, you can drop only one game and you go into the lower bracket. So today, we're gonna see the finals of each of the groups, and then some lower bracket matchup. The loser of that matchup will go into the lower bracket, and we'll see if they can keep themselves alive in this tournament.
Exactly. For example, in the matchup Polasha against Tunante, the loser of that will go down into the losers bracket to face off against Gdansk Bolton, because we still have yet to play the winners finals and the losers finals of the groups from phase 1 and day 1.
Do you have any horse in this race? Who you're betting on?
Oh, you know, I have a soft spot for Bard the Gamer in winners finals. I believe his team is well constructed. He's come so far to compete, and I've known him for 6 years now. We competed together before, like in grassroots, when it was just getting started, the Pokemon Go PvP. And also, one of my favorites, Gdansk Bolton in the losers bracket. I think they're looking set to do well.
It's kind of interesting, right? Because Bard the Gamer is the only one that opted for that regular Feraligatr, if I'm not mistaken. Is the only one still in winners, and with it, it's such a flexible pick, but it has the usage dropped slightly. Why do you think that is?
It's a curious question. I don't think that it is. I'm not so sure. Usually people prefer, the players prefer the actual ghost types for ghost damage, so maybe the Feraligatr and the Corsolas fill kind of the same niche right now. But let's take a look at the usage from day 1, because as you said, the regular Feraligatr was not one of the most common picks. We see Cradley being the most popular Pokemon in day 1, followed that by that Galarian Corsola, which has been the two most common Pokemon this entire season so far.
And I think a pick that a lot of top players are relying on is that Corviknight. It has such great flexibility, such a great defensive profile, but also feels offensively feels pretty flexible as well, even versus the likes of Corsola, for example. You have access to that payback, and then you have that cheap charge attack in the air cutter with a chance of boosting your attack, and that makes those set attacks going from not only fast energy generation, but also dealing serious damage.
Martin has been calling Corviknight for the American bird and Shadow Talonflame for the European bird. Maybe because we've seen more of Talonflame here in the European circuit historically. But right now, Corviknight is number 3 in usage here in Europe, in Gdansk. And maybe that is a response to how well Empoleon did last weekend. But I gotta say, Corviknight is certainly leaving its mark on the European circuit as well.
Yeah, and speaking of that Empoleon, you can see that Unovan Stunfisk has been rising in usage, going to 42% of teams on the top cut. But look who's number 1, it's Ferret!
Ferret is the most common Pokemon for the entire day 2 here in Gdansk. We see Altaria also on half of teams, Cradley on half of teams. That means Cradley mainly performs as well as its usage, but look at that Galarian Corsola. I think this is the first tournament this season that Galarian Corsola is not number 1 in day 2.
Hopefully, maybe this means Galarian Corsola's days are numbered. Ferret being #1 in usage, targeting hard that Galarian Corsola. But also we have a few surprises. We have a Shadow Gyarados on top usage. It's an interesting pick, right? Because it's a flying water type, which is a great defensive profile, but it's one of the fastest Pokemon in our meta. Gets to its same type attack bonus, Aqua Tail, in only 9 turns.
There are so many interesting Pokemon. Florges, after getting his Community Day move, certainly has left a mark on this meta as well. The Chilling Water coming out just after 10 turns, that makes it so Florges has... It's detrimental. If you lead Florges, if you get a bad lead against the Florges and you swap something in, then you will leave debuffed after that game. And that is very punishing for those trainers.
And I really like that since trainers are relying so much on that Ferret, that Fortress is also rising into that top 12. Is one of Ferret's hardest checked, resisting both that Swift and that Trailblaze. You can't boost on a Fortress and you won't go very far.
So, and also the Unnovan Stunfisk now being our most common ground type here in day 2. That, I did not see that coming here in Gdansk, but these trainers, they have found out that the meta is not solved. There's still innovation to be made, and there's still way more exciting battles ahead of us.
It's kind of interesting, right? Because Mudslap has been deemed as pretty much one of the best fast attacks in the game, and Unnovan Stunfisk is weak to that Mudslap, but being paired with such flexible flyers like the Corviknight is protecting that Unnovan Stunfisk so well. And here we see our first of the winners finals of Group A. We have Boom 20, who, as we mentioned before, only 2 tournaments, 2 top cuts. One of them he was champion against 9 Alfie 2. He ended the season on fire, and he started this season on fire with a finalist position in Frankfurt.
And this is the Prince. The Prince who came to rescue Pokemon GO PvP from the established meta. He is bringing that Ferret, which is now turning out to be meta, that Altaria, who is also now dominating in day 2 usage. This team is looking to be the team to bring in this tournament. Double steal, but Fire-type answers in both Altaria and Unnovan Stunfisk.
And I really like that this team has a few damage soakers in that Altaria, Corviknight, and Unnovan Stunfisk, and then you have Forges to slow down some of the offensive prowess of opposing Pokemons with that Chilling Water, and that allows both Ferret and Scizor to double shield through teams, guarantee alignment, even boost and sweep teams.
Incredible player Bohm. Before he started competing in Play Pokemon, we saw him at the top of the GBL leaderboard. That is the Go Battle League leaderboard. We've seen him do well in grassroots tournaments before. He is a trainer to look out for. But don't slouch on 9 Alfie 2, better known as Alfie, an Italian battler who really proved what he could do in Frankfurt.
Yeah, and here we see some interesting picks. That Diggersby that was rising in uses in Lille, trying to target that Galarian Corsola, and also the return of Charjabug. It's an interesting pick, pretty flexible if you can avoid those Clodsires or even opposing Diggersby. Interesting take on the meta since Unnovan Stunfisk has been rising so much, but that's why he has that Forges with Chilling Water Trailblaze to guarantee a positive matchup versus the ground types.
I think that Unnovan Stunfisk might be a bit of a troublesome Pokemon for Alfie to deal with, but he has that Diggersby. We've been talking a lot about Mudslap and how Unnovan Stunfisk is bad into Mudslap, but Diggersby is also just detrimental for that Unnovan Stunfisk to see. So, and the Diggersby has that Fire Punch for the Scissors. These are the 2 last Shadow Scissors in the tournament, but we see Alfie lead Altaria into Ferret, and this is pretty good for Altaria, given how bulky it is.
Yeah, Ferret is going to be spammy with those Swifts coming in very fast, but Altaria can eat charge attacks for breakfast, reaching the Sky Attack first, putting pressure on the Ferret. Boom chooses not to shield this Ferret.
I think this is a good play from Bohm. He has that Shadow Scissor in the back, and he stores up the energy and goes into his Scissor. And 9 Alfie, he has the right response. This is the Charge Bug. With Steel Resist, Charge Bug does not really mind these bullet punches.
Yeah, and very quick swap by Alfie, guaranteeing that the Scissor doesn't get ahead on energy too fast. Charger Bug is also very fast. It's a Scissor boost! So Boom choosing to invest on his Scissor, trying maybe to flip switch here.
Well, I don't think the Scissor still can win the 2-shield scenario against the Bolt Switches of the Charge Bug, but maybe he can. The Scissor boosting up now threatens the Charge Bug with a knockout on this Night Slash.
And Boom here choosing to let this go. Got the shield advantage here, and he has both Altaria and Scissor with resistance fast attacks. What will he choose to bring? He brings his own Scissor, but his bullet punches are boosted. Look at the damage. The Scissor's almost at half HP. Boom reaches another Night Slash.
And now Alfie has to shield up this Night Slash, or his Scissor will be gone. But now, and another boost just for our great measure, just to make sure that the bullet punches do even more damage when he leaves the field.
Ferret going for the Swift that he had loaded, putting pressure on this Scissor. Will Scissor choose to shield? No, he chooses to let go. He just about hangs on, goes into the Altaria, banking the Night Slash.
And now the opposing Altaria, the Boom's Altaria is healthy, but Alfie has an energy advantage. This does not threaten a knockout. Boom decides not to shield his bulky Altaria.
Yeah, let's see how much this Sky Attack does. The HP looks pretty healthy here on Boom's side. Altaria reaches the Sky Attack, putting pressure on the last Protect Shield. Will Alfie choose to shield this?
I think Alfie has to shield because he's only got low health left on his Scissor. He needs to preserve this Altaria, but Boom can shield up. Oh, he decides to not shield the Altaria. He thinks the Ferret can win him this game.
Yeah, let's not forget that the Ferret also has a charge attack loaded and it plays so fast to move. It has a shield advantage. Can this Ferret Sucker Punch down? No, he goes straight for the Swift, hoping that he can Sucker Punch down that Scissor who is at low HP.
And Alfie is shaking his head. He knows he has a charge attack stored on the Scissor, but there's still a shield left on the Ferret side. And Boom 20s taking game number 1.
Yeah, I really like this play from Boom, right? Throwing the Swift right away, preserving that HP, because if you maybe try to overfarm, the Scissor might bullet punch you down. So great play, great heads play here by Boom. Picks up game number 1.
What happened when Boom brought in this Ferret? Alfie had his Scissor loaded with energy, but he was waiting to see what was coming in and was hoping to throw his charge attack at the same time as Boom if the Ferret was coming in. But he waited too long. That meant the Ferret could win charge attack priority. Well, there was no charge attack priority because Alfie didn't press it. Usually Scissor wins that charge attack priority, but since Alfie didn't throw his move, he did not get a bullet punch through, nor did he throw the Night Slash because of his hesitation.
Yeah, but great heads play as a play by Alfie, knowing that the Scissor would withstand that Swift and going straight away into the Altaria, preserving that Night Slash, because as you said, Scissor wins charge attack priority versus most Pokemon, right? So that Night Slash could have been valuable in the end game, though this time didn't pan out.
I think both of these trainers, they had a great strategy coming into this game, and the Charge Bug, I think, was undervalued by Alfie, but when that Scissor boosted on the first Night Slash, that it made it so tough for the Charge Bug because it took so much more damage than it would have liked to do.
I find it very interesting that Boom chose to lead the Ferret with the Altaria in the back, because there's a Florges on the opposing side. Let's see if Alfie chooses to adjust versus that. We have the Unnovan stance from Boom into the Scissor lead. Great call by Boom.
Boom does not respect the Florges at all, going 3 times weak to it in this game number 2. But here's the Unnovan Stunfisk into Scissor. This is usually preferable for the Unnovan Stunfisk.
Here it goes into the Altaria, maybe trying to catch a Mud Bomb. The Boom chooses to preserve double Mud Bomb in the back and goes into his Altaria. Alfie, with the energy advantage, gets off the first Sky Attack.
And this probably puts Alfie in a position where he can win this Altaria mirror? Or do you think Boom's Altaria also gets to 2 Sky Attacks? I don't think so.
It will be very close. Boom choosing to throw the first Sky Attack. Will Alfie choose to preserve the 2 Protect Shields? That Forge is looking very good in the back. Chooses to not throw up the Protect Shield. Gets to another Sky Attack, putting the pressure on Boom.
Boom's Altaria will not withstand this, so Boom decides to shield his Altaria. Can Boom farm Alfie's Altaria down before he gets to another charge attack?
Yeah.
I think he will.
I think it's looking like it. It's so very close to fading. Boom just survives. He has a flamethrower loaded to the incoming Pokemon in the back.
Will Alfie come in with his Florges? Yes, he will. And now the charge attacks from Florges will not do a lot, but also it has Fairy Wind to farm this Altaria down.
Yeah, but he lets it go. And let's not forget that Unova Stunfisk has already 2 charge attacks loaded, and this Florges is already near yellow HP. Choose to go into the Ferret though. Maybe try to avoid the Scissor in the back.
I think Alfie, he knows now this Florges can put in so much work. He starts ramping up the attack. I think Alfie will invest everything into this Florges now to keep it healthy, and then potentially close out the game with Scissor in the back. Here's the first shield.
Yeah, but here, choosing to not throw the Chilling Water, so the Sucker Punches are adding up. This Florges is getting dangerously close to Mud Bomb range.
But here comes another Trailblast. Florges will win charge attack priority over the Ferret. This is probably not enough to knock out this Ferret.
And Ferret just about hangs on, gets off the Swift, and here Florges has to make a call. Does he shield the Swift? Will the shield go into the Shadow Scissor? The Florges doesn't have another move loaded, so he chooses to let go. Comes in with the Scissor. He has the shield, but the Stunfisk has so much energy loaded.
I think it was a correct play for Alfie, but the Boom has stored up so much energy on his Unovan Stunfisk. Now, I don't think Boom throws another charge attack. He will try to Thunder Shock down and then go for Sucker Punches.
Correctly chills the Trailblaze, the super effective move. This is a race now. Can Unovan Stunfisk reach double Mud Bomb? It has the back-to-back. I don't think the Scissor will get to a Night Slash.
And Alfie, he will shield no matter what, try to preserve his run in the top cut. But now Boom has another Mud Bomb loaded. And this is Boom 2-0. And this is another 2-0 for the Prince.
Yeah, very nice energy management by Boom, storing that double Mud Bomb into the Unovan Stunfisk. He knew that he was indeed triple weak into that Florges, but Florges only has 2 shields to hide behind, right? So storing that energy of the Unovan Stunfisk, the Ferret paces so fast that it put pressure on the Florges, and that energy came in clutch later on. Boom moves on to top 8.
Boom knew that the Florges would not be able to beat all 3 Pokemon. Not having the super effective charge attack into Altaria, and then also not having the bulk to withstand Unovan Stunfisk, the Altaria, and the Ferret. Very well recognized by Boom and expertly executed that game plan.
Yeah, I think it was a very wise strategy. We call that overloading a certain Pokemon, right? That's what Boom just did. He knows that the Florges, even though it has super effective move versus a lot of the team or resistances, it is quite frail if it's not getting those Chilling Water debuffs, right? So storing enough energy to threaten multiple times with spammy charge attack, even though they don't do that much damage, over time they will add up.
And that is, Florges' bulk is artificial bulk. And here you saw in game number 2, Alfie tried to catch a Mud Bomb on his Altaria from the Unovan Stunfisk, but that let Boom just build up energy on his Unovan Stunfisk, go into his Altaria to soak the damage of the opposing Altaria, shield, then come in and then farm down with his Altaria and start unloading the energy in the back. And he recognized that Alfie's team is not the most tanky team, so the energy even from an Altaria actually puts in some damage.
Let's say here, for the sake of practice, if Alfie did lead that Florges, that's why Boom led the Unovan Stunfisk. Why? Because Unovan Stunfisk barely outpaces the Florges to 2 moves, right? So you can put the pressure. He gets off 1 Chilling Water debuff, but then Unovan Stunfisk puts a dent on it, and Florges is not willing to shield Mud Bombs because it's such a weak move, and you can't really predict what your opponent has in the backline, right?
The trainer who executed this strategy is ready with Amanda for an interview.
What a way to kick off Gdansk. We got winners side of the bracket 2-0 by trainer Boom 2-0. Ready to go. Here we go. Lots of goes here in Pokemon Go. How are you doing?
I'm obviously doing great after this win. This means I've secured my 3rd top 8 in a row, so I cannot complain, and I'm hoping to go even further this tournament.
Yeah, that's even a little bit humble because this is your 3rd top 8, but this is only his 3rd tournament ever. Can you let some trainers know who you are? Maybe you are not the most familiar name to people in the circuit, but you have definitely been making a name for yourself.
Yes, so I'm a trainer from Belgium. I started playing around 4 years ago, I think, and only recently really got into the play Pokemon scene, but it's been treating me well. So I'm hoping to go further.
Now, I was looking at the team composition that you had yesterday because I was commentating over some of the matches, and then I started commentating over matches of PvP David, and I noticed some striking similarities.
Yes, so me and PvP David, we made this team together. We noticed that after Lille, Altaria seemed to be not necessarily core breaker, but very safe and neutral into the meta. So we decided to build a team around that, and David was a very, very big fan of Scissors, so which was a good pair with the Altaria. So we built around from there, and we came up with this, and it's been treating us both well. So I'm happy we did.
Speaking of that Altaria and the games that you played in game number 2, the team that you played overall was kind of soft, weak to the Florges, and Alfie did end up bringing it. So did you have a plan to play around that specific Pokemon?
Yes, the thing why Altaria is so good, in my opinion, is that the fact that the main fairy type at the moment is the Florges, which doesn't necessarily really counter the Altaria because you can only throw resisted charge moves, and with the massive bulk of the Altaria, Altaria can tank a bunch of them. Ferret is so into Florges, but still can hit for solid neutral damage with the Swift, so it was a calculated risk. My idea was that with the entire team I could take it down, and I did, so...
Yeah, congratulations. I won't make you give away too many of your strategies as this is just the very first matchup of the day. We still have plenty more to go. We're showing all of the matches of all 12 competitors. So I'll let you go ahead, get relaxed for your next round. We're going to go ahead, kick it back to the casters.
Great insight from Boom, and thank you, Amanda, for speaking to maybe our youngest player here today.
Yeah, pretty much. And I think Boom was kind of humble. Oh, it's my 3rd top cut in a row. He forgot to mention that it's only his 3rd tournament. He couldn't have done much better than that.
I mean, it's impossible to do a lot better than that.
Yeah, that's only if he won the 3 championships. And to be honest, Boom is always a threat to win that championship, and I'm sure he will be taking strides in this tournament. But there's our next matchup, and there's a similar team to Boom's. Actually, the same team. Boom just mentioned that he built a team together with PvP David, one of our youngest trainers as well, but one of the strongest.
Exactly. PvP David has so many accolades. And now we see Alejandro, who we've seen a couple times before. He was on stream at the World Championship against, I believe it was against its
Potentially,
I can't remember exactly, but this Alejandro, he's an Italian player, and he has been, he had a great run in Turin in the first year, and now we see him here again in Gdansk. He has built a team with Scissor and Moltres, and that double ground pairing with Gastrodon and Unova Stunfisk, and then the Cradlian Corsola, the staple from this meta.
Yeah, we saw him play against Zizualos on the first few games. He was relying on that Cradily double ground core, but he loads Zizualos into sleep. Lead Shadow Scissor boost on the first night / game over from there. He put Zizualos on the loser's bracket, but in front of him, he has PvP David, who has the same team as Boom, and has been working out well for them, backing on that Altaria Shadow Scissor core.
Oh boy, I think PvP David will be looking to bring his double birds here, because there's 2 ground types on the opposing side, and obviously the Unova Stunfisk is pretty good into that Corviknight, but Altaria really deals... It is fine into that Unova Stunfisk.
It is fine, and even the Corviknight, yeah, Unova Stunfisk is very fast. He gets to moves really quickly, but the Corviknight has access to Sand Attack, right, which deals super effective damage over time, and has access to that payback. He tanks one of the discharges and can deal solid neutral damage into it. So I think overloading the Unova Stunfisk might be a good strat.
I think we will have to wait and see what these players would like to do. There are a few, there's actually a few Shadow Scissor here. PvP David and Alejandro are both running it here, and we see doubles.
He wins that charge attack priority. Both trainers hoping the opponent doesn't boost. It seems that Alejandro gets the charge attack priority.
And this could have been a no-shield from PvP David, then we would have been farmed down, and dealing with a Scissor is always annoying when it has a lot of health left and you don't have a fire type. Alejandro puts up a shield in return.
And if you look into the backline of PvP David, he is kind of happy that the Scissor is in the lead because both Ferret and Altaria have a negative matchup.
I think, we see PvP David. The boom must, I think Alejandro must have a break point on PvP David Scissor because David Scissor is already in the red. I don't think David can farm the opposing Scissor down before he gets farmed down himself.
Yeah, Alejandro, choosing to instead to go for the alignment, safe swaps the Ferret, so choosing to stay in with the Scissor, goes into the Cradily, but Alejandro is shaking his head, maybe predicting there's that Altaria in the back.
Their shake of his head maybe also comes from not going into the Galarian Moltres. The dark type Galarian Moltres can resist the sucker punches from the Ferret and disallowing the Ferret to start ramping up and boosting up its attack.
Yeah, here Alejandro trying to mitigate the mistake, maybe going for the Rock Tomb, trying to lower the offensive prowess of this Ferret.
And the Ferret will now get to its second Trailblaze. This is probably not enough to take out this Cradily, but the following sucker punches might just be enough.
And the silver lining for Alejandro is that Brave Bird is unresisted by the backline of PvP. David reaches another Rock Tomb with the Cradily, no shields remaining, but this is only farm for that Altaria potentially.
Alejandro does not know that there is an Altaria in the back, but here comes the Scissor. Maybe David can actually get some leverage out of his Scissor still.
Interesting play here by Alejandro, choosing to go in with the Scissor, trying to maybe get not as much bullet punch damage, gets the free sucker punch, and now it's off to the races. It's the zero shield between Altaria and Galarian Moltres. Who wins this?
This is a very close matchup. I think the Brave Bird will do so much damage to this Altaria, but will he get there? And will it be enough?
Look at how fast this Altaria is spacing with that Dragon Breath reward. He's almost at back-to-back Sky Attacks. Can the Brave Bird knock out? No, Alejandro doesn't press it. PvP David going for the second Sky Attack, gets the win in game one.
And Alejandro is shaking his head. He needed to throw that Brave Bird and hope for a KO, but he did not get there. PvP David outpacing to 2 Sky Attacks and then taking game number 1.
Here Alejandro maybe talking to the judges, maybe looking into a review potentially, but PvP David for now, I think he managed the disadvantage well, right? Because he had that Shadow Scissor in the lead and he was losing the charge attack priority and also at an HP disadvantage. That doesn't happen often. That might mean that PvP David has a really bad Shadow Scissor or there's some Scissor Mirror attack that Alejandro knows.
As Alejandro was winning that charge attack priority, I suspect that it's the Alejandro's Scissor that has enough defense to not get a breakpoint in the mirror. That means the opposing Scissors do less damage with their bullet punches, but then he has enough attack to both win charge attack priority and potentially do more damage to the opposing Scissor. So that means Alejandro's Scissor seems to be a Scissor Slayer because of how good it is into opposing Scissors. That is very curious play by Alejandro.
And I think that's very interesting tech by Alejandro because the Scissor Mirror is quite common. We just looking at it, there's quite a few Scissors still left in the tournament, right? I want to discuss Alejandro's counter swap, right? Because he went into that Cradily versus energy advantage Ferret instead of the Moltres. What do you think maybe Alejandro was reading in the back?
I think Alejandro, he went into the Cradily most as a reaction because you saw him shake his head after he swapped that in. I think he wanted to go into the Moltres instead. And there are 2 reasons for that. Because he saw the Scissor in the front, that means the Cradily is probably pretty good in the back. And when the Scissor was so low, maybe preserving the Cradily for having more utility in the back would have been a better play. I think the reason he shaked his head was he has a Scissor in the front and then a Moltres in the back. If there is that Unnovan Stunfisk from PvP David, that Moltres is helpless.
That's a very good call. And maybe going into the Cradily, because PvP David preserved the Scissor with quite a few HP, it would be very hard to asset that down. So maybe you want to get rid of that Cradily. So in the end game, it wasn't potentially stuck on the Moltres if there was some desync on the switch clocks.
I think definitely Alejandro realized that he could have had more use of his Cradily in the back than what he did, but it didn't turn out. I think the Moltres pick was fine as it was Altaria in the back for PvP David, but PvP David got to 2 Sky Attacks and that was the end of the story for the Moltres.
Yeah, that's interesting. Also, maybe reading that there would be no Florges in the bag, so he chose to go in with the Cradley. Here, PvP David, he came off a Worlds performance that I'm sure it wasn't up to his standards, right? He was a former Worlds top 10 this year in Anaheim, not really the best. I think this is his first tournament of this season, if I'm not mistaken, and he's doing pretty well. I think PvP David is looking to be back on top, because last year it was one of the best seasons from an European player. He got multiple second place finishes and also was the Stuttgart champion.
PvP David certainly one of the players to look out for here in the European circuit. He as being a regional winner, he is one of our prime trainers, just as you said. He had a top 65 this Worlds, and then, or 60, tied for 65th, and then, but he was second in Bologna, he was second in Stockholm, and then he was first in Stuttgart. That was the 3 regionals he had in a row. With EYC, not so good EYC in between. But PvP David, if you see his name in the bracket, that is one of the trainers you need to fear the most.
Yeah, and he's one of those trainers that potentially, if he wins this tournament, he can be on that travel award race for the UIC Travel Award. He's very fringe, even if he wins the tournament, but I'm sure he wants to guarantee that direct invite. Alejandro, on the other hand, since that Turin run, he hasn't been able to top cut, if I'm not mistaken, or at least he's not at the same heights, and he's looking to prove he's one of the best players in the game. He's known as a GBL hero, right? But he wants to be a play Pokemon hero as well.
And now we have confirmation from the tables that PvP David and Alejandro will rematch this game. We suspect that the Moltres had some issues getting to its charge attacks, and that threw Alejandro off the counts of PvP David. So they will rematch the game, and we will swap out the phones to make sure that everything stays correct for this upcoming game.
Yeah, Moltres usually as similar-ish pacing to the Altaria pace is just ever so slightly faster, because Moltres needs 7-6, I believe, for fly. And the Altaria is, what, 11 turns for each Sky attack? 12-11?
That means Altaria will pace faster. Altaria will pace to 13-13, that gives 26. And then it will be 26. I think they will charge attack tie on the
But don't forget,
fly.
Moltres at a sucker punch ahead from the Scizor, right? So maybe Alejandro arguing that the Moltres would be able to outpace the Altaria
to 2 charge attacks. You know, you and I, we finish each other's sentences.
Yeah.
Great thinking. And you are correct. Alejandro meant he would reach 2 flies before Altaria. And that is why he wanted a review, because he was supposed to be outpacing.
Yeah, and I feel like that's the right call. Even if you're not certain, that's okay. I'm pretty sure that Alejandro knows this counts on the back of his mind. But even if you're not sure, please do rely on our judge staff team. They are qualified to look into these matchups, and sometimes it happens. Sometimes the game doesn't work as it was supposed to be, and you're in your rights to ask the judges to a review. Just for peace of mind, you know?
Exactly. So the judges are there for a reason. And Alejandro felt something was wrong. I thought this game would be played out differently. He asked the judges to take a look, and the judges agreed with him. It's that simple. So they will have a rematch of that game, and it's clean slate. They can pick whatever Pokemon they want, and they can... it's as if the previous game never happened, except for the mind games that comes with it.
Also, something I'm curious about asking you, and I'm sure as a top player you share the same experience, is both Boom20 and PvP David mentioned that they're using the same team, right? What do you feel about top players joining heads together, even though they're probably facing each other later on in the competition?
I mean, when you go to these tournaments, there are maybe over 100, sometimes a few hundred players, and facing the only trainer that has the same team as you, the odds are pretty unlikely. And if you're not even in the same group, that means you're not facing until the top cut. And if you face, that means you both have made it to the top cut. So I'd rather put my head together with some of the best trainers that I think can help me reach that top cut, and then potentially giving away some of my strategies to those few trainers. I think that's worth it if it can grant you a way out of that group and into the top cut.
And it's that community aspect, right? That camaraderie, because...
Oh no, I care only about the finishing.
Oh, hell no. I think, to be honest, that that collaboration makes so much sense because, yeah, sometimes there are trades that find some new niche techs that can help you out, and you can provide your own insight into them. You both can get better, right? And then you come into these tournaments and you have some camaraderie. Do well, do bad. Oh, how did you do? Oh, that team worked out pretty well, right? That's such a cool thing to talk about.
Absolutely, and here we see our two trainers. They are locked in for game number 2. We see Scissor into Stunfisk, brand new teams from both of these trainers. Alejandro shaking his head, PvP David calling out the ABA line.
Yeah, very nice here with the Unnovan Stunfisk in the lead. That Alejandro not being frail to the Unnovan Stunfisk both in the lead and in the back. He chooses to stay in with that Scissor. It has access to that super effective Trailblaze. Maybe Alejandro can pull some strings off here.
There's actually a way for Scissor to win this matchup in the one shield scenario, going straight Trailblaze, because one Mud Bomb is not enough to knock out most Scissor, but Alejandro has that extremely offensive weighted Scissor, so maybe that will change this matchup.
Neutral Mud Bomb coming through. Can this Scissor hang on to reach the second turbo? Alejandro doesn't think so. Pulls up the Protect Shield without shield so early in the game. Goes for another Trailblaze. Does PvP David shield? PvP David wants the alignment.
This is very risky for Alejandro, in my opinion, because Scissor can never win the 2-shield scenario. It will never get to a Trailblaze in the 2 shields. Now, PvP David has a 45% HP, Unnovan Stunfisk, and there's no Scissor left on Alejandro's side.
Yeah, and this is very nice because that Ferret in the back still has to be concerned about that Unnovan Stunfisk. Goes for a pivot Ferret. Does Alejandro counter swap with the Moltres, banks energy first, and then goes into the Ferret. Great play by Alejandro because this Moltres can withstand 2 Swifts.
This is ingenious by PvP David. He stores up a discharge on his Unnovan Stunfisk, meaning when it comes out, it will be ready to launch it into that Galarian Moltres.
And Ferret, pacing so fast, goes into another Swift. It is not enough to KO, but the Galarian Moltres will be dangerously low.
And we see Moltres down in the red. There's 4, 3, 2, and Alejandro throws the fly into the Ferret, hoping this will knock out before the third Swift coming through from Ferret, and it is enough to knock out. Here comes the Unnovan Stunfisk, an immediate discharge.
Great play by PvP. David recognized that Alejandro didn't have the back-to-back moves, goes for the discharge right away, taking his Moltres out of the sky.
And now comes PvP David's Scissor, and the Scissor has an incredible matchup into this Cradley. Cradley can now debuff this Scissor, making the bullet punches do less damage. Is there still hope left in this game for Alejandro?
The energy bank from Alejandro coming in clutch. The Scissor desperately going for the Trailblaze. Will be charge attack priority. Scissor wins that!
Oh, and Alejandro is sighing in disbelief. The Cradley did not have enough to outpace Scissor. Now landing the Trailblaze. It barely hangs on, but how? At what cost? This Cradley is now solo. It will knock out this Scissor. Well, what about the Unnovan Stunfisk in the back?
Let's not forget that this Cradley is dry. The Unnovan Stunfisk is so fast to move. I think it will reach the Mud Bomb just before. If it doesn't Thundershock down, Thundershock down! PvP David gets game number 1.
Incredible recognition by PvP David. When he saw that Scissor double shield in the lead, he just answered with his own double shield, kept the health points on his Unnovan Stunfisk to make sure he could deal with that Galarian Moltres in the back. That would have been so problematic for both Ferret and Scissor otherwise.
And I'm now understanding why Ferret is number 1 in usage, pulling in so much work, even versus his hardest counters, putting that Galarian Moltres so low, he couldn't even overfarm enough to have a move for the Unnovan Stunfisk. PvP David banking that energy, taking the Moltres out of the sky, and Scissor putting in so much work versus the Cradillo in the back, even though it had an energy lead.
And look at Alejandro's team. There's no Pokemon with a fighting type attack at all. There's no Malamar with superpower. There's no Pangoro with close combat and karate chop. So that Ferret, it will be so hard for Alejandro. There's no way to take it out quickly out of this game.
Yeah, Alejandro relying on the defensive profile of Moltres resisting the sucker punches. The Scissor does resist the Swifts and Trailblades, but it is so frail that Ferret actually does very okay in that matchup. Cradley being able to stop the offensive prowess of Ferret with the Rock Tombs also has a positive matchup, but Ferret can neutrally deal with all of those Pokemon.
That Ferret is so annoying for Alejandro. How will he deal with that pesky Ferret? He leads Scissor for a 3rd time in a row and gets the Ferret. now there's no Moltres in the back. Maybe this is looking better for Alejandro.
And this is a prime position for Alejandro. The Gastrodon gets to avoid the first, but that's that pesky Altaria in the back. PvP David putting pressure on the Scissor, gets off the first Swift.
And this switch advantage might be incredibly important for Alejandro, but he needs to preserve shields as well. So this is a tough situation for him already. I think Alejandro, he really wants to get rid of this Furret, but also there are some troublesome Pokemon in the back.
PvP David putting up the first protection. Night Slash charge attack priority. Scissor will be so close.
But is this enough to knock out the Scissor in return? That is the question. The Swift will not come through. Will Alejandro shield?
Alejandro desperately needs switch advantage because of that Gastrodon in the back. Pulls up the protect shield and keeps that switch advantage. Scissor goes for the farm down.
But now the Gastrodon is so vulnerable still because now the Gastrodon, that is his Scissor counter in the back, will be one-shot by that Trailblaze. The grass attack charge attack of Trailblaze will knock this Gastrodon out.
And the Scissor with the coverage move, Trailblaze, double super effective. It's gonna hit that Gastrodon. Bang! Out goes the Gastrodon.
Take out your leaves, trainers, because if you have weeds in your back garden, that might come back to give those slugs a problem. And Cradley has no way around this Scissor. PvP David takes this matchup 2-0 off the back of Scissor.
PvP David off the back of Scissor only needs one Pokemon, one shield remaining, a full Altaria in the back. Dominant performance by PvP David, locking in his place on top 8.
PvP David and Boom, two of our youngest, but also two of our finest trainers, dominating their opponents in this their respective winners finals. They will go on maybe to compete against each other. Let's see. They have collaborated to make it far, and now it's paying off for them so well.
I'm pretty sure that's what they're hoping for, right? And if you look into the top usage, Altaria, Scissor, Furret have been rising in usage, and that's very much thanks to the brainstorming on both of those trainers together. Maybe they made the exact meta read they needed for this tournament. Going well for them, both locking in places on the top 8.
Absolutely well played to both of these trainers and well crafted, should we say. We saw the top usage. It was Scissor, it was Furret, it was Altaria, it was Unova and Stunfisk. That is PvP David and Alejandro's team. Also, that Corviknight and Florges. Is this the new meta that we're seeing here right now?
Yeah, commiserations to Alejandro. That Scissor was so clutch for him to get into this day 2, sweeping Zizualis' team in game 2, right? But now betraying him because the opposing Scissor showing that prowess, that Trailblaze coverage. Look at this damage!
Oh, the Sea Slug Gastrodon has nothing on that Trailblaze from Scissor. If Gastrodon wants to put in a shift against the Scissor, it needs shields to hide behind because there's no way that Gastrodon can withstand that Trailblaze.
Yeah, and that pretty much shows why Talonflame was so popular back in the day. It's one of the few Pokemon that doesn't need to rely on charge attacks to take out that Scissor because that Shadow Incinerate does so much damage, right? But no Talonflame, so that means Scissor has some play always.
The Shadow Talonflame can knock out a slightly lower HP Scissor in 2 Incinerates. Just 2 fast attacks, and Scissor does not even get to a charge attack.
Yeah, burned to a crisp.
Yeah.
But fortunately, that's why both Boom and PvP David have that Altaria, right? That Dragon type resisting the Incinerate. Also, Altaria, one of the bulkiest Pokemons in the Great League format. Being able to take out that Talonflame, that core is pretty good.
But here we see 2 of our newest faces here on screen. Bar the Gamer has been top-cutting European tournaments before, and then we have Howie, who's also done that, but this is his first ever winner's side top cut.
Yeah, fun fact, both of these trainers top-cutted last year's EUIC, but Bar the Gamer doesn't get to compete that often, but showing that consistency, making his second day 2. Howie went undefeated yesterday. He went 2-0, 2-0, 2-0, and he played some big names, a Mind Joke and Colin 6.
Incredible, but I saw for myself what Bar the Gamer could do. He let Corviknight into Shadow Talonflame twice and still won both of those games. The regular non-Shadow Feraligatr really put in so much work for him, but this is a well-crafted team. He's running that Corsoline Cradley core that we've seen so much, but covered by that Pangoro, beating the opposing Corsoline Cradley if we were to face them.
Yeah, you have 3 very solid meta cards here, right? Ghost Corsola with the Cradley, that Claws are protecting that Feraligatr from the electric types, and then you have Corviknight protecting that Pangoro from the fairy types. So very nice team building here. Some meta picks also with some core breaker potential.
And this is an unusual team. This is that Shadow Talonflame that we saw a lot of yesterday, and then the Shadow Steelix and Shadow Dusk Noir, and then the Fortress. Azumarill still not going anywhere, but also that Ferret. That Ferret is one of the most annoying Pokemon for that Shadow Feraligatr because it double resists the Shadow Claws and is not knocked out by a single Hydro Cannon.
And I really appreciate the meta call of the Fortress, right? Ferret being so dominant, but look into Howie's team. Both the Fortress and the Steelix do so well into the Ferret, resisting that Swift. Fortress even resisting the Trailblaze. So here, great meta call. And you see that it's also protecting that Dusk Noir from the Dark and Normal types with that Azumarill.
I think this unique composition from Howie is what maybe can put him further in this tournament. But we see on Howie's team, he does not have a clear Clodsire answer. We saw that against Colin 6 yesterday in his winner semifinals. And Bar the Gamer, yet another Clodsire for Howie to face. But Howie was not phased by that Clodsire. He found ways around it with Shadow, Dusk Noir, and Ferret. So I assume we will see a lot of Ferret and Dusk Noir in this game from Howie.
Yeah, hoping maybe to contain that Clodsire. Ferret doesn't have the best matchup just because the Clodsire is so tanky, it can take multiple Swifts, but the more shields that are in play, maybe we can ramp up that Sucker Punch damage with Trailblaze, and even Clodsire can stop the little Ferret.
Howie knows this will be an excruciating matchup for him. It might be tough. Bar the Gamer, he is sending out that Feraligatr faced off against the Azumarill. Very neutral matchup.
Yeah, very neutral matchup, but here, that's where the non-Shadow doesn't do as good, right? Because the Hydro Cannons don't stack up as much. Though, if you start shielding those play roughs, the Azumarill will get dangerously low, like multiple Hydro Cannons in a row, and Feraligatr is still pretty healthy, resisting those bubbles.
Bar the Gamer will know that he does not need to shield this Feraligatr from the first play rough. It will not knock out. Oh, but then we see a catch on the play rough. This is so brave from Bar the Gamer. He has a Pangoro in the back that cannot touch this Azumarill easily, and he decides to swap out to catch this play rough.
This is an interesting swap. I think this is a good opportunity for Howie to maybe bank some energy and swap out. Maybe try to drop the super effective Ice Beam, maybe to pull off a shield or get massive damage into this Clodsire. No shield from Bar the Gamer.
And Howie will not suspect that there's a Pangoro in the back, given how easily Bar the Gamer pivoted out against that Azumarill. Howie doesn't think that the Azumarill is valuable in the back.
I recognize that the Azumarill can't take many moves. Goes into the Dusk Noir, maybe going for that aggressive farm down. Is behind 2 protections, going for that Earthquake before he gets farmed down.
I think Bar the Gamer will look to pivot back into his Feraligatr. Oh, a shield coming in from Howie. And here we see the Feraligatr immediately going for the Hydro Cannon. This will chunk that Dusk Noir.
Great energy management here by Bar the Gamer, playing out with the Switch Cog manipulation, punishing Howie for that late swap into the Dusk Noir.
And this Shadow Punch will not be enough to knock out this Feraligatr. This is a non-Shadow. Oh, but Bar the Gamer, he values this Feraligatr. In case there is a Talonflame in the back, he wants to preserve it. And here comes, he gets the farm down just before the Shadow Punch.
This is so massive for Bar the Gamer. Here, I think the shield on Feraligatr makes much sense, just not banking all your eggs on the Pangoro basket. You have to make sure that you have Talonflame, but Bar the Gamer knows what the backline is now. Here comes the Ferret. Feraligatr has an energy head start. He's gonna probably pull off a protect shield from the Ferret.
And the Bar the Gamer will outpace. Oh, he goes into the Pangoro. After all, I was not suspecting this, but the Ferret is now in Night Slash range. This is such a tough matchup for Howie. And Howie, I think he's conceding the matchup because the Pangoro is not able. He's not able to deal with it when the Azumarill is so low. Bar the Gamer is taking this game number 1.
And I really appreciate how Bar the Gamer played this matchup, right? Because he swapped into the Quasar, neutralizing that play rough from the Azumarill, right? But that also means that he's desyncing the switch cogs. He took even further advantage because Howie chose to stay in instead of swapping out. Howie maybe not considering that could be a Pangoro in the back, unfortunate for him, but that means that the Azumarill was so neutralized that the Pangoro had free reign to sweep.
Exactly, that the mind game from Bar the Gamer, seemingly disrespecting the Azumarill and trying to protect the Feraligatr. That made Howie think that there would not be a Pangoro in the back, because why will you swap out of an Azumarill when you have a Pangoro in the back? It does not make sense. But Bar the Gamer, he did not want to risk a Shadow Talonflame being able to two-shield through his entire backline and value the energy on that Feraligatr.
Yeah, I really appreciate that play. Also, Quasar, even if it had to tank an Ice Beam like it did, it's a Pokemon that can withstand a lot of moves. There's no Mud Slapper on Howie's team, and he made Howie pay with that safe swap Quasar.
I forgot to press the catch button when we got the player off on the Quasar, but that was an incredible catch, neutralizing so much energy and preserving HP on that Feraligatr, making it so hard to deal with for Howie. And then he got the Shadow Claw down on that Dusk Noir. Ooh, it was tough from the beginning.
We're on to game number 2. Let's see if Howie has the answer. He catches the Pangoro with the Azumarill. Great call by Howie.
And how does Bar the Gamer play this out? He goes immediately into the Feraligatr, but is met by the Ferret. This is not what Feraligatr wants to see.
Yeah, here Ferret double resisting those Shadow Claws means it has a super good matchup into this Feraligatr. Can hit this Ferret Hydro Cannon, no trouble. He has access to that super effective Trailblaze. Will Howie just go for it just before another Hydro Cannon reach? And now Bar the Gamer has to make it short. Regular Feraligatr, I think, can barely withstand this Trailblaze.
If he can, he might get to another Hydro Cannon. It does! And here, Howie will need to shield up this Ferret if he wants to keep alignment, and Howie does.
Yeah, here, maybe this was a strategy from Bar the Gamer, right? Try to pull off shield advantage with that Feraligatr. Here comes the Pangoro right back. This Ferret is boosted, though. Swift is going to do massive neutral damage.
I don't think Bar the Gamer shields this, no. He knows that there are other heavy-hitting moves that will threaten the Pangoro even more. Is he going for a farm down, or will he throw a charge attack? I think he barely gets the farm down with the Pangoro. Double resisting those boosted Sucker Punches, coming in with a Clodsire, of course. And here is that Dusk Noir. How will this matchup play out?
Yeah, Dusk Noir is spammy, but Bar the Gamer is behind 2 Protect Shields. Earthquake will do massive damage, goes for the Stone Edge, though.
I think Bar the Gamer knows that one Earthquake is not enough to knock out, as we saw in the previous game. He will need triple Stone Edge. Ooh, but maybe the Earthquake would have been the plain poison thing down. This is tough. I think Howie, I don't know. This matchup is so neutral still.
I think Howie made a great call. No shielding that Stone Edge. Now it's outside of Sucker Punch downrange. Bar the Gamer reaches another Stone Edge, pulling off the last Protect Shield out of Howie.
And given that this Clodsire has Stone Edge, not Sludge Bomb, it does not have a way to hit the Azumarill quickly. But here, catches a Shadow Punch on this Pangoro. Can the Pangoro withstand this? I don't think Bar the Gamer. Oh, it decides to shield.
Yeah, now, and this is looking very bad. No, and Azumarill catches the Night Slash. This is resisted damage. One of the hardest Pangoro checks. Howie with the checkmate plays.
This was Howie's plan the entire time. This is why he led the Azumarill to catch the Pangoro and then let his Ferret and Dusk Noir roam free in the back.
And now throws the close combat, maybe to try to give less of a farm down to the Azumarill. He has a Night Beam loaded already, another departing Night Slash coming through, but I don't think this is enough to put it in the move range from Clodsire.
That is absolutely correct. Clodsire cannot take out this Azumarill easily. Here comes an Ice Beam. This will be so close to knocking out and securing game number 2 for Howie.
Yeah, and that's what forget that Clodsire can stack up moves to hit both the Dusk Noir and the Azumarill. Howie goes into the Dusk Noir. He wants to finish this game. Shadow Punch reach. Howie ties up the series.
Incredible play by Howie here. When he first got the alignment, he did not want to let it go, and that alignment proved so crucial for him. The Dusk Noir, resisting those poison stings, really managed to neutralize that annoying Clodsire that gave his team so much problems in the previous game.
And this was an interesting strategy by Howie, right? Because he doubled down on the strategy from game one. He was pretty sure that even Dust Noir with a bit of energy can maybe even flip the Pangoro matchup, right? So leaning on that strong to Pangoro in the lead, maybe drawing it out when there was a Pokemon in the back, trying to sweep with the other one. We call that an ABB strat.
I think Howie's taking a slight risk here because he's leaving himself vulnerable to Cradley lead with that Azumarill in the front and then Ferret, which is neutral in the back. And if Ferret gets outpaced by the Cradley to 2 Trailblazes, then that is awful for that Ferret. That means Ferret swapping into a Cradley will lose every equal shielding scenario.
Yeah, I think we can look at it instead of the Ferret safe swap because you know you'll get outpaced. I think if you're in that position, you stay in with the Azumarill, maybe tank a move and drop an Ice Beam. If you get the Cradley low, very nice. The Ferret can handle it better. If you get a Protect Shield, that's very nice. Dust Noir with shield advantage is so good in this meta.
Bard the Gamer would never shield, and then he would be left hanging against the Pangoro in the back. So I think Howie needs to preserve his Azumarill in this matchup, because if he doesn't, then I think the Pangoro might just sweep Howie's team.
Azumarill will go Pangoro hunting one last time. The winner of this matchup locks in a place on the top 8. We have Pangoro lead into the Azumarill. Howie is in Bard the Gamer's head.
And now Bard the Gamer has this exact same issue that he had previously. But now, here he swaps the Clodsire instead of the Feraligatr. Maybe he can use this Clodsire to get an advantage this game instead.
This is an interesting matchup because, yes, there's a resistance to those poison stings, but Clodsire is so bulky. Here, Bard the Gamer knows this matchup, goes for double Stone Edge, double Shadow Punch already loaded on the Dust Noir. Look at the pacing of this Ghost type.
Howie is relying on his Shadow Ghost type to deal with this Clodsire. 2 will not be enough to knock out. Here comes Stone Edge from Bard the Gamer, but Howie, he decides to shield because he wants to keep switch advantage.
Yeah, and I really appreciate the coverage from Dust Noir here because if he manages his energy well, he can come up with this matchup with a dynamic punch loaded, and that means he can threaten the Pangoro, get the shield right back.
This is looking bleak for Bard the Gamer. Howie has the game in his hand. He has found one line that he has decided to trust, and Bard the Gamer needed to call out that line to have a chance. But here comes the Feraligatr. Oh, barely does not get the knockout on this Dust Noir this time.
This was so unfortunate for Bard the Gamer. Unfortunately, double Shadow Claw, not enough to KO. Massive damage from that dynamic punch.
And here comes the Pangoro. Bard the Gamer is going to bet it all on his Panda to deal with both the Ferret and the Azumarill.
I really appreciate this play from Bard the Gamer because the bubbles don't add up, and Pangoro is behind 2 Protect Shields to protect from double moves from the Azumarill. He's hoping to maybe chip it at just enough so he can swap out back again to the Feraligatr.
But look at this Pangoro. Now it's double debuffed as well. These bubbles are adding up. This Pangoro is at the threat of getting knocked out just by fast moves from this Azumarill, but the close combats, they come in fast and hard.
Taking into account that the close combat double debuffs your defense, I think Bard the Gamer has to overfarm as much as possible. Another close combat coming through, gonna put the Azumarill into the yellow HP.
And Bard the Gamer will be looking to swap in his Feraligatr. But Howie does not let him. He does not go for good timing. He expects Bard the Gamer to go for the catch. He just wants to get rid of this Pangoro as soon as possible.
I really appreciate this play from Howie, but look at the work this Pangoro is putting the Azumarill through. Another one karate chop away from double close combat. Does the Azumarill shield? It does not. Pangoro is going to take out the Azumarill.
But this is a 2-0 situation. Pangoro now has so little HP left, and this Feraligatr, it will be so hard for it to knock out this Ferret from this range.
Sucker Punch is double resist. I don't think he can farm down the Pangoro. The Hydro Cannon is going to be charged as priority. Does he go for the farm down? Hydro Cannon going to be reached, but I don't think he can hang on to get to double.
Howie's celebrating already. He knows that his Hydro Cannon will not be enough, and he knows that the Pangoro does not have energy in the back. Howie, even through such a tough matchup,
gets to the top 8. Howie is the winner of the group.
Howie does not face any Clodsire without fear, but he is not faced. Clodsire, you've got nothing on me. I can deal with you even without a hard check. And Howie has shown what an incredible battler he could be, when he gets the alignment in his favor. And there was no way for Bard the Gamer to turn it around with Pangoro on that Azumarill.
And I really appreciate the tripling down on the strategy from Howie, because that means that he realized there was a neutral line into Bard the Gamer, and unless Bard the Gamer exactly hard countered that line, he would always have play. And this means that that preparation from the night before really panned out. Howie securing his place on the top 8.
I think Howie took a risk with leading the Azumarill, but because the Pangoro, the Clodsire, and the Feraligatr put on so much pressure for him, I don't think he saw a lot of other ways out of this, and so he ended up with that strategy, and it served him so well. Bard the Gamer trying to mind game Howie and changing up his line, even though he did so well with it in game 1. As we see here, catching that play rough, utilizing the bulk of that Clodsire to neutralize the Azumarill, and then having Pangoro clean up the endgame.
And this is one of the realities from Pokemon GO PvP. Azumarill always finds his way into top cuts. As old as PvP itself, Azumarill gets another train into the top 8, being one of the hardest to Pangoro, who's been turning heads since its performance in Lille from Kokshak. But now, meets his biggest rival, Azumarill, hanging on, resisting close combat and Night Slash. Double close combat wasn't even putting enough of a dent on the Azumarill.
And Bard the Gamer will reconsider how he approached this game, but Howie, he trusted his line. Even though it did not work out game 1, he figured out this is my best team. Even though it wasn't perfect, I knew that I can adjust it a little bit and then potentially have the results I want even still if I just fine-tune it a little bit for game 2 and 3.
And that's something I can appreciate. I know that myself, when I have the chance to prepare for games, I always try to go for the most neutral line, and I ask my teammates to prep me versus the worst possible lead that I can find, and see if I can get myself out of that. If I can, I feel like, oh, this is a line I can run every game, because if he doesn't run this line, I'm winning that game.
And there are some players who really wants to win a lot of games. Some of those trainers are going to LAIC, which is coming up very, very shortly.
I hope that got you a little bit excited for the first international championship we got upcoming this season. The LAIC going to be played in a whole new restricted meta. It's going to be super exciting.
Have you been eyeing any specific Pokemon in that meta that you're thinking might be rising to the top there at Sao Paulo?
Absolutely. And you know what's even more fun? We're gonna see it very shortly on this broadcast as well. It's
okay.
Gyarados. It's not the Shadow variant though, as no Shadow variants are eligible for that meta. But Palasha, as we see here, gonna be taking on Tunante. She has that Shadow Gyarados. It has about no ball, but it is so quick to its charge attacks now with the Dragon Breath rework, pacing faster to the energy. Aquatil only takes 4.5 seconds to get to that charge attack crunch, only about 6 seconds. It outpaces so many Pokemon. We've seen a lot of Unova Stunfisk, but there's none on Tunante's team.
Do you think that that means we might see that Shadow Gyarados be able to play by Palasha a lot in these matches? Look at her accolades here. She's been making a name for herself throughout the seasons. Top cuts, finalists, championships here going for this woman.
But do note that these were all from 2 seasons ago or 3 seasons ago. Paula is really looking for that redemption. And what better opportunity for that redemption when you're on the winner's side of the bracket? 12 players are remaining still, and she is on the winner's side. So even if she loses, she would still be able to continue on the loose side of the bracket.
Yeah, that means you can take a few more risks when you're on that winner side, but to be able to do it, she has to be able to make it through Tunante, a new trainer who's been really making waves here in Gdansk. This is his first tournament ever, and he is also on this winner's side of the bracket, running a Shadow Malamar, which we haven't seen so often, but we have actually seen it also by Chris, who didn't quite make it to day number 2. And also, I mean, I just think that there's some utilization definitely from this Pokemon.
It's a Pokemon it's interesting to see it rising up because Florges has been becoming so meta. Let's see what both trainers are going to lock in. Well, we're not going to find out from Tunante just yet. The fortress there we saw from Paula. Let's see if these trainers are going to bring in the same Pokemon because we didn't see it just yet there.
Blink and you miss it, and so did apparently everyone else. But we'll go ahead, get these trainers back locked into their battles. I think that they both had a game plan for that game number 1. So like you said, Martijn, they might just immediately lock back in the teams that they had before. Going ahead now, you can see all 6 of the Pokemon, but in this show 6 pick 3 meta, that means only 3 of them are going to be brought. Looks like we're locking in. We're getting right back into the battles here. We have that Cordillea on one side up against the Fortress of Palasha.
That is a great lead for Palasha. In comes the Clodsire, in comes Shadow Gyarados. Now, this is kind of where Gyarados does quite well because you have those shields to protect from the Stone Edge. Stone Edge, super effective. Even from a bulky Clodsire, would take out the Shadow Gyarados. That's how fragile this fan-favorite Pokemon is.
Going ahead now, protecting that up. She's got so much energy on this Gyarados. Going ahead and releasing that first Aquatel. Not enough to knock out a bulky Clodsire, but as you can see, this is super effective damage, and it does chunk almost already at number 2.
And Gyarados is fast. It will outpace, and look at the timing of this charge attack. Paula knows I don't want to put out another Protect Shield here just yet, not before taking one at least from Tunante, so she goes for the Octo right before the Stone Edge, and switch advantage is going to be so important here. The big question is, can this Clodsire hang on long enough to get to another Stone Edge and flip the switch advantage?
Going in, trying desperately, not even going to get a chance to see, as now the Empoleon comes in, tries to negate that Dragon Breath, but hello, Napoleon, meet one of your hardest counters here in that Unova Stunfisk. Being able to be a bit ahead of energy as his Hydro Cannon is going to be helpful.
Generally, this matchup is decent for the Unovan Stunfisk because it can take on a Hydro Cannon and doesn't take any damage from all this Metal Sound Fast Attack. The thing is, Tunante worked a shield advantage for him, and he is making use of that here. Now he can use his Empoleon to gather a lot of energy for whatever Paula has remaining, but I do believe that there's still energy left on the Gyarados as well.
Great timing there by Tunante, recognizing he's going to win that charge attack priority, waiting till the Mud Bomb was ready, now releasing all of it, getting the most out of this Empoleon, the Pokemon that ended up helping out in the championships in Lille, and also going for a catch. He's playing so incredibly well, catching a crunch, the heavier hitting attack that it actually is not even needed against the Clodsire.
I do think that he needs this catch though, because Cradilly is so helpless into the fortress. If this Empoleon can get to another charge attack, Tunante might actually be in a decent spot. He's almost there. He's going for the Drill Peck just right before the next Aquatil. What a tremendous play there from Tunante.
He knows his counts. He knows what it takes to stay on this winner's side of the bracket, knocking out the Gyarados, knocking out the Unovan Stunfisk, and putting in some heavy work to the fortress here. here. Patient as ever, throwing right before. This is actually kind of risky because a Santum might have been enough to knock out the Empoleon at this pace.
I think Paula was like, okay, my opponent's going for the charge deck pretty tight there, so I'm not going to throw my charge deck just yet. But then Tunante didn't go for the Hydro Cannon. If Paula went for the Sand Tomb before that Hydro Cannon, it would not have landed. This Credilli would not have been able to do anything there. Now, you can still get that Rock Tomb off. Perhaps that might almost be enough to knock out the Fortress here. Let's see.
We're about to find out as the Rock Tomb is reached right before even a Sand Tomb on the side of this Fortress. Fortress has no shields to hide behind, and though it's a part steel, this is also some bug, and it's getting squashed, getting desperately low, but able to get up to another Rock Tomb on Palasha's side.
Wait, can she get the bug right down? Can she get the bug right down? She get the bug right down!
Oh, this is huge. All of this energy released now. Said, okay, Sand Tomb wasn't ready before. Releasing it. Will it be enough to knock out the Empoleon?
This is debuff though. This Sand Tomb is debuff. It's not a strong charge deck. What's going to knock out? The Metal Sound or the Sand Tomb? It's coming through. Sand Tomb knocks out Empoleon. Paula barely on the brink of defeat takes game number 1.
Look at that Fortress. Standing strong at the beginning, standing strong at the end, taking game number 1 for Palasha. Very, very close matchups. Very precise counting by both players, and that's why we're on that winner's side of the bracket.
Even though Paula won this first game, I want to give some credit to Tunante here. He lost all the alignments. Paula had called his line entirely, but Tunante almost came back there from like the worst lineup he could face. He lost by like what? 1 HP almost on that Fortress. That was incredibly close, and I think that only tells us how good Tunante exactly is, especially on this debut. He's definitely, I would think he is the underdog against someone like Paula, who's won multiple regional championships. Tunante showing that he's not afraid.
I think that this is incredible timing. We saw Boom earlier on. Boom, in his first ever tournament, was able to take it all. Kokshak, also a previous champion in Poland a couple of years ago. First tournament ever. Perhaps this is Tunante's time saying, okay, I've seen how these trainers have done this, and I also want to make a mark for myself. He's well on his way. He's got to make it through Palasha. He did lose game number 1, but I would argue that that was a masterclass of how to play the Pokemon out of bad situations, out of bad leads, and bad swaps.
It just makes me wonder how he would have played if he had good alignments, actually. That could have been entirely different, but I think there was also kind of a reminder to Paula, hey, I might be new here, but I'm not afraid of you, pal. Let's see what you got.
And see what they will bring for game number 2, because especially with players who haven't played each other before, I feel like game number 1 is usually kind of an investigation where you're trying to figure out what's my opponent's playstyle, how do they like to use their shields, are they going to catch, and it looks like we might get to see even more of that as we're jumping right into game number 2. We have the Credilli on the side of Tunante against the Unova Sunfish. This is what we do call good alignment.
Time to redeem yourself, Tunante. He's got the alignment. In comes the Shadow Gyarados. You think this is not a great matchup for the Gyarados because of the Rock Tomb, but because it paces so quickly, it actually can hang on quite well in this match, especially when the first Aqua Tail is no-shielded. This might almost put this Credilli very close to Mud Bomb range.
Going ahead, throwing this first Rock Tomb, it will be able to get the shield, and it will lower the attack of the Gyarados. Taking a sneak peek at that backline here, yes, I do think Tunante is going to immediately swap out, just noticing that these Dragon Breaths do pretty much nothing to the Empoleon, but Gyarados still has so much energy.
Even though this Rock Tomb debuffs the attack, I would not underestimate the power that this Gyarados packs. Empoleon is straight into the yellow, gets a defense drop. I think Paula could even go or try to flip this if she really want to. Let's see. Or is this an opportunity to get a Thunder Shock down? No. She goes down, double down on the Gyarados.
Saying, okay, I don't know if I want to play from that alignment. I'm going to make sure that I'm going to win this, or at least start stripping away the shields from Tunante's side. He still has 2 while Paula has 0. Now down to 1 as he shields up this Empoleon. He's already at
the catch!
Wow.
But it's a Hydro Cannon!
Ooh, I think she was going hoping it was a Drill Peck, but this is going to be doing some nice impactful damage to the Unova Stunfisk. No shields on Paula's side, and now the Credilli comes back in to soak up the Mud Bomb.
What a genius play there from Tunante, knowing that a Hydro Cannon, even though resisted, would have been enough on the Gyarados. Does he know? Because his Mud Bomb will barely not knock out. He knows! Tunante knows his matchups.
Going ahead and just getting a little bit of extra energy, going for that Grass Knot. No Protect Shield remaining, not leaving a lot of farm for that Fortress in the back. And look at this, even a slight undercharge, still enough to knock out. What's going to come back in? What's going to get farm off of this Credilli? Because fast attacks, energy is very crucial at this point.
This Gyarados is still quite good though. It doesn't have a lot of energy on the other hand. Neither does Empoleon, but I think that Empoleon's also healthy enough to get a charge attack off on the Fortress. And Tunante still also has a protection. In comes that Empoleon doesn't have any energy, but Paula also I think has to expend any before the next charge attack, and she's counting perfectly. Do you want to get this charge attack off as Tunante? You have to use a Protect Shield.
Going ahead, and that's exactly what he does. He's almost out of Hydro Cannon or Drill Peck. Definitely knows. And once again, throwing the Hydro Cannon, once again caught on the Pokemon in the back. But at what cost here? The Empoleon will now get to swap out. Clodsire coming in.
In comes Clodsire. It resists the bug bites. You do have Sandtomb as super effective damage here, but now that you took a Hydro Cannon already, this Fortress is nearing Earthquake range. The Poison Stings are double resisted though, so it might again come down to the Gyarados, which has a little bit of energy, but it's also very low on health. Even Poison Sting will be about to threaten it. This stone is just not going to be enough.
I think maybe Tunante says, maybe the Earthquake wouldn't be enough either. I guess I'll throw it because I'm almost at another. Clodsire just hopping along the ground here, able to reach another one before a Sand Tomb was thrown here. This will be enough to knock out Palasha's Fortress.
The thing is, for Paula, I don't think that an Aqua Tail is going to be enough. The timer's also up for Tunante. He might be able to go for a potential catch here. Is he going to try? In comes the Aqua Tail. I think that Clodsire will barely hang on. Can it hang on to another Dragon Breath though? And can the Empoleon as well? This is going to get really close.
This is so
Oh, it knocks
close.
out actually.
It completely knocks out the Clodsire. Empoleon's coming back in, but it is able to Metal Sound down, taking game number 2. Game number 1 on a sliver. Game number 2 just as close.
It looks like this time Tunante had a good lead. Paolo was like, okay, you showed me how good you were in game 1. Let me just show you how good I am. Even though she's barely not able to come back there, making all those catches and preserving the Gyarados. She clearly shows that Gyarados is her MVP, her most valuable Pokemon, that she relies on the most here. Gyarados has to do it for her.
And Gyarados really put on a show in that last round, being able to knock out that Clodsire, getting it so low. But Tunante is just squeaking by on essentially 2 HP, it looked like, on that Empoleon. Wow, these games have been absolutely incredible. And in this best-of-3 matchup to stay on the winner's side of the bracket, they're going to need to make that third game super impactful, super showcasey.
I see a lot of support for Tunante and Paula in the chat. Let us know who you're rooting for, which player is going to take this game. I can assure you one thing, that Shadow Gyarados is coming back. But how is Tunante going to answer this? He keeps bringing the Clodsire, and I'm guessing that's because he needs to check the Fortress as well. But Clodsire keeps getting aligned to that Gyarados, and Gyarados just shows that even though Dragon Breath doesn't deal as much damage, the Aqua Tail definitely solidifies its placement as a water-type attacker.
And though we haven't seen it in those matchups, you see Furret on both of the sides there. Furret actually is the #1 Pokemon on day 2 usage here in Gdansk, outplacing that Galarian Corsola, basically one of the harder counters to that Galarian Corsola, which is on neither one of these trainers' teams.
There's no Ghost-type Pokemon at all, and I think that's why we haven't seen Atmos first just yet. Here we go for decisive game number 3. Paula on the left, Tunante on the right. It's going to be the Unova stuff is from Paula, this time into the Altaria from Tunante.
Vamos, let's go here into game number 3. We have the Unova Stumpus up against that Altaria, and Tunante staying in this matchup, going at and just charging up a lot of energy and
Whoa,
catching.
that's a discharge too!
Oh my goodness, painful here for Paula. All of that energy basically negated onto that Clodsire as it takes it like a champion, and now stays in this matchup. But actually, the Unovan Stunfisk against the Clodsire, when it's throwing that correct attack of Mud Bombs, is going to be doing super effective damage.
This is so awkward. It is so awkward because you still need 2 Earthquake as Tunante to knock out this Unovan Stunfisk, but it's also awkward for Paula because this is kind of where you want to take the energy from that Altaria. So you kind of want to swap out, you kind of don't want to. Perhaps we see a catch attempt on that Gyarados, but we see Tunante waiting a turn. He makes sure that none of that is going to happen, and this Earthquake is going to be super valuable because it deals way more damage than the Flamethrower from the Altaria would do.
Yeah, and absolutely,
Whoa,
you don't want to swap in a Fortress or a Gyarados to a Clodsire that already has energy. But speaking of energy, so does Altaria. Tunante doing so much before he swapped out. Now releasing that Sky Attack, getting that first shield from Paula up against that Gyarados.
Do you go 2 shields? Yeah, there's no question about it. Shields go on Gyarados, nothing else. And this is where you notice the Dragon Breath rework the most, because you see that it just does way less damage to this to this Altaria, even though it's super effective.
Going ahead now, throwing the crunch because the Aqua Tail would not have been enough. Tunante does use his shield here now. He's got one to spare if he wants to use another one because still charging up energy. That Paula now going for an Aqua Tail. Will he also shield because he's at a Sky Attack?
This might almost knock out because of the defense drop, and that's why we see Tunante use the Protect Shield here. Does he preserve this Altarian energy? No, he wants to get rid of it immediately. Bug Bite from the Fortress is going to be resisted. I'm not sure if you get the Bug Bite down before a potential Flamethrower that would be double super effective.
Gyarados attacked out of the sky here, falling back to its Pokeball. In comes the Fortress to see if it can go for a complete aggressive farm down against Altaria and trying to actually get a catch, but Altaria has banked some energy, swapped out now, and Fortress tries to do the same, tries to get a catch, unable to do so here, now falling for a charge attack priority. What is going on?
Going for the full charge here. I actually thought that Paolo would go for a potential undercharge. Now you can give the opponent a little bit of energy. If that Altaria gets a little bit more energy, it might get really rough here. You have a lot of energy on the Fortress as well, though, so you can get the Rock Tomb off here. That Altaria has a Sky Attack. It does not have a Flamethrower yet.
Now, there's a new Sheriff in town. It is Furret, but Furret doesn't really have anywhere to go in this matchup because neither one of its attacks are doing very much. And now that this Rock Tomb connected, there's doing even less.
That's
oh
a
my
Trailblaze.
goodness.
That is double resisted. I think actually that you needed the Swift damage potentially, but I think that he's trying to get the Sucker Punch damage back on the level. Do you need a catch here potentially? Paula is not throwing energy just yet. Go for the Sky Attack. This might actually put this Fortress in range of a Sky Attack. But if the Bug Bite takes priority, then the Sky Attack would not be launched. That depends if these Altarias at 1 HP. Do we see the switch? We do not see the switch yet. We see, let's see. Paula, can she get this charge attack off? Goes for the Rock Tomb, and Fortress wins charge attack priority tie!
Going ahead there, both of them had their attacks ready. Both of them knew exactly what they needed to do. Fortress holds strong like a fort, taking game number 3 for Palasha.
Both of these trainers, they are definitely of the Legend rank.
Wow.
What? This may already have been one of the best sets that we might see this weekend. This was so incredibly close, and even though that end game looked like that's just how it's gonna go, right? You get the Bug Bite down, everything. No, that's absolutely not how it was going. What was going on there was Paula was being careful that the charge attack was not going to be thrown on the Altaria. She had to be careful that Tunante doesn't swap and throw the Sky Attack and take all the energy away from that Fortress. Tunante was going to predict, he was predicting, I have to be careful here. Is my opponent going to throw immediately, potentially, and then my third can get to another charge attack? That looked so simple. It was not. It was not.
I mean, players not only have to play for their own win conditions, they have to realize what their opponent needs to do to win and try to counteract that. Look at all of these games here. Game number 1, Paolo won on 1 HP. Game number 2, Tunante won on essentially 2 HP. The third game, it looked like about 3 HP. I mean, I'm sure if they played like maybe 10 more, we'd see a total of 20 HP by the end of game 10.
You know what I wish, Amanda? I wish both trainers could have won.
Honestly,
I would have loved to see both. Like, Tunante played so incredibly good there. Insane. And this is just his first championship. Of course, Paula, I believe she's now top 8. Tremendous as well. She's making the comeback that she wanted for a while because last season didn't go as well for her. And for her as well, this is a big win.
Absolutely true. Nothing like a confidence boost of being back into a top 8. But Tunante, if you're a fan, like we definitely are, don't worry. He's still in this tournament. This is the winner's side of the bracket. And in a double elimination tournament, that means he still has one more round to be able to face. He might see him later on in the matchups.
Right. That's the thing of double elimination that we have here. Now we've had all those winners finals. Actually, we were still doing the winners finals of day 1 groups, and that means now the trainers that you saw drop in the previous matches, they will be facing up against the trainers on the losers finals that made it very far in day 1. They had to play a few more matches. Those trainers, I believe those were Colin 6, we had Tomahawk UK, we had Stone Collection, and we had a 4th trainer as well. My memory only goes so far. We will see those matches coming up.
That's actually great because I was like, that was the only one that I was remembering off the top of my head. So see, teamwork, making dream work here behind the desk as well. If you're more curious and thinking that maybe we aren't remembering things correctly, you can use that exclamation point bracket, and then you can see all the trainers and see who they will be playing in this tournament.
Excellent call. The next matchup we're gonna get are 2 faces we have seen before in Frankfurt. We saw 9 Alfie 2 make it to the grand finals. the first time he got a medal, and he got to second place right away. And you know who's very familiar with that second place? That's going to be his opponent, Tomahawk UK, our fellow colleague actually. You may know him as Farid on the right side with that Greninja. Greninja looks kind of strong into the team of Alfie, who brought the unconventional Jellicent.
There's a Jellicent. I think we definitely didn't see that in the top 12 usage, but we did see that Greninja of Tomahawk UK because Galaxica Bolton is also running it. So that means I think 17% of the day 2 competitors. But look at the team of Alfie running some different things than he ran in Frankfurt, showing that even though this is the same meta, he has a strong grasp on it already, being able to play so well. He just got knocked down to this loser side of the bracket by Boom 20 of our first matchup of the day, and he wants to be able to take it even farther, but he has to take it against Tomahawk UK.
Can he take out a caster here? What I like about Alfie is that his mindset. He doesn't want to play 100% meta. He wants to play a little bit of anti-meta. In Frankfurt, he had Togekiss and Dunsparce. Almost no one had brought that to the tournament, and now he has that Jellicent. Chargeback we've seen a little bit more, but also you don't see the lot. And then Diggersby. Diggersby is a Pokemon that is, I think its sole use is someone who brings Diggersby is like, Galarian Corsola, I'm not having any of it because it hard walls that Pokemon.
You might be a ghost, but you don't scare me. But there is no Galarian Corsola on the side of Tomahawk UK, opting to actually use a fighting type Pokemon, which haven't been so prevalent so far. And this Annihilate, the Shadow Annihilate on his side, is running Ice Punch as its second attack rather than Close Combat.
Close combat would hit tremendously hard on many Pokemon, but Ice Punch gives you coverage into the flying type Pokemon that are all over the place in this current meta. Tomahawk UK, a very decorated player. He calls Shadow Bastiodon his signature Pokemon. I think it's actually Skarmory, but that's not meta right now. Let's see how Tomahawk UK can pull it off with his Greninja this time, but he brings in the Wigglytuff, and Alfie leads Florges. This matchup is a fairy tale.
This is going to be who is the most cute, most charming. We'll see how they want to play it out. The Fairy Winds are not going to be doing as much damage as the Charms, but are going to generate energy quicker. You can see Alfie actually going ahead and catching this attack onto his Scissor. And now I think that we'll see a quick pivot out by that Wigglytuff. Not only that, Alfie has a ton of energy stored on the Florges.
You do not want to stay in that matchup as the Wigglytuff, as the super effective Bullet Punch would add up a lot here. That Swift even may have put this Scissor almost in Sand Attack plus Air Cutter range. So this might not be even the worst scenario for Tomahawk UK, and he doesn't know it yet, but he also avoids the Charger Bug that's in the back.
Going ahead now, trying to go right beforehand. Great timing by Tomahawk UK, going for the Air Slash instead, enforcing a Protect Shield off of Alfie's side because he's almost at a Night Slash. He got boosted on in his first game, and now he's hoping for maybe a boost of his own with his own Shadow Scissor, going for attack number 2, getting the Protect Shield in kind from Tomahawk's Corviknight.
Oh, and we see the combo play here. I don't think this Chilling Water will be enough to knock out the Corviknight. It's going to get really close because it's a neutral charge attack, but it would be nice for Tomahawk UK to keep that energy, and now he can align back the Wigglytuff because Tomahawk UK has that Shadow Annihilate in the back. This and the Jellicent are basically the only Pokemon that Shadow Annihilate doesn't really want to see.
Now going ahead, Chilling Water is going to lower the attack of this Wigglytuff here, but Wigglytuff is already at another Swift, already up the Icy Wind, and actually throwing after the next Chilling Water goes through.
I like this. I actually really like this from Tomahawk UK because he's like, you know, if that Scissor gets energy, but look, Wigglytuff hangs on. It is the best Pokemon for a reason after all, but if that Scissor would get a Bullet Punch down, it would actually be even worse, and he intentionally now goes for an Undercharge. He doesn't want to give that Scissor any energy.
And now looks like an immediate pivot by both of these trainers here. Tomahawk UK also using his mind here, saying, okay, I'm bringing in this Annihilate and I'm going to just start punching.
Scissor is not going to do anything on my watch. In comes the Charger Bug, and Charger Bug actually has a pretty fine matchup here as well because Bug resists fighting. Annihilate still has a shield though, but because Discharge now is less energy than it was before, you only need 5 Volt Switch for 2 Discharge here, and it will outpace to the charge stacks here.
Keeping in mind that there is a catch. There's also a potential that he wanted to waste some energy here, but I think he's perfectly happy saying, okay, this Discharge going to the Corviknight, and now it's going to be a race again as Annihilate comes back in. Will he be able to get to 2 Rage Fists because there's still a shield left on Alfie's side?
I think Tomac UK realized he may have needed that air cutter, but it's scary. It is scary to throw Uncharged Tech Priority Tie into that charge bug, because let's say he did and potentially then could swap into the Corviknight to launch his air cutter. I'm pretty sure actually Corviknight loses Charge Tech Priority Tie, but let's say he did that. And Alfie doesn't throw, then he would sneak an entire Volt Switch. That's even more energy and damage for that Charger Bug. It just looked like, to me, that Alfie just targeted the Shadow Annihilate. He's like, I know you like this Pokemon, I'm gonna make sure you can't make it work.
Even just getting a couple counters on that Scissor did help the Annihilate gain some energy, but unfortunately for Tomahawk UK, it was not enough to be able to go through that entire Charger Bug there. Alfie showing just some very, very strong dominance with some off-meta hits.
I'm surprised actually that we see the Shadow Annihilate come out, because we have a Florges, we have a Charge Bug, even Altaria paces quicker now to Sky Attack, Jellicent. Annihilate doesn't really have a lot to do. I think that Tomac UK was trying to utilize the Annihilate as a Pokemon with a shield advantage that can then try to force his matchup through and then have like double boosted counters, but it was not in that position. Even though I really like that play where you hard swapped in the Annihilate and basically punched down the Scissor because before it could even get to another attack here. And let's be real, that's under charge, right? Near the between the fairy type Pokemon. I love that as well. Not recognizing the moment where you don't want to give energy to your opponents.
Energy can be very costly, especially when these games are moving so quickly and you have split seconds to make these decisions here. As a reminder, this is the losers finals from the matches of day one. So whoever wins this will be into our top percentage, where we will continue on with the day two. Alfie just has one more game to go to stay in this tournament. Tomahawk UK, we've seen it plenty of times. He can definitely reverse sweep when he puts his mind to it. I believe in day one, every single game that we saw him play on stream, he lost that first matchup and then he ended up still winning the game.
He's just trying to make it exciting for us, right? And I'm curious to see how he's going to make that comeback this time. Are you going to stick to your plan, or are you going for a new approach here? Most trainers for their first match on day two do a lot of preparations. They draw out the scenarios that could happen, the lines that might be the best for the opponent. With this kind of matchup, it's harder because it could be either one of the opponents. Now it's Alfie, he's 1-0 up. How do you do that as Tomac UK? He leads the Cradilly into the floor. This is an excellent lead for him. But Alfie has that Shadow Scissor, which he relies on a lot. I expect it to come out very soon, but building up some energy just like he did in game one first.
Look at this backline, Martine. He's got the Shadow Scissor and the Diggersby, and Tomahawk UK has a Shadow Annihilate in the back. If either one of these go in, it could potentially be an ABB strategy, trying to draw it out, but this is not a great lead, and Alfie is still staying in it.
Yeah, I just want to point out, because I missed that at the very start. If you look at the backline, Alfie also has Diggersby. Diggersby also doesn't want to see that Cradilly. In comes the Scissor. Definitely want to see the Cradilly. Comes in with the Annihilate. Annihilate has to put in protections here, though. So I'm guessing Tomac UK is kind of making a prediction, because the Corviknight would have a slightly more comfortable matchup here, resisting the Bullet Punch damage. Now you probably have to shield this Annihilate to make sure it can put in work, because Night Slice would almost knock it out otherwise. Can you get the full counter down? No, but is Tomac UK going down to shields here?
I think he might have to. He wants to keep alignment here, because he is going to do definitely that. He has so much energy on this Annihilate, going for that full counter down. And what are you going to do if you're Alfie? You do have two shields, but your Diggersby does not want to see that Annihilate at all.
Wow, and not throwing the energy immediately. If Alfie threw that Chilling Water, this Annihilate energy was gone. But taking the risk there, Tomac UK, interesting play there. Do you now go for the Chilling Water? He goes for that Trailblaze. I like that play, because Chilling Water already knocks out, so you don't need to drop the attack of a Pokemon that's already gone, that's already fainted.
He wants to go ahead, gain some energy, and with this Annihilate gone, with the shields absolutely gone too, there might be much more room for this Diggersby in the back to be able to maneuver around. Alfie, he already used that Trailblaze once. He's boosted. This is the second Trailblaze, and it connects and it takes out the Cradilly. No, it's just swapped out. Wow.
It hangs on just barely by 1 HP, and this is a great matchup for Alfie. That Grass Knot might be important, but Alfie knows there's only one charge attack I need to shield here, and that's not coming from this Corviknight.
Corviknight is taking to the skies, takes super effective damage from this rapid fire here. Fire Punch, but it's going to be able to now try to throw a payback, wants to get off as much damage as possible onto this Diggersby, but Alfie content to let it go down, even though it does put that Diggersby into the yellow.
Corviknight actually can do put up a very good fight here if it has a lot of attack. That would mean that Sand Attack would deal more damage. And considering Sand Attack is thrown every half second, that would basically double your damage almost. Going for another payback here. Will this knock out the Diggersby? If so, then you have to put a Protect Shield. And if Alfie puts up a Protect Shield, he doesn't actually.
Wow.
Does it knock out? It doesn't!
Wow, trusting in his Diggersby
No!
there.
Alfie protected the catch!
This is incredible plays by Alfie here. Going ahead, he had a 0-2 beginning on that winner's side, but taking it 2-0 in this loser's finals, knocking Tomahawk UK out of their tournament, staying in for himself.
I'm mind blown by that play. Bellissimo, he called that Tomahawk UK would try to catch that fire punch, and he held onto his energy. And he made the call. If he didn't make that call, then Tomahawk UK may have just Sand Attack down that Diggersby. It would not have paid off. Alfie would have looked silly. He would have lost that game. Now, he looks like a genius, like someone who could take it to the grand finals. And this is the first step, his first match of the day. Alfie moves on and wins the losers finals of his group.
You know, we always have the silly and Credilli there. I mean, don't be silly. He took out that Credilli. He took that game number 3. He's advancing on in that loser's side of the bracket in this tournament in Gdansk. But Alfie, he was second place in Frankfurt. He's still in this tournament, his second tournament of the year. There's a lot of potential behind this player.
I was talking yesterday with Marcus, with Zhao a little bit about Alfie. We always talk about the same names that we see getting very far. And Tomahawk UK, I would consider him as someone who consistently gets to day 2 by now. Do we overlook Alfie here? Alfie really seems to pick up his game. Bologna, Frankfurt, and now Gdansk all in a row. He is making big steps and making it to those top cuts.
Yeah, he's made a top cut in all of the tournaments that he's played since his last one in Bologna. So these are incredible plays by this trainer. Keep an eye. We were kind of saying yesterday, you know, there's like an old guard, people who have been around for quite a while, the names that have been well established in Pokemon Go, PvP, and also Grassroots. But we can start adding some new names to this list, and Alfie is definitely going to be one of them.
It just reminds me of Pathman and Chris, right? Because Chris was kind of like Pathman's friend. He made his debut on was it 2 seasons ago in Barcelona, where he got to top 8. He was very impressive, but Pathman, of course, stole the show. He won an IC, he got top 3 at another IC overseas. He got to 2nd place Worlds. But now, Pathman, he did get a top 3 in Frankfurt, but then back-to-back didn't get great results. Meanwhile, Chris, his friend, has been making top cut every season he's been playing so far. Now, I would say Pathman is Chris's friend.
There's some consistency definitely to Chris that we're seeing throughout the time, and that just kind of goes with getting more comfortable with playing, right? That was his first season of playing. He definitely already started out strong, but he built on that foundation. He built on that friendship, being able to play against really, really good PvP players himself, and now he's at that top. And although we did not see him in this day 2, he made it very, very close up into that winner or loser semifinals.
So many of the Pokemon that you see here, you can catch them as well with many events that are coming up. And one of them is going to be the Wild Area event. In 2 weeks, you can catch a wild variety of Pokemon. You can also get a new Gigantamax Pokemon. We're going to show you.
Wow, look at that. It's going to be coming in just a couple weeks. We have another Gigantamax Pokemon. I don't know if you've done so many of them, but they're actually really, really fun to do. And I'm saying this as a strong PvPer more than I am like someone who wants to go out and catch everything.
If you do a Gigantamax battle, and you double the rewards, you put a star piece on, you can get 75,000 Stardust per Gigantamax. And I am always poor when it comes to Stardust. When I was in Japan, there was a place called the Stardust Club. I was not allowed in. And this isn't...
I would have invited you in, my friend.
Thank you so much. You should spend that. You should spend it and make more PvP Pokemon.
That is true. I've been using star pieces. I definitely will when I'll be doing Gigantamax raids.
It's a perfect opportunity to not just get unique Pokemon, but also a lot of Stardust. The Wild Area event is going to be in 2 weeks, and Grimmsnarl is, as far as I know, one of the very few, maybe the only, its evolution line at least, the only Pokemon that has a Dark and Fairy type Pokemon. Now, fun fact, I'm gonna already tell you ahead because, you know, when you watch the stream I'm on, you get this inclusive information. Its pre-evolve is actually a little bit bulkier. You're going to need a lot of Excel candy, so make sure that you catch a lot of that Pokemon, put on a Mega Pokemon that has a Fairy typing to it, such as Houndoom, Altaria, those kind of
smart
Pokemon. And you can get the Excel candy because you want the Pokemon that evolves into Grimmsnarl. That Pokemon, I forgot the name real quick. I'll look it up in a second. There's so many Pokemon, right?
There are. Yeah.
But that's also Dark and Fairy type Pokemon. It has an excellent moveset. It has Sucker Punch. You want to get that one.
You know, you say this, and I think that's absolutely true, but I want to bring up the fact that Dusclops has been popular in our past metas, and that is a middle evolution from the Dusk, you know, Skull, Dusk Noir, but now it seems that Dusk Noir is going to be the more popular pick in this current one. So go ahead, make sure you have all of them. You never know what is going to end up being popular, what is going to end up being meta, but definitely collect all of those candies and collect a good one, maybe in each evolution.
And we also see restricted metas coming up, right?
True.
At the LAIC, Pokemon like Turtonator, the Dusknoir, Gyarados, we saw that earlier from Palasha. Those are Pokemon you don't see a lot right now, but it's just like a sign that tells me, you know what, this Pokemon right now, like Exploud, right? I've won a local with that.
Who did you play against?
It was Triptundo, I believe.
Oh.
Yeah, but no, that Pokemon might not look great right now. At some point, maybe it gets like Aerosphere. I don't know. I'm just saying something. Maybe it gets like an excellent charge attack. Astonish Aerosphere. I'm sold. It could just become an excellent Pokemon. I'm just saying. Make sure that you hang on to some of these Pokemon that might not look good right now. They may be later.
I know. That's, I think, a lot of people's goals when they end up going out and doing those Shadow Grunts or doing different Pokemon like that. They're saying, okay, I might need to keep this because you never know when I'm going to want to actually use the Shadow variant for PvP. There's so many different opportunities to team build. Everyone's got a specific scenario. I know that our fellow co-caster DeFi actually refuses to use Shadow Pokemon because she wants to use the regular versions of them. So maybe she would actually do great in the LAIC meta where there are no Shadows allowed.
Just out of spite, in my next championship, I'm going to use only Shadow Pokemon.
Ooh,
what do you
I've
think of that?
actually seen that at EUIC the first year that I casted it. There was I think their name even had Shadow in the name.
Of Shadows.
Mother of
Yes,
Shadows.
that was them.
6 Shadow Pokemon on the team. So it just goes to show, you gotta have fun at these events, and if you do well, that's just like, you know, the cherry on top.
They do that in grassroots tournaments as well. I love it, just backing up the name, right? It makes a lot of sense. It's kind of tough though as well, because that means some Pokemon that don't have a Shadow form just yet. I guess if you only use Shadow Pokemon, I'm sorry, you cannot use all of the... There's no Shadow Rayquaza just yet, but maybe at some point.
I mean, someone who has been using some unique Pokemon, or at least has them on his team, we haven't actually seen the Jellicent much yet, is the winner of our last round, Alfie, and we have an interview with him ready to go.
I'm standing here with Alfie, and you just finished an incredible set against Tomoaki UK. What happened at the end of that game?
Sto ancora tremando, sapevo che il suo Cradily era carico, quindi l'unica chance che avevo per vincere era tirare giù quel Corviknight e fortunatamente ce l'ho fatto con HP e onestamente mi aspettavo che lui potesse anche sniperarmi il Grass Knot, ma quando ho visto che il Corviknight è andato giù ho tirato un sospiro di sollievo e sto ancora tremando.
Yeah, so he's just shaking. So he knew like the Cradily was like, had the move and everything. So he basically was hoping to manage to take down the Corviknight, and fortunately he did, so yeah. Went well.
And now you have 2 top cuts in a row. Frankfurt as a finalist, and now, can you win this tournament here?
Well, dopo Francoforte ho detto ai miei amici sono contentissimo, non ho rimpianti, ma non so se mi capiterà di nuovo una chance del genere. Adesso ce l'ho e ce la giochiamo.
So he already had one chance at this, and he wasn't believing he was going to get another one, but he's for sure he's going to try to win.
Okay, perfect. You obviously prepared well, and you are in incredible form. So congratulations. Any shout-outs you'd like to do?
Mi piace pensare che comunque portare almeno uno o due pick un po' fuori usage che possano un po' mischiare le carte, come erano Dunsparce e Togekiss a Francoforte, e possa aiutare anche per dei giocatori che non sono ancora a un livello altissimo come altri a raggiungere questi risultati.
Shoutout sono anche vuoi tipo ringraziare anche per la cibo.
Ah, ok. Voglio ringraziare Prescelto, è stato il mio mentore, ma anche i ragazzi che sono con me, che ieri sera mi hanno aiutato a preparare i match. Voglio ringraziarli davvero per il supporto e per l'aiuto che mi hanno dato.
So he first wanted to say that he thinks in a tournament it is kind of important to pick, picks that are not always top meta, especially like to help also like new players like just adjust to everything, even if they don't have like every Pokemon that's needed. And as a shout out, he's shouting to Aspercelto, who was his mentor, and obviously the Italian guys who are in the crowd. So yeah.
We could for sure hear that those Italians in the crowd. Thank you, Alfie, for this interview. And now back to the casters.
I love that the Italians really have been showing up again to, like in larger numbers to these tournaments, because before they didn't really play outside of Italy, and now they're actually doing. They seem to be really good players.
Not only that, I mean, I believe even though they were mostly playing Italy, it wasn't until the end of last season with Philbeck being able to have an Italian take it. Last time in Lille, we ended up having a French trainer being able to take it with Hikami. I don't know, there's no Polish trainers still left in this tournament, but what we do know is you won the first tournament of the season. Hikami won game number 2. You're behind the desk. Hikami's not here. That means we're going to guarantee have a brand new trainer having this Gdansk Regional Championship. It could be Alejandro on the left-hand side. It could be Stone Collection on the right. We'll see as these two face off against each other. Unova and Sunfist up against the Furret.
This is a great lead for Stone Collection. Answers immediately the Cradilly with the Fury Cutter Go support. I do think that Cradilly can do decently when there are no shields in play, but when shields are in play, the Fury Cutters, they just slash on this plant and it hurts too much. Now, Skolice was just gathering energy, and you don't even want to take any of that water type energy on the Unova Stunfisk either.
Wow, look at that. Stone Collection going up for so much energy. They're throwing that first X-Scissor. It is a little bit debuff, but no Protect Shield on Alejandro's side, and it's super effective damage, taking out the Cradilly. And now in comes that Unova Stunfisk again, but it's going to have to take another charge attack because Stone Collection had so much at that point.
This is debuffed by the Rock Tomb from the Cradilly, but that means that 2 will barely not knock out. Do you see Stone Collection hold on to his energy? No, he goes for it right before the next charge attack here. I wouldn't mind to see Alejandro play for the shield advantage on the Galarian Moltres. He does that. We see in the back, though, that Stone Collection has all the answers. Stone Collection really changed his approach to Unova and Stunfisk because his team is incredibly weak to it in general. Normally he's like, well, whatever, I'm gonna face it in the lead, I can go a little bit weak to it. And now he changed approach entirely by bringing the Furret as a prime answer. And Alejandro's looking up, he's like, yeah, tough one.
Tough one indeed, as basically the Galarian Moltres is forced to shield up now against Unova and Stunfisk. Neither one of its charge attacks are going to be that effective against a ground-type Pokemon, while that discharge number 2 already ready to go. I think that this is going to force that last shield because it's going to be some, again, super effective damage. Alejandro down to 0 shields here, but up a ton of energy on that Galarian Moltres, going for a fly.
This is why trainers like Caleb Peng had opted for Payback instead. Well, actually, he had for Bastiodon, but it would also be really nice in this matchup because now you only have resisted charge attacks. The Stunfisk is now in Brave Bird range. I think you kind of have to shield as Stone Collection. The timer otherwise would be up, and Alejandro would be able to clear his defenses. So yes, now he puts up the Protect Shield. Do you make the catch here? He does try to, and this is kind of awkward. Never mind, you can just swap into Furret.
It could have been awkward, but it definitely isn't awkward. Furret going ahead and feasting on that Unova and Stunfisk, has a Swift to be able to throw, knows that Galarian Moltres is out of energy, and look at this little Pokemon. It might be cute, but it is also packing a punch here, putting that Swift into the Galarian Moltres, and basically enough to take it out of the sky as Galarian Moltres doesn't tap.
It sends the stars with those little claws. The Swift is putting this Galarian Moltres very low, and it allows the Fur to take it out, even with resisted Sucker Punch there. Stone Collection just had all the answers for what Alejandro brought there. It was kind of just a difficult match to begin with. Even though that Stunfisk is so good for Alejandro, Stone Collection really has only one Pokemon, maybe two with his own Stunfisk, but otherwise only has one Pokemon to really answer it.
Can I just say that Golisopod was the truth there in that last game. Immediately swapping there, it took out the Credilli by only using one shield in that moment, and then it also put that Unova Stunfisk on Alejandro's side so low that he essentially had to completely rely on that Galarian Moltres in the back.
I like the way the Stone Collection played that matchup because he knows the dimensions of how that goes with the Golisopod against the Credilli. If he goes for the X-Scissor before that Credilli reaches a Rock Tomb, the X-Scissor would do way more damage, but it still won't knock out. And the Rock Tomb, I think, would get really close to knocking out. So instead, Stone Collection puts up a Protect Shield, accepts that he would have to expend one shield, but he then could gather a lot of energy on his Golisopod, and that energy, if you look at the team for Alejandro, it's only not really great into the Galarian Corsola. It's fine into everything else.
I mean, I think that Stone Collection definitely had a plan for game number 1 to seal him that game, but does he have a plan for game number 2? Because this will put him on in that tournament here, but he's got to be able to get through Alejandro. Going in now with a Unova Stunfisk up against a Galarian Corsola.
Alejandro did not want to face this Stunfisk again with that Galarian Moltres, so he brought two Pokemon that answered way better. Even if Stone Collection would swap out at some point, which I could kind of see happening since he has the third in the back, he still would have the Credilli for the Unova Stunfisk as well. But as long as this Golisopod is not facing the Galarian Corsola, I feel like it's going to be pretty tough to deal with it in the back, because when shields are up, Golisopod actually annihilates Galarian Moltres.
They're going ahead now and just going for a second Mud Bomb on the side of Stone Collection here. No shield used on either opponent. They know that these Pokemon are rather neutral. It's a little bit bulky. It might take a little bit longer than the really aggressive gameplay that we saw in game number 1, but I think both of these trainers are thinking, okay, you know, it's not the worst matchup.
I like that Alejandro threw this Nightshade on so-called bad timing. Basically aligned the turns there. Two Astonish for 3 Thundershock. Because that's where you don't expect your opponent to catch most of the time when you're playing at a very high level. And if that Nightshade was caught on the third, that probably would put you in a little bit of an awkward spot where you'd have to put in the Galarian Moltres into it. And then you lose alignment. In comes Credilli, in comes the Golisopod. We've seen this before. Let's see if Stone Collection is going to play it the exact same way.
I mean, I really like that play. The wherewithal of Alejandro there too. Recognizing how low that Corsola was, a potential Furret would be able to farm it down and immediately pivot into this Credilli. That doesn't mean that both of these Pokemon are going to be switch locked here for that time of this timer. Going for that X-Scissor at this point. 2 shields on Alejandro's side. This X-Scissor will be doing a ton of damage. Does he want to use it? No, he does not!
Interesting. Can he get to another charge? I think he will be able to get to another rock. Can he get there? Oh, he does get there! Credilli hangs on by a sliver of HP. Do you put up 2 protections? Yes. Now the Golisopod is double debuff, but the clock is almost up. You can almost clear this debuff though, but Moltres, the path has now been cleared. The runway has been cleared for this bird to launch a very strong charge attack very shortly. And this, Alejandro's still not putting any protect shields.
Moltres has 2 shields to hide behind. The bird comes back in, but the Brave Bird is rapidly approaching on the side of Alejandro. Still no protect shield used on this Galarian Moltres. It is now green. It's getting knocked down to the yellow, but it's getting so close to that Brave Bird. Still going ahead, knowing that these sucker punches aren't doing much damage, and he's going to have to shield here because the bird is at another Swift.
That was the right call from you as well. He puts with the protect shield now. But the only win condition, I think Alejandro has to maximize his energy here. Go for the max energy to get a Brave Bird and as the fly off as well. This Brave Bird coming in is a very strong charge. It's gonna drop the defense by 3 stages. Soof! Knocks out the third. Do you have the fly ready? You need one more sucker punch. Fury Cut is not enough.
Going ahead, even though the defense had fallen, this fly will be enough to knock out the Golisopod. We were wondering when those shields were going to be used. Still a wonderful play there by Alejandro. 1 shield remaining, no Pokemon remaining on the side of Stone Collection.
Alejandro's been having a tough time today. He had a rough match against PvP David, but now he's smiling again. He's got a match back there after going 1 point down against Stone Collection. Alejandro still in the race to make the top 12 today.
And this is what we call a potential momentum shift, because when you have been losing a couple of matchups, then you lose that first game against your opponent, it's easy to feel a little bit stressed out, nervous, especially on this loser side of the bracket where whoever loses this round will end up being out of the tournament. But Alejandro managed to snatch back that game number 2, put himself back into this position, and now it's anyone's game.
How do you adapt here as Stone Collection? I like the way Stone Collection approaches these matchups, because this time he's going much stronger into the Unova Stunfisk that his team just kind of disrespects. His team just screams, Stunfisk is not real, and then it's 30% usage.
And if it's not real, then it can't hurt me.
then there's 30% Stunfisk in the tournament. But regardless, now his approach is way different from yesterday, and maybe he's just trying to tell his opponent or make his opponent think that, you know, you saw me play yesterday, maybe you watched the battles back where I disrespected the Stunfisk. I'm gonna play it entirely different and throw you off with that.
Stone Collection is the other trainer in these top 12 that made it to day 2 that is also running a Shadow Gyarados. But like you said, when there's so many Unova Stunfisk in this tournament, it is one of the scarier Pokemon to bring in. We saw Palasha bring it in earlier when there was no electric type to counter it. But I think with this team, Stone Collection definitely has a new game plan, like you said, to be able to handle this pesky pancake.
I feel like Gyarados is unplayable with this team if there's an opposing Stunfisk. Let's see if Stone Collection would do it anyway. There's Unova Stunfisk. This is a great lead. Bellissimo for Alejandro. The Credilli is met up with the ground-type Pokemon. And in comes the Golisopod again, but it's answered by the Galarian Corsola. Now, do keep in mind this matchup is very deceiving. When 2 shields are being used, the Golisopod can actually win this matchup, even with Fury Cutter.
Going ahead and using that first Protect Shield just as he would have done from a Rock Tomb. Wants to keep that Golisopod as healthy as possible as it starts to gain momentum, gain some energy. One thing that is helpful for Stone Collection here is the attack isn't going to be dropped like it would have been against the Credilli. So this Aqua Jet is going to hurt, and another one is going to be rapidly approaching here. I think he's going to throw even before it gets up to another Nightshade.
I think at this point, Alejandro should be thinking of getting a shield advantage instead of fighting for the full switch advantage. Even though switch advantage would be very advantageous for Alejandro because he has the Unovan Stunfisk in the back. Stone Collection is not even hesitating. He wants his own he wants his Tinkaton on the Cradilly. But with a shield advantage, that Unovan Stunfisk from Alejandro actually looks quite difficult to deal with. The energy from this Golisopod here, though, is going to be quite good there. We may see Alejandro expend another shield.
I think the fact that Alejandro noticed that there was a double shield on Golisopod is a good indication there is not a Furret in this matchup, because Furret would have been able to do very well against it here. He is able to get to an Aqua Jet on that Golisopod to do some nice chip damage into the Unovan Stunfisk, and once again, Alejandro not shielding up a super effective attack.
You've seen the Stunfisk in the lead, you know that's going to be the harder hitting charge deck, so I'm kind of surprised. Of course, we see the backlines and Alejandro doesn't. In comes the Stunfisk. Alejandro seems a little bit surprised by that, but obviously Stone Collection has flipped switch advantage. That's because he didn't want the Stunfisk on the Cradilly, he wants his Tinkaton on that Cradilly.
Unovan Stunfisk on both sides here. One had an energy advantage, but the other definitely has the health one. Mud Bomb coming through on the side of Alejandro will be able to connect with Stone Collection's Unovan Stunfisk, but he has a Mud Bomb that he is loaded and ready to return in kind, throwing it right now. Does Alejandro want to use his shield? No, he doesn't. He's going to come back in with that Cradilly, but he doesn't know what's in the back on the side of Stone Collection.
Stunfisk gets knocked out by the mud. Here in comes the Cradilly. You still have some energy on your own Stunfisk. This is only going to set up that the Tinkaton as well. Tinkaton is going to resist all the energy from the Cradilly, but I would expect Stone Collection to swap out at some point. No, he doesn't. The thing is, now that you stay in this matchup, you cannot clear the debuff as the Tinkaton, but with this chip damage on the Cradilly, it might not even matter anymore.
Going ahead and throwing that Grass Knot, because that's going to be what takes that Unovan Stunfisk off of the field, and now the hammer starts swinging as Tinkaton takes the field for the first time in these 3 matchups here. Alejandro going for that Rock Tomb is going to debuff that Tinkaton for the rest of the game, but it's still going to be an uphill battle. There's a shield remaining on the side of Alejandro.
going for the Bulldoze bait. I think the win condition of Alejandro might be to no-shoot this. Does he call the Bulldoze? Oh, he calls the Bulldoze! Hold up. This might not be over just yet. No defense drop. That was a 50% chance. Do you go straight Bulldoze now as Stone Collection goes for the play rough? Alejandro, there's another call you have to make there. Is it going to be a play rough or a Bulldoze? He has to make the call. He lets it go!
Oh, he lets it go, and that Cradilli gets so low at this point. There's no Protect Shields remaining, but there might not be any needed as this Tinkaton keeps his heavy hammer held high and just keeps swinging.
The Fairy wins. They're double debuffed. It doesn't matter. Cradilli goes down. Stone Collection moves on to the next round here in Gdansk. Very well played. Two friends hugging it out. Alejandro having a tough day today, but he's always all smiles. Well played, trainers.
Going ahead and raising his head in hand, held high, Stone Collection being able to take it on in this tournament. I know that we said that he had a Unova and Stumpus problem, but we saw it in essentially every game, and he was able to outmaneuver and kind of dodge around so beautifully within this tournament.
He just played way stronger with it, and I think Stone Collection, what also helped a lot was that the Goliath support was essentially almost free. The Galarian Corsola was Alejandro's best answer, but when two shields are in play, Goliathspot wins that matchup. So the only thing that could stop the Goliathspot was that Unovan Stunfisk, but when Goliathspot has an energy advantage, Goliathspot's actually not bad at all in that matchup.
Goliathspot really put in a lot of work for Stone Collection in this specific battle, but we'll have to see how he wants to play against his next opponents. He might luck out, and it might not be an electric type on the other side, but if it does, I think his next opponent could be taking some notes of how well Stone Collection is maneuvering through this Pokemon using Goliathspot to its fullest capabilities.
There's two observations I have, and this was crucial, by the way. Getting to that Cradilli hanging on there, getting to the Rock Tomb just at the very last second, forcing two shields. But what I found crucial in this very final match was when Alejandro let an Aqua Jet from the Goliathspot go, even though that would do way more damage than anything that Stunfisk could hit. And then he called the Bulldoze bait. If he shielded that play rough, he may actually have won the game, because then the next damage from the Tinkaton would have done way less damage, and if you can go for a Grass Knot after the resisted acid, perhaps I would get really close to knocking out the Tinkaton.
Yeah.
So he got so close.
I mean, it's so hard to call, right? You have one shield, you know that your opponent is trying to do everything that they can to get that shield off of you as soon as possible. It was a risky and bold play of Stone Collection going for that play rough, but it really ended up paying off at the end. When you only have a split second to decide if you want to use that shield too, you could see it on Alejandro's face when he recognized that was indeed the heavy-hitting attack he wanted to shield up.
I think the risky play actually was going for the Bulldoze. I cannot think of a reason to go for Bulldoze there. Literally none, because you just need play rough, you need to land one play rough, regardless of debuff there, as we saw later on, to knock out the Cradilli. So why would you go for Bulldoze then?
I don't know, maybe Stone Collection's just hoping that he would have shielded that. It did make him look a little bit tougher to go through, and Alejandro was saving those shields almost every single game. It looked like he either had one shield at the very end, or he had used his shields on that Galarian Moltres. So, I mean, if I was Stone Collection, I would actually have been taking notes and be like, he's probably not going to shield this.
Exactly, and that was maybe the call. Stone Collection advances in this tournament. He's also going to compete at the LAIC. That's going to be the first international championship played in this season, played in a whole new meta. Before we get in our next match, that's going to be Bar the Gamer versus Colin 6. We're going to show you real quick what happened last season at the LAIC.
It was hype!
It's time for a quick recap of the Latin America International Championships 2025. I'm Tomahawk UK, and I was in Sao Paulo when Mato Galde took Brazil by storm against many of the best Pokémon GO players in the world. Famous for its electric atmosphere, LAIC was a showcase of some of the best talent, support, and sportsmanship that Pokémon GO has to offer. Dominating the scene were meta staples, including Clodsire, Azumarill, and Shadow for Alligator. However, LAIC was also ripe for spice, as Primeape, Jumpluff, and even Shadow Alolan Marowak found their way into trophy placements. Championship Sunday kicked off with a face-off between friends, which saw fan favourite Marto Galde take a quick victory over his teammate Richie1409. Richie dropped into the losers finals for a sensational set of 5 against local hero 12 Vitarello. In fascinating fashion, Vitarello and his Galarian Moltres recovered from a 2-game deficit to secure his place in the LAIC Grand Finals. Vitarello went on to stun the crowd as he steamrolled his way through the first 3 games against Marto Galde, resetting the bracket and leaving everything to play for. In one of the most closely fought finals the game has ever seen, Marto Galde and Vitarello took the series to a final game of 5. An immensely climactic charge attack priority event saw Azumarill and Galarian Moltres exchange heavy blows, with Marto Galde coming out victorious.
Marto Galde is your 2025 Latin America International Champion! Give it up for the Tercero del Mundo!
Off the back of his 3rd place finish at the 2024 World Championships, his 1st place finish at the 2025 Lima Special Event, Marto Galde sealed his name as a legend of the game, as he became the 2025 Latin America International Champion. Make sure to keep up with all of the incredible action and Pokemon champions this season at pokemon.com/compete.
LAIC 2025 was incredible, and I'm sure the 2026 one will be even better. I'm back here with Martijn in what someone might call the greatest casting duo of all time, maybe.
PvP Steve.
PvP Steve would. I'm sure he would.
Our next match is going to be Colin6 versus Bar the Gamer. And this is a very exciting match. The player on the left did not drop a single match. This is something you told me, by the way, at the time. At EUIC on day 1 at the time. And he's facing against Europe's final boss, Colin6.
Let me just say that this is a rematch from that EUIC.
What?
Where these two trainers faced in the winners finals of their group, where Bard the Gamer went 2-0. So Colin, he will look to take his revenge against Bard the Gamer here.
Well, I certainly do think that he may have the lineup to do so. Bar the Gamer has the Feraligatr and Pangoro as some unconventional picks, but Colin6 has that Altaria. The thing is though, Feraligatr, it packs ice. You don't want to get beamed on your Altaria. It will freeze the wings and the Altaria just falls.
Like this?
Like
okay,
that. Yeah,
thank you.
Good impression.
And especially with the regular non-Shadow Feraligatr, it's easier to withstand those charge attacks and the Dragon Breath from Altaria. Here we go, with Corviknight into Corsola. Core from both of these trainers.
Here we go. Corviknight does have access to super effective payback, giving it an okay matchup here, but because Galarian Corsola is so bulky, it basically doesn't really care, because the sand attacks don't add up, so Galarian Corsola most of the time will still win this matchup.
I think Bard the Gamer will hope to bring in his own Corviknight here, in my opinion, because he is so weak to that Altaria in the back. Even though Corviknight is a Steel-type Pokemon,
yeah,
Altaria
has
Flamethrower, and that makes that matchup favorable for Altaria.
Do you go for the air cut here? No. Looks like Colin6 is committing, either going to let this Corviknight go or wants to shield and go for the payback. He lets his Nightshade go. Corviknight barely hangs on and now stores the energy, goes into the Altaria, but simultaneous swap into the Corviknight. This is slightly favorable for that Altaria, for as you just said, yes, the Dragon Breath's resistant, but here comes super effective damage to melt the steel of the American Bird Corviknight.
And the Corviknight is throwing ground-type sand attacks, and Altaria being a flying type means those attacks are double resisted. And Bard the Gamer, Bard the Gamer's Corviknight is taking
a shield!
Oh, a shield bait from Bard the Gamer. Great call!
That's unfortunate for Colin6. He was looking to shield a payback there. That air cut would have done about 20% damage. His payback's gonna... Oh, he doubles down!
Shield! And now, Colin 6, maybe he will go for a farm down on this Corviknight, this Steel-type Corviknight, where he only is doing single resist Dragon Breaths. These Dragon Breaths are doing so much more damage than Xanadex. Look how healthy this Altaria is.
I do think that having 2 shields here is pretty decent for Bar the Gamer because the Pangoro paces so quickly. Now you can potentially get 2 Night Slash to knock out this Altaria, but if Altaria is able to get 2 Sky Attack, the game is over. Pangoro's already at 1 Night Slash though.
Great recognition by Bar the Gamer, understanding that he cannot let this Altaria get more energy.
And now we see Bar the Gamer farming up. He's counting very well. Colin 6 not with the catch just yet. This Night Slash won't be able to knock out. You can throw another one though to secure the knockout on his Altaria, but you gotta be careful of a potential catch. In comes the catch, and he gets the Night Slash boost though.
This Night Slash boost will definitely make sure that the Corviknight is gone.
But now the Altaria comes back in. Altaria has energy. Do we get Karate Chop down though? Colin must be thinking to herself, is that going to be a risk? I think if you bring in the third, you lose anyway. You gotta get to a Sky Attack. There is no other way. And Sky Attack. Oh, the catch!
He gets the catch! Incredible play by Bar the Gamer. He's saving his Pangoro for what could be in the back.
Because Colin 6 waited out the clock there, Bar the Gamer was able to switch out. But now the third comes back in. Third's gonna need so much energy though, and I think this is not going to be enough because Pangoro already has energy and it has access to close combat.
This third needs to throw its charge attack and take out the Pangoro before Bar the Gamer gets to a close combat. How much does this Swift do? I don't think it will be enough.
I don't think it will be enough, and Sucker Punch is double resisted, so Pangoro is not bulky, but against a third, it makes it look bulky, and close combat is being loaded. Are you ready for this hard-hitting charge attack? Third has about 80% health. In comes the super effective attack from the Panda.
Boom! And now goes the Ferret, and Panda takes out the Ferret of this game number 1.
So well played. I do think though that if Colin didn't wait out that clock, the switch clock there, then maybe Bar the Gamer may not have even been able to make that catch on the Galarian Corsola. And because the timer was up, he could preserve his Pangoro, and Pangoro was key for Bar the Gamer to win that game.
Incredible to see how without a Ghost type on Colin 6's team, the Pangoro is still so good because there's that Ferret with the
It's the most common Pokemon.
Exactly, with a Dark type fast attack. It's double resisted by Pangoro being a Dark and fighting type. And the reason Ferret is so common is because it's so rare that we see fighting type coverage on other Pokemon. But that Pangoro is relying on that heavy hitting fighting type damage. Colin 6, he is not getting his revenge just yet. He needs to up his game if he wants to take it from Bar the Gamer.
I would actually argue that Pangoro is not just good into third because of fighting type coverage. I think it's good into third because it double resists Sucker Punch. Pangoro is one of the more fragile Pokemon in the meta, but if you double resist and not same type attack bonus fast attack, it will make Pangoro look bulky. And when Pangoro has time and momentum to build to energy, that's when it's at its best, because either it's going to hit for a heavy damage with the close combat, but it also has potential to spam Night Slash, and per Night Slash it's 1 in an 8 chance to get a Night Slash boost and double buff your attack.
We saw that Pangoro get that Night Slash boost, but it was not as
no, he cleared it. He basically cleared it right away with the catch.
He took out the Corviknight and then cleared the entire buff. And so it was not that relevant to that game, but still it shows you the power of the Panda potentially.
We're going to find out what these trains are going to look in. One of them already has made up their mind on what they want to bring. The other one thinking it through a little bit. Can Bar the Gamer knock out the final boss, or is the final boss going to reveal a new trick, a magic trick here? He's gonna need it. Bar the Gamer is leading that Cradilly. It's met up with the Altaria from Colin 6. This is a great lead for the Cradilly. We did see a play yesterday though that Altaria can make this matchup really close in the zero shield scenario to the point where you can get a farm down on one of your Pokemon in the back, and I think that is something Colin might be considering here.
I think Bar the Gamer will look to debuff this Altaria as soon as possible, because you want the Dragon Breaths to do less damage and also finally get some damage onto this Altaria. Colin 6 double shielded it previously. Oh, and he goes double shielding it again.
And that actually drops the attack there, so Altaria is a little bit worse in this match now, going for the Sky Attack just right before the next Rock Tomb, but this won't knock out yet because it's been debuffed.
Bard the Gamer knows that this will not knock out, so he can get to another Rock Tomb and potentially hit this Altaria for heavy damage. Colin6 knows this Altaria is his key to control the Pangoro, so he needs to preserve it. This is doing so much damage.
He's not preserving it. He takes that Rock Tomb, he goes for straight, in comes the Corviknight, which is kind of weak to the Altaria, but now that Altaria is so low health, Corviknight is not exactly weak to that Corviknight anymore, and now Colin swaps into the opposing Corviknight with his own just to soak damage. Do know that 2 payback should barely not be enough to knock out in this mirror matchup.
Look at Colin6's team. Outside of that Altaria, the Corviknight is so tough to deal with for Colin6. Bard the Gamer is utilizing his Corviknight to the utmost of its potential, shielding up a payback here.
And because he had that shield advantage, it's easy to justify using your own shield here, because this Corviknight has to go. He has Clodsire in the back. Corviknight is pretty much the only Pokemon that can hard check that Clodsire. If you look at the backline, it's going to be the third. Now that can we see another catch here? We see the catch attack. Oh, but Colin6 predicted that. And now he gets a Sucker Punch down. But since this Corviknight still has so much health, you only have resisted charge attacks.
This is even better for Bard the Gamer because now he can come back in with a super healthy Corviknight to soak all the energy from the Furret. Colin6 wanted to preserve a shield for the Furret, but it's not that relevant for this Corviknight.
And if you think that this Trailblaze is not the play because it's double resisted, it does boost the Sucker Punch damage from this Furret. Colin6 might just be looking to exert a lot of charge stack pressure in the matchup coming after this. Do you call the Air Cutter or do you shield a payback? He lets the payback go. This does a significant amount of damage, putting this Furret almost into Air Cutter range.
And Colin6 might suspect that there could be a Pangoro in the back still, so he would of course be wary of letting his shields go when there's that high attack Panda in the back, or it could be at least, but here is a Clodsire. It's now revealed. Colin6 now wrapping up the attack on his Furret.
See, here's the thing. That Altaria still has a little bit of health. I don't think you get an easy Poison Sting down on it just yet. You may even get to a Sky Attack on that Altaria. So Bard the Gamer is just looking to soak this damage here, but how many charge attacks can Colin still get off?
This is a double boosted Swift. I would have considered shielding this because the Clodsire is getting
look at how edgy there is though!
And now he needs to shield this payback.
No, he doesn't.
He does not. He does let it go. He's putting it all in his own Corviknight. How healthy is it?
It still has
Can it get to? It gets to the Stone Edge. It will take out this.
I think this is very important because you need to preserve as much HP as possible on your Pokemon in the back. So you want to knock out this Corviknight. In comes his own Corviknight. Corviknight actually also wanted some energy maybe. Colin, he's at the brink of defeat here. Can he get a charge attack off on either of his Pokemon? You definitely don't get a Scent Attack down. Altaria already has some energy and is able to get to the Sky Attack!
You need this Sky Attack to get the final shield. But Bard the Gamer, he's not out of this just yet. This Corviknight is still quite healthy. Can he get rid of the Altaria? He lands the Air Cutter. Colin6. He doesn't like that. Could he have gone for the catch? Maybe. But now comes the Furret. Can the Furret get rid of this Corviknight and potentially without this boost? The Sound Attacks now do so much more damage, and then
Furret takes the game. Colin6. No way, the Clodsire still around. And
it's a tie. The two Pokemon are knocked out at the same time. Colin6, he managed to pull this game back for game 3.
What a game.
What an incredible game. It was so fluid, going back and forth. Bard the Gamer looked to be in the driver's seat.
There was nothing fluid, but everyone was switching. I just lost track which Pokemon is still around.
And how much energy do they have?
Everything was at low health for like a full minute.
And still, I think
the show actually already started, but we had some great matches, and we're gonna get some more great matches coming up very shortly.
Yeah, the show was so good that they decided to just, we want more of this, we're gonna restart the entire thing, and then go for it. We needed a break.
And now we're so back.
Oh, so back. You can tell these trainers, they are ready to put on a show for you viewers. If you want Bard the Gamer to win, let us know in chat. If you're rooting for Colin6, please tell us, because these two trainers, they are really, really looking forward to putting on a show.
There's honestly just a lot to learn from these trainers as well. Colin6, he tied that game, and what looked so tough for him to come back from after Bard the Gamer kept that Corviknight at so much health around. still getting to that tie must be kind of a relief, but you still have to take 2 games back, as Colin and Bar the Gamer will only need 1 win to move on to the top 8.
And who will pull the longest straw in the mind game? That is this matchup between Bar the Gamer and Colin 6. The Altaria is looking so good for Colin. If he keeps it away from the Cradley or the Corsola, then it can really put in so much work against that Corviknight. It doesn't do anything with those sand attacks. And the Pangoro as well, having that resisted karate chops in close combats, forcing the Pangoro over a Night Slash. The Altaria is looking so good for Colin.
And Altaria is just coming every single game, I feel like, from Colin. And this is the lead that he wants. Ferret into Galarian Corsola. Bar the Gamer has to run away, goes into the Corviknight, and he gets out that Altaria. At this point, Colin might already be thinking, what if this is a bait out for the Pangoro?
So Colin 6 might... Oh, he
Let's
fell
go.
for the bait in game number 1. He does not want to do the same again. Now, lets the payback go.
But 2 payback will barely not be enough to knock out just yet. I don't know if the sand attack damage will be enough to put this Altaria into payback range. We're going to see Bar the Gamer put up a Protect Shield. I don't think Colin needs Switch Advantage as much if he gets Shield Advantage here.
So, how can Colin...
this is an air cutter.
Oh, this is an air cutter bait. Will Colin now shield up his Altaria? He will know that the Pangoro could be annoying if the Altaria...
No shields!
Ooh, brave no shield by Colin, but it turned out to be the correct play. Another boost for Bart the Gamer.
But we didn't see Colin throw his energy here. Now he has to put up the Protect Shield. I think otherwise perhaps you could have taken a shield advantage into this matchup, but looks like he wants to hang on to that Altaria a little bit longer. I'm not expecting any catch from Bar the Gamer just yet here, because if he would give up Switch Advantage, the third would be aligned on the Galarian Corsola again. At this point, I think Bar the Gamer has committed to fight for Switch Advantage, but this Altaria can definitely hold Switch Advantage if Colin really wants to.
Colin now, he must realize that this Corviknight...
Oh, let's go!
Let's it go! How is he going to take out this Corviknight easily? It's looking so annoying. He's coming in with his own Corviknight.
And I think with his residual energy, Bar the Gamer is likely even to get to a boosted payback before Colin is... No, it's Charge Attack Birdie time! Just barely!
And Colin wins Charge Attack priority. He relied on his Pokemon to do that. And now he's kept the shield for the Ferret and for that Corviknight. He knows that he can hit this Corsola hard with a payback.
And payback, super effective. Colin 6 is in a pretty decent spot here at this point, but in the back matchup, it might actually come down to who swaps first to get an energy advantage. Because if Cradilly can reach a Rock Tomb before Ferret would reach a Trailblaze, Cradilly will win that matchup.
This is so close, trainers. And Bar the Gamer, he does not want Colin to make a catch on a double resisted Nightshade, so he throws a Power Gem just to make sure that he gets some energy in. And now, here comes the Ferret. There's a Cradley, and Ferret has so much more momentum, so much more...
A shield as well.
Exactly, but Cradley will always get to 2 Rock Tombs in the Zero Shield scenario, unless the Ferret boosted up so early that the Sucker Punches do too much damage. I think the Cradley will get to another Rock Tomb, and Colin, he's banking on the Ferret living though.
I think that you are completely right here. The thing is, though, that Galarian Corsola would then have to expend energy as well. And I don't think that you'll be able to get a charge stack off on both the Corviknight and the Ferret. Colin 6 might be looking in a pretty decent position here.
I think that... Oh, and he barely gets to the Rock Tomb. I think Colin 6 will shield this up. Maybe not. Maybe he goes for the far... Okay, both roads lead to victory for Colin 6 here. He's now facing off against this Corsola. He manages to... Bar the Gamer manages to take out the Ferret, but now there's still a Corviknight in the back, and it has energy.
Corviknight's been very solid in this match so far. It has one of the best defensive typings in the game that you can find, but also has offensive coverage. And Payback is going to deal super effective damage into the Scary Ghost. Final boss, Colin 6. He takes this actually game number 3 to tie up the score.
And now it's 1-1. Bar the Gamer went ahead with a strong lead. Then they went for a tie in game number 2. Now Colin ties up the series with a win here in game number 3. Got incredibly favorable alignment with Furret into that Galarian Corsola.
And no Pangoro from Bard Gamer. I think he's really fearing the Altaria now. But I would not be surprised if Bard Gamer now realizes, wait, if my Corviknight always draws out the Altaria, can I use the Corviknight to free up my Pangoro in the back?
But still though, how does he deal with that Altaria afterwards? Because he really needs to get rid of it with something that can also hang on through the damage. That's only the Corsola.
You want me to make a line right now for Bard Gamer? Here you go. Galarian Corsola, Corviknight, Pangoro.
That was the line he brought in game 1.
No, there you go. It was efficient.
And then he won the game.
Yes, exactly.
So maybe that is the plan for Bard the Gamer. The Corviknight does look very safe for him. It looks so safe that Colin is not bringing his Empoleon, because Empoleon does not have a really good matchup into that Corviknight.
It's scary.
But does that mean that Bard the Gamer can bring his Cradily?
Cradily is a Pokemon that is, you've seen it all over the place in the regional championships. Rock Tomb is just such a good charge stack, dealing a lot of damage, dropping the attack, and many trainers rely on it. Let's see if Bard the Gamer or Colin are going to rely on this Cradily here. And there it is. Oh, but Colin makes the call. There's the Emperor Empoleon.
And Colin nodding his head, this is exactly what he wanted to see. And he has Bard the Gamer's number for this game. The Empoleon building up to a Hydro Cannon, softening it up so it will be easier for Colin to deal with.
This is what we call the chip and dip. Throw a charge deck, then swap out. Going into the Altaria still. Payback's coming through now. We see Colin not use a Protect Shield. I don't think he really cares about switch advantage, because if we look at the back line, we see that he has a Clodsire, and Clodsire is just as good of a counter to that Cradily. Colin 6, I think he made an incredible call here on what Bard the Gamer was going to bring.
And Bard the Gamer will have to hope that it is the Furret in the back, but being weak to Pangoro in the front and back, that would be unusual for Colin 6. So with a Clodsire backline, this is looking so tough for Bard the Gamer.
Going for the perfect time there, throwing a Sky Attack just right before the Rock Tomb. Bard the Gamer knows that this would deal way less damage than the Hydro Cannon from the Empoleon. Colin 6, even though he has 2 answers to the Cradily, still is fine letting this. Or does he use Protect Shield? He's thinking. Does he use Protect Shield? No, he doesn't really care for switch advantage at all here, but goes for the alignment regardless, just in case it's necessary.
And Bard the Gamer will know that how he's a Clodsire player himself. He will know how close this matchup can be in the 2-shield scenario. The Pangoro obviously does not enjoy seeing this Clodsire, but maybe he can get a boost here on the Night Slash.
It would definitely enjoy a Night Slash boost here. It's a 1 in 8 chance per Night Slash being thrown. 4 Karate Chops, 4 Night Slash. It paces incredibly fast, and I think at this point, Colin knows that Pangoro is going to use every protection here, because if you don't, you might just even get Poison Instinct down almost, considering how fragile it is. And look at how Colin is swiping the bubbles here, by the way. He's pretending, just in case his opponent is trying to look, he's pretending to throw an Earthquake, but it was just a Stone Edge.
So Colin 6, he does not want to give Bard the Gamer any way back into this battle. He is going to shield up his Empoleon, but the Pangoro is pacing so quickly. Is now?
You get a catch here. Oh, look at that. Colin waiting pretty long there, but it paid off. We saw Bard the Gamer tap that switch there, but he was stuck in the animation of this Pangoro, and then your switch won't go through. Now, I think that Colin predicted the switch, but it doesn't matter. He has 2 Protect Shields.
And now Colin knows that as long as he can shield up the attacks from this Pangoro, this Empoleon can go on to win him this game behind 2 shields.
And it's a boost, but I think it's a little too late there. Bard the Gamer clears that boost as well, going for the back-to-back here, and Empoleon is loaded with Hydro Cannons here.
And Empoleon, the Emperor, is ready to claim back its crown. Colin 6 with a Drill Peck will take out this Panda, and Colin 6, the final boss, he has not forgotten his old tricks, and he is ready for Top Cut in Gdansk.
That's what he's known for, gatekeeping the competitors from winning the title that he wants so bad. He hasn't won a championship last season, but he's been winning many of them in the seasons before, and now, just like Paula, Colin is going for that redemption, wanting to win a championship this season. Even though he is on the loser side of the bracket, Colin 6 is not an opponent to be underestimated. Everyone who faces the final boss knows that it is very possible you're going to lose to this player.
Colin 6 was the first player in Europe to reach 3 regional titles before anyone else reached 2. And then last season, he did not win a single one. So he's looking to get back to winning again.
And well, this is a great step, winning his first match of the day here. This looked actually super tough. These were 4 matches actually, because the second game resulted in a tie. Colin 6 was on the brink of defeat there, but with all those low health Pokemon, it was getting so close. This Pangoro, by the way, has been, I think, the MVP for Bar the Gamer. It's a Pokemon he relied on so much, and it's cool to see because I think Pangoro is an awesome Pokemon design, and I would love to see it just for how it looks already.
Colin 6 managed to figure out that Bar the Gamer would not... He was punished so hard by the Furret that and the Altaria that he would not keep bringing that Galarian Corsola, and he was never bringing the Feraligatr anyway. So maybe it was time to bring out that Clodsire, Altaria, and then the Empoleon as well, leaving that Furret behind because of how threatening it was there in game number 3. So Colin made exactly the right adjustments, and that is what you see from the champion.
And maybe he just made that call, right? He was like, you know, I think my opponent is going to go back a little bit to like his game 1 line because that worked for him. That's the line he won with, even though that was a Galarian Corsola lead. But I think Colin realized my opponent might know by now that I answer Corviknight with Altaria. Perhaps I should bring an extra check to either the Galarian Corsola or the Cradily, so I have it double covered and I don't need switch advantage as much.
If Bar the Gamer calls Colin to lead that Furret or that Empoleon, if he puts the Pangoro in the lead, I think he's looking pretty good. As you say, or as we've said, the Altaria is the only real check to that Pangoro that he had. Maybe it was time for Bar the Gamer to lead the Pangoro, but in his winners finals, he was punished for leading that Pangoro by Howie and changing up his strategy. So he decided, learning from his previous round, that sticking to his guns is sometimes better because you have spent time evolving a strategy, and then are you just going to throw it out the window just because you won with it? Does not make sense, does it?
I thought maybe he was being afraid of becoming predictable, and Colin is a trainer.
Oh, Bar the Gamer is not afraid.
He's not afraid? Well, unfortunate, because we can't see that anymore now. Colin 6 is a trainer who's got a lot of experience also through local tournaments, and he's met up with many other trainers to get that experience in. If you want to see for yourself where you can find some of these local tournaments and meet up with other trainers to get experience in, or maybe just trades or just win for your own confidence, also possible. It's great for before a regional. We got a little video here just for you.
Hey, do you want to play?
Yeah.
Nice.
One shot?
Wait, that card, yeah.
I'll use twin cannons.
Great game, guys.
Bye. See you next week.
Come play at your local Pokémon League.
Scan this QR code, and just like Colin, perhaps you can find a local championship nearby and you can get that experience in. He uses a lot of interesting cores. What did he play again last time in Belgium?
In Belgium, Colin went to a local. He met up against local trainer Lundberger, also known as Amanda.
We saw her earlier.
Famous from the broadcast. Colin was running that Halloween hat Froakie with paired with Swirlix, and that water and fairy combination is very strong.
So good.
And it completely took Amanda 100% out of the game. She had no opportunity to even fight back against Colin 6.
Yeah, I remember. I was there. And Amanda asked us not to tell... Oh, oops. We were not supposed...
I completely forgot that she even mentioned that. Oh, unfortunately.
Oopsie.
Anyway,
well, let's go to the next battle here. We have Tunant on the left, Galaxy Bolton on the right. What can you tell us about these trainers?
I think... I know that this is Tunante's first ever official tournament. He was so close to beating Polasha.
He played so good.
He played so well, and then it came down to a charge attack priority in the end. He's up against a veteran, Gdansk Bolton, who is in the top of the EU leaderboard. If with the points that Gdansk Bolton can get here for that top 8 spot, he might be #1 going into the LAIC, before LAIC, and then maybe get the travel award.
For the EUIC.
Exactly.
The in-region travel award for the first 2 top 4 players on that championship points leaderboard for the EUIC will get a prize package of $2,000. That's very nice to go to London.
Absolutely. I would love $2,000 to go to London.
And if you get 5th to 8th, man, you just miss out on 2,000. But you still get 1,000.
Well, and like when you are at that EUIC in London, hotel prices could be up to $2,000. So I think that
if you're going expensive.
Yeah. So that could come in handy for Gdansk Bolton if he manages to get this top gun. And Tunante, he as a brand new player into this circuit, he has a lot to prove, and he wants to show it here, what he's got up against this veteran. I'm sure he has been making plans of how to deal with this trainer.
Honestly, he already kind of proved in his first match today.
Absolutely.
He's wicked at this game. Definitely has reached the legend rank before. This trainer got so close to knocking out one of Europe's best, but now he can try to redeem himself and see if he can take a different kind of European's best. It's definitely Superior's strongest warrior.
But how? This Superior is looking pretty good into Tunante, in my opinion.
You gotta bring the Altaria, perhaps, even though you also have poison-type coverage.
Ooh.
Looks like we have the Shadow Malamar lead, though, for Tunante. It's meta with the Tinkaton, and looks like Tunante is very much accounting for the Superior, because I feel like he brought his best answers, that Altaria is lurking in the back, and I think Gdansk Bolton knows he goes for the superpower. Do we see the switch here? I think you have to get out after this, but it might risk that your Altaria later will be aligned against a Tinkaton.
And now Tinkaton will throw the Bulldoze immediately into this Empoleon to soften it up. I like this throw from Gdansk Bolton, because now coming into the Altaria, when he gets the defense debuff as well, that means these Dragon Breaths will do a lot more damage.
Empoleon is quite fragile. I would not be surprised if Gdansk Bolton takes some damage here, and then with the Dragon Breath damage, a Sky Attack instead of a full Flamethrower would knock out. No, he goes for the Flamethrower, is not taking any chance. At this point, Sky Attack, I think, would have been close, but may barely not have been knocking out just yet. Looks like Tunante wants to get another Charge Attack off, though. He needs this Empoleon potentially for the Tinkaton later as well, because he has Shadow Malamar and Altaria. Both don't line up super well into a Fairy-type Pokemon. Gdansk Bolton not putting up any protections just yet, though, which I think is super annoying for Tunante.
And this Altaria, the catch! And a catch on the Malamar! But this, I mean, Gdansk Bolton is happy getting some damage on that Malamar too. How can Gdansk Bolton deal with both of these Pokemon? He's going back into the Tinkaton, and Tinkaton will outpace the Malamar.
Now the clock is going to be locked for a little bit. Tunante can bring back in that Empoleon. Empoleon resists Fairy Wind, so you have a little bit of time, but Empoleon does have a lot of health. If Gdansk Bolton decides to use Protect Shields here, it will actually be able to preserve this Tinkaton, but I don't think Gdansk Bolton, is he going to value this Tinkaton? No, he's putting it all on his Galarian Corsola in the back.
This is so risky from Gdansk Bolton. If there was a Ferret in the back, this game is over already. Gdansk Bolton, he's banking on Tunante not bringing that Ferret in the back.
In comes a Hydrocan, and Gdansk Bolton knows, if I look at the team of my opponent, Hydrocan is what's going to hit the hardest, and at this point you're really hoping it's not the Ferret in the back, it's going to be the Altaria. And Galarian Corsola has a pretty fine matchup here, because you have Power Gem coverage. Tunante just swapped, so it's going to be a while before the timer is going to be up.
I don't think throwing the Power Gem is the play here.
Well,
I think
you need 3 Charge Stacks.
You need 3 Charge Stacks, and 3 Nightshades are cheaper than 3 Power Gems. So I would have gone for the Nightshades, but this is Gdansk Bolton's game to play. He has proven himself that he's in position to get here. He just needs to make sure that...
Oh, I think that was almost an entire Astonish sneak there. Galarian Corsola doesn't pace exactly very quick, though. I think at this point, do you commit to a potential Power Gem plus Dragon Breath knockdown?
The Gdansk Bolton's Altaria is so low, though. I think he just wants to go for Astonish.
Yeah, I think you get Astonish damage and then go into your Altaria. No, he gets the Astonish down entirely. Gdansk Bolton playing out of his mind. It's a good thing he didn't do what you did, because 2 Power Gem definitely was the player. Gdansk Bolton takes game number 1.
Don't listen to me, Gdansk Bolton. That would have potentially lost you the game. Letting Tunante potentially get to a switch, a sacrificial swap in, that could have been detrimental. So going for the Power Gem, just go for the easiest way out, because that certainly was the way to victory.
I think it's easy to underestimate the damage output from Galarian Corsola because it's so bulky, and besides Astonish, it generally just doesn't hit hard. So I can imagine that you're like, yeah, maybe 3 Charge Attacks might be better here, because 2 Power Gem or 1 Power Gem won't be enough with Astonish down. But in this case, Galarian Corsola seemed to be good enough to just pull off that exact play for Gdansk Bolton, and it paid off to win this first game against Tunante. But Tunante, we've seen how good he is. Can he make a comeback?
It will be so tough for Tunante here. Gdansk Bolton up a game. That is someone that you need to knock out of his
He's
chair.
going to play Superior now, right? Like,
of course he's going to play Superior. Do you know who this player is?
Yes, but I feel like even when Superior is risky sometimes, because I think Gdansk Bolton knows that Altaria is pretty much always coming, that when he's 1 point up, that's when I feel like Gdansk Bolton is the most likely to bring out the Superior. Honestly, if I could, I would run a poll right now. Do you think he's bringing Superior?
Honestly,
Chat, let me know.
Honestly, the Superior looks terrible here. It's not great into Cradley, Altaria, fine into Ferret and Empoleon.
Yeah, but it's Gdansk Bolton. Do you know who this is?
I know. And there could be a Superior, but then I would call him crazy. And he might be crazy because he is playing the Superior in the worst meta Superior might have ever seen. But here he has brought the Tunante's brother Ferret, and we see a Greninja. This is terrible for Tunante.
Well, in the zero shield scenario, it's a little bit playable, right?
But who plays Greninja in the zero shields?
Exactly. No one is going to do that. You could potentially pull a shield here as Tunante and then maybe swap out into Empoleon, see what happens. But yes, I agree, this is not a great matchup. We already see Tunante put up his first Protect Shield, though. Do you bait here with the Swift? You're going to need a Trailblaze to knock out, but Swift is already going to do a lot of damage because Greninja is quite fragile.
And Gdansk Bolton, he knows that he has 2 bulky Pokemon in the back, and then he has this Greninja. He does not... Oh, and there he tries to go for a catch Tunante. Oh. Gdansk Bolton answers directly with Altaria. And this is because Altaria will consistently win the 0-1 shield scenario against an Empoleon as long as you can land a Flamethrower.
Well, thank you for explaining.
No worries.
I do think... Yeah,
actually, the 1 shield scenario Empoleon might win if it can get to 3 drill packs.
Because this Empoleon pace is much quicker. This Flamethrower is not the same type of attack bonus. Altaria is very bulky. I don't think this even puts Empoleon into the red here.
But it's close, though.
And the Dragon Breaths are not going to add up. I think that Empoleon is going to win this 0 shield scenario. Can Altaria outpace to a Sky Attack here?
It will.
Will it matter? Because
Altaria will get to a second Sky Attack, always. And that is why Gdansk Bolton, he's coming in. He's either getting a shield advantage here or an incredibly low Empoleon.
You can't shield here, though.
You cannot shield.
Because Greninja has so much energy. It's almost... You cannot stack 3 Night Slash, but Greninja is close to almost having 3 Night Slash here.
And now Gdansk Bolton knows he needs to come in with the Greninja. He has double Hydro Cannon loaded, and this is looking detrimental for Tunante.
Do you use a protection here? This is exactly what Greninja is for, to spam those charge attacks with Gdansk Bolton. There's absolutely 0 chance he's going to let this Ferret obliterate his Galarian Corsola. He goes for the Hydro Cannon right away. It's going to hang on to 1 more water. It's not even going to hang on to his Water Sugar. I think you lose the second charge attack.
The energy is gone for Tunante because this Water Shuriken knocks out. Now, this Greninja can Hydro Cannon this Ground-type Clodsire, and there's a bulky Ghost in the back.
At this point, I think as Tunante, you're hoping that there is a Shadow Talonflame in the back, maybe a Tinkaton. Please let there be one of those Pokemon. In comes Galarian Corsola. Tunante knows the writings on the wall. He's not even going for a charge attack. Gdansk Bolton is going for the Nightshades.
No respect for that Ferret. Galarian Corsola shows why it is the prime Pokemon to bring in this meta. Tunante, an incredible showing in his first ever tournament. But when Gdansk Bolton brought in that Greninja, it was too tough for him.
He is so good.
So good.
When he doesn't play Superior.
When he leaves the Superior on the bench, nothing can stop him.
That Greninja, this is what Greninja really is for. To just throw off opponents who are not expecting it, and if you go a little bit soft into it, Greninja is the kind of Pokemon which you cannot go soft into, because Greninja players use 2 Protect Shields. They're gonna make sure that Greninja wins the matchup with like 50% health and just spam Hydro Cannon, Hydro Cannon, Hydro Cannon, Hydro Cannon, Hydro Cannon.
And that is the goal of all the Greninja players, to get it in a decent position and then just punish the opponent so hard for not respecting it. But if you get Greninja in the wrong spot, that might cost you the game entirely.
It's hard to bring Greninja into a team that has something like a Fortress. But if you look at the team from Tunante, the best answer that he has is that Altaria. That's why we saw the Altaria, because Tunante was hoping to catch either the Superior or the Greninja, but the Altaria never found that alignment. So Greninja could just really pop off in that second game.
And luckily, Galaxico Bolton did not listen to the advice of a completely washed player here at the desk.
Well, you also threw Aqua Tail at EUIC, so I can see where it's coming from.
Never listen to the advice of Aqua Tail throwing players. And here, Galaxico Bolton in game number 2, the Corsola was what finished the game, but Greninja was the match-winning Pokemon.
I must say, though, I really wish we got to see more of Tunante today.
Oh,
like,
yes, I
after
agree.
his showing versus Paulasha, and yesterday on day 1, making that run all the way to the winners finals, he has shown a lot of potential, and I'm really hoping that Tunante thinks to himself, perhaps I should be attending more of these. If I can play the way I did against some of these other opponents, maybe I can be one of those players winning a medal or even the entire thing.
He will go home thinking about this game against Galaxico Bolton, not having the best feeling, but that game against Paulasha, even though those games that are so close that if I could have done this, then I would have won. Maybe if I did that, those matches are so painful, but I find comfort in those games as well, because then I feel like I have an opportunity, I have a shot. But those games against Galaxico Bolton is way easier to let it go, because I didn't have a chance.
Sometimes alignment can be so punishing.
Exactly.
Team building, like, yes, you have to build a team of 6, but when you have that team of 6, then you have to pick 3 out of 6, and picking the right order, picking which Pokemon, and developing the strategy, even in case of a bad lead. It all comes together, and the trainer who does this the best is going to win.
And that was Galaxico Bolton for this round, and he is a trainer with such a deep
understanding
of the game,
of the Superior,
especially. He has such an understanding of how to swipe on the screen that it's so hard.
The way him and RGR do that, I cannot.
I watch that all day. I try to replicate it. Not possible.
It's
not possible.
It's a skill on its own. But speaking of skill, these 2 trainers, Boom versus Howie, a trainer from Belgium, a trainer from the Netherlands.
Ooh, rivals.
Rivals, kind of. We saw a Spanish player versus a trainer, a Portuguese trainer earlier. That's also kind of a rivalry. Now we have these 2 trainers here. And Boom is a trainer in his first championship. He won it all. The second championship, he got to top 8. Howie is kind of on the opposite there. He played in a lot of championships, has the experience. On a good day, I think Howie is one of the best players in the world, but so far, he hasn't had a good day yet. Perhaps today is a good day.
And Howie, with his weird team, it is so hard to know what Howie's going to do, because the Pokemon are so awkward compared to what the other people are bringing here. So is the Dusknoir coming? Maybe the Fortress? Oh, that Fortress does so much fast attack damage. Then the Azumarill is so tanky, but the Furret as well. There's so much fast attack pressure on Howie's team here. Is it only the Azumarill that has less than 4 damage per turn on their fast attacks?
The only unconventional thing I really find about Howie's team, he doesn't have an actual ground-type Pokemon. Yes, we see the Steelix there, it's a Steel and ground-type Pokemon, but he has no ground-type coverage on that Pokemon. He only has that on the Fortress, and Centum is not a strong ground-type charge attack. So that's why we saw him struggle earlier into a Pokemon like Clodsire. And I think that Unova Stunfisk can also be a little bit challenging, although In that case, you have to third with Trailblaze coverage.
I actually have no idea how Howie has made it this far with his team, because his team looks just so weak to opposing ground types.
It does. It really does. Well, you have the Azumarill to cover Marowak, and you can also take energy from potential Gastrodon. But Gastrodon has not made it far. It's the Unnovan Stunfisk and the Clodsire, two ground-type Pokemon that are actually weak to opposing ground-type Pokemon. And it's going to be a challenge for Howie to overcome that. But let's see if Boom can get the calls correct here. We're going to go into game number 1. It's going to be Altaria for Boom, and he's leading it into the Shadow Steelix for Howie. This is a pretty decent lead for Howie because you resist Dragon Breath, but keep in mind, Altaria has access to Flamethrower.
And this is, we see a double steel type lead from Howie. He's banking on not seeing that Unnovan Stunfisk in the lead because he does not have that Earthquake on the Steelix either. He goes immediately for the debuff to try to soften up this Altaria to make it more manageable.
And now the Flamethrower is coming through. I think this does about 50% health. Steelix is in its Shadow variant here, so it will take a little bit more damage than its regular variant would, but still very, very bulky. In comes the Unnovan Stunfisk. Howie answers with the Shadow Dusknoir. This is one of his favorite Pokemon to use, but it's not exactly a matchup that Dusknoir consistently wins here.
It's not bad either. Dusknoir has a high damage output with a heavy hitting fast attack and a good charged attack selection in Dynamic Punch and Shadow Punch. How he goes for that consistency of Shadow Punch, I don't think Boom will shield up this Stunfisk.
The less shields there are being used, the worse this kind of is for Dusknoir, because the Unnovan Stunfisk already is at a charge attack here. Wow, that's some timing there. Does Howie want to use a protection here? I think you want to get a little bit more output from this Dusknoir. But the thing is, if you use Protect Shields, that Altaria's Flamethrower is looking very scary into your fortress.
And Howie needs to realize that he cannot let the Altaria get off multiple Flamethrowers, so he cannot realistically shield this.
You cannot shield this as Howie. Boom is putting a lot of input to the protection.
He does, but how is he now going to deal with this Altaria?
Can you get to a Shadow Punch here? It will be crucial, game deciding potentially, because this damage is incredibly important. Do you now go back in the Steelix? If you hard swap here, your Steelix then will be locked into the Unnovan Stunfisk, which you cannot farm down exactly. The Steelix, it gets to the Psychic Fangs. Looks like Boom is not even throwing the Charge Sack just yet.
And Boom is just letting this go. He wants to use this Florges to win out this game, but it will take some.
Oh, I like this because this is an opportunity to boost your own stats. He's going for the Charge Sack 30 tie on the Trailblaze. Even though Chilling Water is super effective, there's no point debuffing the attack of a Pokemon that's about to faint.
And therefore, it's way better to buff your own attack. Now, this Florges is a lot more threatening to that fortress in the back.
I actually really love this play from Boom, because if you look at the line from Howie, there's nothing that really takes, well, the energy from a boosted Florges here. The timer is barely not up yet, so Boom goes immediately for the Chilling Water to cool off this fortress. The resisted Bug Bites now will do even less damage, but the fortress has Rock Tomb of its own. And I don't remember how much energy there was left on the Unnovan Stunfisk here too.
I think Howie needed to bait here. He needed to go for the Sand Tomb to try to soften up this Florges and also making the Bug Bites do more damage. But no, he goes for the Rock Tomb. Now the Florges will outpace heavily.
And we see no catch attempt there just yet from Howie. Going for another Chilling Water here. Boom is only 2 Fairy Wind off another Charge Sack. I think it will barely outpace this Fortress here. Do we see a catch attempt here from Howie? No, we do not see the catch attempt. I think Howie either lost count here or he was trying to predict. Boom predicting Howie trying to catch there, but it doesn't pay off. The Dusknoir doesn't have enough health. It's gonna go down to a couple of Fairy Winds. Boom! Takes game number 1.
And Boom, there we go, trainers. This is 1-0 for Boom 2-0. Can Howie take back one more game? I thought when Boom let that Altaria go, that was looking better for Howie.
Yeah, and if he shielded, he had the Flamethrower.
In my opinion, Howie's win condition here is baiting that Sand Tomb and going straight for another Sand Tomb, because then you either don't get the shield on first one, yes, but then you will get to, you will land that Sand Tomb and the Bug Bites will start adding up.
If we just think of the line that Boom brought here, the odds of Howie bringing Steelix in the lead and then having Azumarill in the back are very, very low, because Unova and Stunfisk would also deal super effective damage into the Azumarill. Your Azumarill will be weakened. So I kind of liked the swap of Boom there of the Altaria. Altaria just with the energy.
He led the Altaria.
You're right. Yes. You're right.
He swapped the Unova and Stunfisk into the Steelix, did he not? Yes, he did. And
He
then
did.
he faced off with the Dusk Noir.
You're right. I've mixed it up. Regardless, I still think that's something to keep in mind here, because Howie cannot really swap in Azumarill behind energy on the Unovan Stunfisk, unless he wants to take some risk there. And I think now as Howie, you also kind of got the message, okay, my opponent's going to rely more on the Florges. Florges might be the Pokemon to deal with.
I think the Furret needs to come out from Howie, needs to control this Unovan Stunfisk, and is also pretty neutral into Boom's team as long
there
as...
it is.
Oh, here we go. As long as he can keep it away from the Florges, the Furret is looking pretty good.
We see again double steal from Howie in the back, but the first Altaria is very bulky. It has a decent matchup into this Furret right here, but Howie has played so much with this Pokemon before, and I think as Howie also probably already can guess, there's going to be the Florges in the back. Let's see if Boom can set up the Florges like he did in game number 1, because I feel like that was the key to success for him.
I think Howie has now made a
protection
great
already.
Oh, is he protecting his normal type Furret?
And he sets up the Florges just like that, because now the Florges has a shield advantage. What do you swap in here? Both your steel types. There's no Scissor. There's 2 steel types on the team of Howie. None of them is Scissor, so both Pokemon are not going to appreciate this matchup. Even though you resist Fairy Wind, Chilling Water comes out so quickly from this Fairy type Pokemon Florges. Look at that. Two will almost knock out here, and the Florges spaces so quickly.
At least these Psychic Fangs can counteract the defense drop that you get from the Chilling Water. That means the Steelix might be able to still take this Chilling Water and Thunderfang down the Florges, coming out potentially with a Psychic Fangs and soften up that Altaria.
Another Chilling Waters coming through. The timer's up, and looks like Boom goes immediately for the farm down here. Gets the farm. No, he gets to the Psychic Fangs!
Barely for Howie. Boom not happy with that. This will give the Furret an opportunity to farm down this Altaria.
But where do you use your Protect Shield now? Because, again, if you kind of need the shield for the Fortress, but let's take a look here. Boom still has 2 protections as well. Letting the Sky Tech go. I like this play from Howie.
I do too. This Fortress does not need a...
Oh, he keeps the energy though. But this Altaria... Oh, this is only a Sky Tech. Does Howie know, or is he going to put up the Protect Shield here? If he knows it's a Sky Tech, he might let this go. And he puts out the Protect Shield on the Sky Attack.
But there is a Furret in the back. And yes, it has 2 shields. But when Fortress now starts debuffing it with Sand Tomb, Howie, then these Bug Bites will do so much, and the energy from Furret goes nowhere. Great shielding up that Sky Attack.
But I feel like if you would go for the Rock Tomb here, that the damage output from the Furret would be way less. Now you're way more prone to the Charge Attacks and the Sucker Punches from this Furret. I think you need to get both shields and then try to get your own Swift off on this opposing Furret. Howie is shaking his head. He's not exactly happy about it. In comes another Sand Tomb. Does Boom shield as he knows there's a Swift on the opposing Furret. I don't think you can use the protection here, and he doesn't.
And now Howie, how can he play? Hey, he goes. Oh, he goes for...
Interesting.
He wants to get rid of the shield, but
I don't think you get to another Charge Attack on the Fortress here.
I think it's all about fast move from Howie right now. And he wanted to get these Sucker Punches into the opposing Furret. This Swift, will it be enough to knock out? I don't think so.
No, but you're 2 Sucker Punch off another one here. And I think that Fortress doesn't deal enough damage, even though this Furret has been debuffed there. Boom! He gets to another Swift!
And even though Howie had his number, he got the calls right. Boom is not even dropping a single Pokemon in this game number 2. And Boom goes 2-0 yet again.
Excellent strategy there from last year's Lille Regional Champion, combining the synergy of Florges and Altaria there, because both the steel types of Howie, none of them were Scissor. And Scissor is the one Pokemon that really pressures both Altaria and Florges. But without those, you can set them up so easily, because Altaria pulls the shield, you swap in the Florges, you debuff the opponent, you come back in with the Altaria, you get energy, the energy is good everywhere. And Boom utilizes strategy so well.
And boom, the Prince of PvP has secured him another medal. Who can stop him right now? He is in winners finals, and that is guaranteed top 3.
That's a medal.
That's a medal, it is.
2 medals, 3 tournaments.
Incredible. And his worst ever performance is top 8. I mean, this...
I've seen worse.
I've seen my own record, and that's certainly worse.
Makes me kind of doubt myself now, but Boom is definitely not a player to doubt here. How we tried with those double steel lines, I think he had the call correctly. I just think the Pokemon for Boom were just way too good. Perhaps he needed to lean a little bit more into the Azumarill, which has some play into Florges, but it definitely checks the Altaria. But Howie didn't bring the Azumarill, so he never had that alignment with that Pokemon. He relied on the Fortress and the Steelix, but both Pokemon only do so-so into the Altaria.
Look at Boom's team. There's Unova Stunfisk, Florges, there's an Altaria, there's a Steelix, a Corviknight, and a Furret. None of these Pokemon are resisting ice and water. Azumarill with Hydro Pump would have been incredible into that team. I think, and I've been saying this for a few weeks now, Hydro Pump Azumarill is the way to go in this meta because there aren't that many targets for Play Rough right now.
What do you drop then? Ice Beam?
Play Rough. You want the double hit on the Altaria, you want the super effective hit on Cradley. With Hydro Pump, you beat Bastiodon, you beat Galarian Corsola, and you really hurt that Corviknight.
You were here last week. Did you forget that there was a Blastoise meta? I don't think you can afford...
Ice Beam Blastoise, yes!
I don't... No, there was also Skull Bash. I don't think you can afford to drop
you need
Play
to
Rough.
cover the Blastoise somewhat.
No, here's what you need. You need 3 charge stacks.
Here's what you need. Be quiet, Mark. Okay. You need to listen to the great advice coming from this side of the desk.
The guy who said 3 Nightshade instead of 2 Power Gem. Let's go to the next matchup.
PvP David is ready to take on Palasha. Even though PvP David is one of the younger trainers here, he has a deep record already. But Palasha, she is one of the greats. She had not the greatest season last year, but now she looks ready to claim back the throne as the queen of PvP.
And PvP David did have a fantastic season last year, so I have high expectations of him as well here. We see again that Altaria and the Florges, they apparently make a really good core, as Boom just showed us, and the only thing that really breaks that is going to be that Scissor. Florges has really made a huge impact on this meta. Mono Fairy typing is incredibly strong, and then it also has water and grass type coverage.
There's no Scissor on Palasha's team. There is that Shadow Gyarados who's now made it into the winners semifinals.
And a Fortress, but we saw Fortress, it's too slow.
It's too slow, and it's not that great into the Florges. Once Florges start debuffing that Fortress.
We're gonna see what these trainers are going to look in for this match. Let us know in the chat what you think, who is going to take this matchup. Is it going to be the real Dragon Altaria, or is it going to be the pseudo Dragon Gyarados, Shadow Gyarados, that's going to win this game? Paula has been relying a lot on that Pokemon before, as we saw against Tunanta. And keep in mind that this is also a winner semis. The winner of this match will qualify for the top 3, will secure at least a top 3 meta, and they will face Boom 20 in the winners final.
What a team they have constructed, Boom and PvP David. And if David can beat out Palasha here, then 2 similar teams will face out in the winners finals. That's why sometimes it's worth giving up some strategy to an opposing trainer, because even though, yes, you give up your strategy, you are bringing together the brightest minds of the PvP community, and that might take you to winners finals before you're facing the opponent with that knows all these strategies.
But from here, it's going to be a gauntlet, though, because I think if with Boom, PvP David, and Palasha, we can say with confidence these are some of Europe's absolute top tier. If I had to send a team of 3 players to the World Championships to represent Europe, these 3 could be on that list.
And we just saw Boom knock down Howie. He's also made it so far in this tournament, but now PvP David, Palasha, and Boom, those are the 3. Or Palasha and David, they want the opportunity to fight Boom in that winners finals. And Palasha, she's plotting, she's thinking, how can she deal with those 2 flying types, the fairy type Florges, that Ferret, the Ferret, and that Unova Stunfisk.
We're gonna find out. Game number 1 is gonna start in this top tier game. It's gonna be the Florges from PvP David. It's gonna be the Fortress from Paulasha. This is a rather more neutral matchup than you think. Both Pokemon deal resisted fast attack damage. I think PvP David is rather fine to see the Fortress here though, because he has Scissor and Furret in the back. Both Pokemon are not exactly a fan of Fortress either.
PvP David has decided to disrespect this Fortress. Fortress can win against all of these Pokemon, but it cannot beat all 3 at the same time. And for PvP David, this is the best spot to have that Fortress on the floor just so we can start debuffing.
In comes that Rock Tomb to make sure that this Florges will deal less damage. Fortress is okay in this match right here. It's just a little bit slower, but I think PvP David is just trying to set up like these Shadow Caesars. Shadow Caesar with that energy advantage looks pretty good into the team of Paulasha, only really fearing Unova Stunfisk.
But Paulasha also has to be happy with his lead because the backline of Shadow Gyarados and Furret also does not want to see that Florges anywhere.
Chilling Water doesn't look out this Fortress just yet, and farming up perfectly here. I think a Sand may almost have been enough here as well, but Paulasha...
Let's not take that risk.
Yeah, exactly. Paulasha is not taking any risks here.
And now PvP David gets to decide what he can come in with.
Scissor is looking so incredibly good with that energy advantage. She goes into the Furret instead. I think here the decision for Paula is quite easy. You kind of have to make a call on what's going to be in the back, but Furret takes the energy much easier.
And now PvP David has a Sucker Punch head start. That means that he will outpace, but Paulasha will always get to 2 Swifts in this mirror matchup. So, PvP David, how will he play this out? He will try to get this Furret low before maybe coming in with his Scissor. And then the 2-shield scenario, the Bullet Punches on a Shadow Gyarados will do a lot.
I would not be surprised if David is going to preserve some energy at some point and then swap out. Paula is just trying to set up the Gyarados here. She's hoping that there is no Unovan Stunfisk in the back. The Gyarados will otherwise win everything else in 2 shields. Goes for the Swift. I don't think it matters even. Oh, but I like this play from PvP David because Dragon Breath will do way less damage than this Swift. But since Scissor is fragile, can you get a Dragon Breath down here as the Gyarados? He goes for the Trailblaze because he wants to boost the fast attack damage here. Now, I don't think you might even be able to get to 2 charge attacks though as the Scissor.
But PvP David, I don't think he's going for the charge attacks to win out this game. I think he wants to Sucker Punch down this Gyarados. Now, that might have been a misplay. He could have gone for a double Night Slash maybe.
We'll see. If you can get a Dragon Breath down here, I think that Paula might have this game. Can you get to the charge attack? Oh, he doesn't even go for it. He's going for the fast attack pressure. Can Gyarados get to 2 charge attacks here? I think one more Sucker Punch might do the job. If Gyarados hangs on, it will get to another Aqua Tail.
And Gyarados just needs to hang on through this Sucker Punch, and he barely gets there! Paulasha is so happy with her trusted Gyarados. Look how close that was, and PvP David grimacing. He did not bank on the Gyarados living that Sucker Punch.
If you thought this Pokemon looked scary in Legends ZA, it just took out 2 Pokemon of PvP David. Shadow Gyarados is an absolute menace. I remember that you talked about this Pokemon at the start of the season, but then almost no one brought it. Is it now the time? Your prediction might be 2 months late, but I think this might be the time. It's the Gyarados era.
Look at how good this Gyarados is. It has the Aqua Tail, super effective on Unovan Stunfisk, even though that's a terrible matchup.
Yeah,
obviously.
you don't want to be in there.
But it can play into the Furret. It's pretty good into that Scizor. It has the Dragon Breath for the Altaria, and it resists the Sand attacks from the Corviknight. So Paulasha will highly likely bring that Gyarados every game.
And for that reason, do you risk bringing the Furret? Paulasha kind of covers the Unovan Stunfisk because it's kind of hard covered by Paulasha. She has the Florges, the Cradily, the Furret, and then the other 2 Pokemon are not even weak into an opposing Unovan Stunfisk, so it's kind of difficult to risk that. But as Paulasha, do you predict that your opponent is now thinking, should I bring the Unovan Stunfisk? We're gonna find out in game number 2. Can PvP David make the comeback, or will Paula pull through with a 2-0 victory? This is a pretty decent lead for PvP David as Florges resists the Sucker Punch fast attack damage, but I think Paula's just fine with this matchup right here because now the Gyarados avoids this Florges.
But PvP David, he must have studied this matchup, going for the Trailblaze first to boost up his attacks. Fairy-type Florges resist the Sucker Punches, and winning charge attack priority puts this Florges in a commanding position against this Ferret.
And also in Charge Security tie, I'm not sure if the next Trailblaze is going to knock out here, however, and PP David knows that, so he's going to build up more energy and just be really, really annoying with this Florges that can debuff the opponent.
So Florges here building up more to make sure to outpace in the back. Now it's buffing up its attack again. Palasha, she's not respecting this Florges. She does not want to shield her Ferret. She is putting her shields on the Gyarados.
Against her set against Tunanta, I believe 6 shields were used on Shadow Gyarados. That might become even more.
I see a trend.
I see a trend coming, yeah. Chilling Waters coming through. This is double boosted, so it still does, actually it does less than I thought it would. I think you can get to another one though, because Florges is so quick to its charge checks. I think Paula's still not going to shield. Nope, it's Gyarados. Now, if there's Unova Stunfisk, you lose at this point, but Paula, there is no Unova Stunfisk in the back. In comes that Gyarados, and I think PP David predicted that Paula would switch here, going for the Trailblaze again, which is interesting, because otherwise I think he would get to 2 charge tech on charge tech priority, but looks like PP David is just valuing the fast attack damage more.
I don't think PvP David is going to throw another charge attack in this game. Now Palasha has, and he decides to shield up his now boosted Scizor. Can Palasha throw the Aqua Tail immediately, or will she build up again? Oh, she's throwing it immediately.
She doesn't want to take another boosted Bullet Punch damage. You now have to try as much as possible as you can with your 2 low health Pokemon. Yes, but this Ferret in the back. The thing is, you have a Protect Shield. What do you do with it though when you're in range of a few Sucker Punch? Can you even get to another charge? Like PP David still has a potential catch. Does he go for the catch? No, he does not. Can you now get to a Rock Tomb on the Fortress? The Fortress has some energy still.
But the Fortress is so low. Can it withstand the Sucker Punches? Oh, it's getting there.
Oh, the catch though! What a tremendous play by PvP David!
What a moment! Palasha, she could have avoided this. Bug biting down the Florges, but PvP David knew exactly when to pull the trigger. And now we see Ferret closing out this game number 2.
That was a game-winning catch right there, ladies and gentlemen. A bow down for PvP David, making that catch against one of the best players in the world. That is a hard thing to do, but Paolo was also like at a point where you have to throw your energy there, because if you don't, the Ferret Sucker Punches down the Fortress. So PvP David knew, okay, it's either going to be this Bug Bite or this other Bug Bite that the charge attack is going to be launched. So I'm guessing it's going to be this one, and it was a catch.
That catch from PvP David inspired me so much. Keeping track of Fortress's energy, even though he threw 2 Chilling Waters into it previously, and then there was a swap, and then the Fortress came back in, and then counting the 1-turn fast attacks to catch at the perfect moment. That just shows how skilled PvP David is.
I don't think he even needed to catch anymore. I think he was just like, well, you feint to another Sucker Punch. You have to throw right now.
Yeah.
I'm just going to swap. I don't even know where you're at. Maybe you have a Boom Burst for all I care. I'm just going to swap at this point because you have to throw a charge stack.
And PvP David, he found the recipe for success, going for the same line now 2 times in a row. Is this the 3rd time? And we see the Cradley from Palasha not lined up against the Scizor.
And we see the Scizor coming in. Paula, I know that Gyarados spaces very quickly, but this Fortress takes the Bullet Punch damage much better. However, if this Scizor can get a Night Slash boost, this might get real nasty for Paula. Keep in mind that the Cradily is looking really good as well for her. No boost there might be crucial. Do you throw your charge stack before the next Night Slash? Yes, you do. But I think PvP David, I would not be surprised if he double shields here, because he needs this Cradily. Oh, sorry, the Scizor for the Cradily.
If the Scizor can shield up a Rock Tomb, then it will win this 1-shield scenario.
But no shields.
Not scared.
It makes sense. You can only use them on Gyarados. That's the rule.
Not scared to let go of this Fortress. Can it get to a Sand Tomb? No. It will be Bullet Punch down by this Scizor. But now we see the Gyarados. PvP Dave throws the energy here. This is brilliant because he does not...
no shield! This is a huge goal! Perhaps she's predicting the Unova stuff is in the back. In comes the Florges, in comes the Cradily. But now this Cradily has an opportunity to debuff this... the Florges has an opportunity to debuff the Cradily by a lot. And then your Unova Stunfisk suddenly isn't that bad anymore.
And PvP David, he is realizing that this Cradily has to throw a charge attack to get rid of this Scizor. That means getting low on the Scizor is not that scary, because the Cradley still needs to throw a charge attack to get rid of it.
Actually, after this, if you were to shield this Drill, no, she does not, because again, the rule is only shield on Gyarados. That's the rule in this match for Paula, but little does she know, there's a Unova Stunfisk in the back. She's trying to go for a full acid down. The thing is, that Scissor, you cannot acid it down just yet. I think you have to use a protection at least here. She's breaking the rule. She's breaking the rule. All right, Chilling Water being shielded up. In comes the Gyarados. In comes the Unova Stunfisk. Gyarados gets the Dragon Breath down though, which might be huge. But let's see, can you get the 2 charge attacks here? I don't think Gyarados can hang on long enough here. This is a great opportunity for the Unova Stunfisk to gather a lot of energy. And if it can outpace the Cradily to multiple charge attacks, BFB David might win this game. But I think what you should even be more worried about is that Scissor that's still hanging around. BFB David knows. In comes the Scissor. This is a catch. Great, but you're just going to shield this, because acid is double resistant, bullet punch is super effective.
PvP David does not care about this energy, he just wants the bullet punches on this Cradley, and he takes it. Winners finals for PvP David. He's facing off against Boom in winners. They crafted this team together and they both look unbeatable right now.
This was such an incredible win from PvP David here. He almost lost that second game, but made that incredible catch that he needed to win that second game. And then in game number 3, he went incredibly weak to a Cradily lead, but he covered the Gyarados very hard. And I think that was crucial in this matchup, because you saw him, the play that he made in game 3, he double shielded the Scissor, wanted to keep it around for the Cradily, but then he saw Gyarados, and he was like, that Gyarados, that's what the Stunfisk wants.
And PvP David here realized Polaja's rule, that was to only shield the Gyarados. That meant the Scissor could win switch against the Fortress. And so, that forced Polaja to break her own rule because she shielded the Cradily, and that might have cost her that game.
Yeah, and it's just kind of tough, right? Because Paula did not realize that Switch was not that important, and she let Switch go. But then David showed the strength of this Florges. He brought the Florges back into the Gyarados. But Paula's like, well, this is what my Cradily is for. I'm swapping out. If she stayed in with the Gyarados into the Florges, she may have been in a better spot. But David leaving this Scissor right here at this amount of health was troublesome. Because I think at this point, you still need like 7 acid to knock this out, maybe even more.
I think if Polaja just shielded her Fortress for once, then she could have got rid of that Scissor, and the Cradily would have been incredible in the back. But that's why she had the rule. She had the rule to only shield the Gyarados, and that ended up costing her.
Boom versus PvP David in the winners finals. You know what that means? We're getting a full mirror match in the winners finals. Both trainers have the exact same 6 Pokemon.
I think we're going to see a lot of Shadow Scizor.
I think we're going to see... Yeah, you're right. I was going to say Florges, but then you said Scizor. I was like, wait a second. Maybe not.
Scissor Florges, I think, will be the core to go for.
What core breaks this?
Altaria. Wins the Zero Shield scenario against both of them.
You want to use a drag...
because there's
But when they use shields, you lose. What can I use to hard punish these 2 Pokemon?
So, I think the finals will be the first trainers to shield will lose. Because then you get Scissor in the end to sweep up your opponent. So I think we will see a lot of Altaria,
but
Florges.
This is Corviknight. Corviknight's good into Scissor, so maybe that's the Pokemon.
Yeah, but it's not that great into Florges. It's terrible into Unova Stunfisk, and it's also bad into the Altaria.
For Florges and Scissor, I have the sauce. Iron Hat Corviknight.
Iron Head Corviknight.
Iron Hat Corviknight.
That would be great right now.
If you're only targeting Florges and Scissor and nothing else, maybe Cradily is also okay for Cradily.
Oh, it's really good for Cradily.
Iron Hat, and I would also recommend Air Cutter, by the way. Don't drop Air Cutter. Iron Hat Corviknight might core break that, but that might honestly just be something specific for this tournament too, because it seems like the meta is just changing every week. Where are all the Blastoise? They're gone.
We at least know for sure Ironhead Corviknight was not the meta at Worlds 2025. So let's take a look at what actually was.
Hello trainers, my name is Will Dunphy. Let's take a look back at the 2025 Pokémon World Championships in Anaheim, California. Pokémon like Cradily, Lapras, and Dusclops were meta staples, but picks like Galarian Moltres, Shadow Kenta Marowak, and Tinkaton set themselves apart. There were plenty of meta surprises too, like Senhudigo's Turtonator and Toadscroll, Lyle Jeffs III's Shadow Dust Noir, and Tonton Batus's Dragapult. After 2 days of extremely hard-fought battles, only Spain's Patoman and India's Beelzeboy remained. These two trainers were destined to meet on Championship Sunday, in the arena, for the very first time. On a Sunday morning unlike any other, the roar of the crowd was carried onto every street corner by the soft California summer breeze. As the palm trees swayed and Pokemon fans took their seats, Patoman and Beelzeboy clashed on center stage. Beelzeboy struck first, and he struck ferociously, dominating Game 1 with a triple Brave Bird barrage. Patoman rebounded in Game 2, overwhelming Galarian Moltres and delivering back-to-back Sparkling Arias to knock out the Shadow Steelix. Beelzeboy clamped down in Game 3 with a lights-out bait call on Patoman's Shadow Kanto Marowak, and then leaned on his mighty Shadow Steelix to win Game 4, forcing the bracket reset. In Game 1 of the Grand Finals reset, Patoman brought both of his Rock Tomb users to corner Beelzeboy's Galarian Moltres, but the trainer from India was one step ahead.
He gets the resistant grass knot on his Moltres here.
Patoman's strategy unraveled completely when Shadow Steelix connected a stadium-shaking crunch onto Galarian Corsola. After stumbling in Game 2, Beelzeboy unleashed his fury in Game 3, leading Shadow Annihilate for the first time in the entire series. This decision paid off, big time. Patoman's Cradily outlasted Beelzeboy's team in Game 4, and the table was set for a decisive Game number 5. In the final battle of the 2025 season, Beelzeboy's Galarian Moltres and Shadow Steelix shattered Patoman's shields and shredded through his Pokemon's HP. Then, with Patoman's 3 remaining Pokemon and Beelzeboy's championship dreams on the line, Beelzeboy turned to his final Pokemon, Lapras. Beelzeboy's Lapras reverse swept Patoman's entire team, striking decisively with Ice Beam and Sparkling Aria. The crowd cheered as Beelzeboy became our 2025 Pokémon GO World Champion, proudly hoisting his trophy for India.
It's Beelzeboy in 2023 World Spectator. It's Beelzeboy in 2024 World Commander. It's Beelzeboy, your 2025 World Champion.
Beelzeboy proved to countless trainers that the key to becoming a world champion is trusting in yourself and your Pokemon. The future of competitive Pokemon is incredibly bright, and we can't wait for you to be a part of it. Visit Pokemon.com/compete, and we'll see you in the arena.
Welcome back, trainers. Boom 20, PvP David, proving this is a young man's game, getting both their tickets into the winners finals, just like Beelzeboy. Man, these young kids, they are so good at this game.
I mean, yeah. We just saw that thing about the World Championships that get into the arena. We're getting right into our arena here in Gdansk. This side, we're on the losers side of the bracket of our top 8. We have Colin 6 up against Alfie, playing to see who will continue on to play against Palasha next. Both of these trainers are super well known now within our community. Colin 6 is a 3-time European regional champion, and Alfie just got 2nd place in Frankfurt this season. And guess what, Joao? They're hopping right into the battles.
Positive lead for Colin. That Empoleon double resisting the bullet punch from the Scissor, but Scissor winning that charge attack priority and always that nice move. Tries to catch a move on the outer, it's not successful.
Going ahead and now just getting a ton of energy on the Empoleon before actually counter swapping into his own Altaria here. Altaria is going to have to take the Sky attack from Alfie's side, but it looks like Colin 6 is content to let that happen. Going to head and get a little bit of energy himself before releasing his own Sky attack. They're about on even portions now. Sky attack reach on Colin's side, and will Alfie put up a shield?
Alfie can put up a shield to keep his Altaria healthy. He chooses to no shield. Can he get to a move before getting Dragon Breath off? He just about reaches it.
Going ahead now, going for Sky attack number 2. Does Colin 6 want to put up a Protect Shield here? He does, because he swapped this into the Altaria. He wants to actually get some energy here, maybe threaten something in the back with his own attack. A quick pivot out into that Scissor, but a Sky attack is loaded.
Alfie tries to contain that Altaria energy, not being able to, pulls up the Protect Shield through the Sky Attack.
Going ahead and now just seeing how he wants to do here. Another quick pivot, going ahead and getting this Night Slash onto the Empoleon. Look, no Protect Shield on Colin side. Look how much energy he has stored up here. He's got 2 Hydro Cannons loaded. Count them. If there's only 1 shield left on the side here, I don't know what Alfie's gonna do.
Colin's patience paying through. Hydro Cannon KOs the Scissor. In comes Charjabug.
Charjabug, well, gonna wait out that switch timer here. Very smart thing by Alfie. Wants to make sure he gets that full impact as that Charjabug comes in. A Volt Switch goes through and a Hydro Cannon number 2 ready to go from this Empoleon.
Here, the Charjabug goes through, and what does Colin have in the mind? He has that Furret, that fast attack pressure. Will the Charjabug get to enough moves to KO this Furret? This looks like a prime position for Colin 6.
So Charjabug trying to charge up as much energy as possible here, releasing this X-Scissor, trying to get some damage. No Protect Shield from Colin's side. Alfie does have that Altaria in the back for a potential sacrificial swap, but I don't know how Colin is going to be able to fall for it here. He needs to get that last Protect Shield. That's exactly what he does. This Charjabug is so low on health.
Great patience here by Colin 6, throwing in the middle of the Volt Switch, predicting that catch. Oh, goes for the catch of the move, goes into the Altaria. This is a window of opportunity for Alfie.
Oh my goodness, here Alfie has 2 X-Scissors loaded, but not a lot of health left. 1 Protect Shield left on Colin 6's side. He has to use it at this moment because the fur is getting low. The real question is this next X-Scissor enough? Because it is going to go through.
Charjabug barely hanging on, getting off the second X-Scissor. Is this enough to KO?
Looks like it's going to be able to be released here. Furret goes down. Alfie takes game number 1.
And the question here, Amanda, is was that swap into the Altaria necessary? Because it seemed like the Furret was doing enough fast attack pressure where the Charjabug would be in the tough spot. But Alfie, with the patience, going for that Volt Switch down, not fearing anything, getting off 2 X-Scissors with a sliver of HP.
This is the difference of Dragon Breath this year versus Dragon Breath in previous metas. Before Dragon Breath didn't generate energy as quickly, but hit a lot harder. Unfortunately for Colin, that Altaria was not able to do enough damage onto the Charjabug, and it was able to get 2 charge attacks to throw at that Furret. But those games were very, very close.
And Colin now with his back against the wall. This is win or go home for these 2 trainers. 9 Alfie, being so experienced, is on fire. He ended the last season on fire. He's been a finalist already this season. Colin says trying to get back into the glory days. The day he was champion. He's so close to the finals, he can taste it.
He was the first person in our region to not win only 2 championships in 1 season, but also 3 total. He wants to get back up to that top placement. Though he's made top cut so many times in the previous season, he has not gotten another championship title recently. This could be his chance in Gdansk, but to do so, he's got to be able to get past Alfie in this losers round 1, do a reverse sweep, winning the next 2 games.
And I find it very interesting that Alfie chose to contain that Furret by triple teaming it per se. That Scissor does resist the charge attacks, but the fast moves add up, and there's no other sucker punch resistances. So choosing for the bulk in the triple team play instead of a hard check.
Yeah, little tag team effort by the whole team composition of Alfie in game number 1. Game number 2, Colin 6 has that Clodsire up against Altaria there. Great lead, especially because he's got the Stone Edge on his Clodsire.
That Stone Edge coverage very valuable in this matchup. We see that Alfie in the backline has brought that Jellicent. Jellicent as a great matchup to the Empoleon because it resists the metal sound and the Hydro Cannon, and even versus Altaria, it has Shadow Ball coverage.
You know what's so fun is we don't see Pokemon like Jellicent very often. We haven't even seen it yet today, so this is so interesting. I think if I'm Colin 6, I'm not expecting it to come. Noticing how Alfie's played, knowing that it hasn't come in at all yet. Stone Edge, number 2 by Colin 6 going through. If Alfie doesn't shield up, then it would knock out, but he does put that Protect Shield on the Altaria.
Yeah, Alfie choosing to keep his Altaria healthy. Colin 6 doesn't want to find out, goes into the Jellicent!
Oh my goodness! What was a good lead for Colin now turns into sort of a worse matchup here as he hard swaps in the Empoleon and is now locked against the Jellicent that came in to respond.
Unfortunately, thanks to the swap, Colin says letting a Hex come through, this will be very valuable for the Jellicent as that generates a lot of energy.
Going for a Shadow Ball, this is the heavy hitting attack of the Jellicent, and this should be enough to put that Empoleon very low. Colin 6 correctly puts up a shield here, wants to negate all of that damage. He's got so much energy on the Empoleon. Drill Peck, number 2, going through here. Alfie choosing still not to use a shield.
And the question here is, Colin 6 is one Metal Sound away. Does Alfie know it? No, he doesn't. He goes for a Shadow Ball, catches on the Claw Tire.
Big catch here because the Surf would have done more damage and it's less energy, but even an under tap on the side of Alfie wants to try to gain some more energy, and a quick pivot in with the Scissor, trying to get as much bullet punching in as possible.
And the Empoleon has still a lot of energy stored. The Scissor did get a bit of energy, but not enough. Hydro Cannon coming through. Last Protect Shield used by Alfie.
Alfie knows that this time the Empoleon is dry, and he's the one that has a little bit of energy. I wouldn't be surprised if we would try to see him throw right before the next is available. He wants to run out this switch timer. A Hydro Cannon will be enough to knock him out, but he wants to catch that on something else in the back, either the Altaria or that Jellicent. Unable to do so as it's not ready yet, and Colin 6 washes away the Scissor with the Hydro Cannon.
Putting the fate on the Empoleon, and if you look into the backline of Alfie, how are you gonna get rid of this Empoleon? Because Empoleon paces so fast, the X don't add up as much. Seems like Colin 6 is anxiously going into the Altaria, not wanting to find out, can he farm down the Jellicent? This Altaria has so much energy!
So much energy, but not a lot of health. Sky Attack number 1 going into Colin's very healthy Altaria. His Altaria is nowhere near the Sky Attack in the same capacity, but he's able to make his first one before Alfie can make his second. And you see Alfie grimace as he recognizes that this could be the end game of game number 2.
The Skybird being the ace for Colin 6, finishing up this game, gonna farm down the Jellicent, not before it gets to a Shadow Ball though.
Going ahead, throwing the Shadow Ball, wants to get some damage off, show how close this matchup could have been. But as the Shadow Ball goes, the Altaria stays up in the sky, and Colin 6 ties up the series.
And can we appreciate how bulky Altaria is? It tanked the Sky Attack and the same type attack bonus Shadow Ball, still hang on. Colin 6 able to tie up the series, and it's still anyone's ball game. This is neck and neck, Amanda.
This is big moments here, and look at that Jellicent play by Alfie. We haven't seen it yet, really. Like you said, it's a great counter for the Empoleon, and that's exactly what he tried to do. But what a risky play when there's also like a Furret on the side of Colin 6 that could come in to negate all of that energy of the Jellicent.
And I want to highlight that catch by Colin 6. He caught the Shadow Ball on the Clodsire. Obviously, Clodsire being a ground type as a negative matchup into the water type Jellicent, right? But instead of throwing the Surf, which is super effective, he caught a Shadow Ball, so negated part of the energy from the Jellicent, and Jellicent is a Pokemon that strives on getting extra energy, right? So if you can do that, you're in a good spot.
I mean, Jellicent has a lot of bulk to it, but so does Clodsire. Colin 6 played game number 2 masterfully there to be able to make it to a decisive game number 3 in this losers round 1. These top cut performers want to continue on in this tournament. 9, Alfie 2 being our Frankfurt runner-up. Colin 6 still looking for that podium finish this season.
And that Empoleon Altaria core coming through time and time again for friends. Altaria Dragon plus Empoleon the Steel type, they cover each other so well.
Going ahead, jumping into this big game number 3. Winner of this continues on in the tournament to face off against Palasha. You know what? Colin 6 had a great lead game number 2. Alfie has the lead number 3 as that Jellicent comes back in. And now a quick pivot to the Furret and also the Florges.
And I really appreciate this team comp by Colin 6 because he has the Steel type Empoleon in the lead, and he needed to draw the Florges, the Fairy type. He's able to do so, freeing up the Altaria for the end game.
Alfie going for the Trailblazer. This is going to boost his attack. Chilling Water would have negated some of that attack power that the Furret had, but he wants to be able to ramp up a little bit first, so the Chilling Water would do a bit more damage. But a Swift is going through on the side of Colin 6. Does Alfie want to put up a shield to keep that great matchup he had at the beginning? Looks like he's content to let this one go, knows it's not quite enough to knock out.
Here, Chilling Water is being used right now, maybe to try to slow down this Furret. But I think, like you said, Empoleon wants to avoid that Jellicent to maximize his prowess. So if Colin 6 uses the Protect Shield.
Going ahead, knows it's going to be debuffed, knows those Sucker Punches aren't going to be doing too much damage to the Fairy-type Pokemon. And look at this, doesn't even matter because Alfie swaps into this Altaria, and Colin goes ahead and gives that up, brings in his own Altaria to take the Sky Attack.
And 9 Alfie is in a good spot in this mirror because he has shield advantage and he has one turn ahead because of the swap, right? He goes into the Jellicent, interesting play here because the Jellicent really wanted to see that Empoleon. Let's see how this plays out.
I think that Alfie recognized, he saw that that Ferret still has a decent amount of health left to it, and he wants to try to get this Jellicent to be able to have some energy to throw back at the Ferret. There's only one Protect Shield left on both of these trainers' sides, as the first one was used to protect up a Sky Attack on the Jellicent, and Alfie, it looks like he is going to let that second Sky Attack go through. Jellicent now down to about half health, but 2 serves and already maximum energy.
I really appreciate the overfarm by Alfie because, as you mentioned, the Ferret is in the back, and if you have a Surf ready to threaten it, you maximize the Jellicent in the ball game.
Oh, Surf is able actually to hang on for that Altaria, getting one more Hexen for the Jellicent, and now this is a very precarious position here. Stores all that energy on the Jellicent, now comes in with Altaria, and Colin 6 gets to line up his Empoleon with Alfie's Altaria, already throwing a Drill Peck here.
Altaria is so solid into Empoleon though, even though the Dragon Breaths are resisted, it tanks this Drill Peck, no problem. Flamethrower coverage coming in into the Steel type.
This is not same type attack bonus. Colin 6 doesn't even use a Protect Shield, knowing that is not enough to knock out, but it does put heavy chip damage into that Empoleon, who is trying to get in energy as quickly as possible. He's not going to be able to knock out the Altaria. Altaria gets to another Sky Attack, and Colin 6 uses his last Protect Shield.
I really appreciate this play by Colin because now with the overfarm, he has both Ferret and the Empoleon that will charge attack priority into the Jellicent. The Jellicent is so low, it's already in Drill Peck range. He wins charge attack priority with the Empoleon.
You see Alfie kind of shaking his head, recognizing, maybe hoping that this is not enough to knock out, but as the Drill Peck does connect, Jellicent does go down. Colin 6, our final boss, still in the tournament.
Colin 6 so patient in that matchup. You saw Alfie trying to catch that Trailblaze in the end game, right? And Colin 6, as patient as they come, stores that Trailblaze and puts Alfie in a checkmate position. Both of my Pokemon in the backline win charge attack priority. You have to shield one of these moves. If you shield my Empoleon, that Ferret is going to clean up the end game.
And Alfie knew it as well. You saw him shaking his head as Colin let a little smile onto his face, knowing that he had game number 3, that he would continue on in the Gdansk Regional Championships. Really masterfully played by both opponents there. Very well. Alfie, top cut in both of the tournaments that he's competed in so far this year.
And Colin 6 showing that the old guard is still here, is still alive. He's trying to come back to his glory. That's one step closer to that losers finals.
In my opinion, that last game, when Colin 6 had a bad lead, but then swapped in the Ferret and was met with the Florges, it's actually not as bad of a matchup as you would think it would be, even though it's running that Sucker Punch and it's a Fairy-type Pokemon. Swifts do quite a bit of damage to the Florges, and it put Alfie on a bad position where he needed to use a shield on the Florges to be able to keep alignment.
Yeah, that's interesting because Alfie in that play chose to throw Trailblaze over Chilling Water, and that's because both of those moves are great coverage, but they're not same type attack bonus, right? So 2 of those moves wouldn't KO the Ferret without the Trailblaze before. So that's why Alfie did that, but that being said, you can't slow down the Ferret that way because the Sucker Punches, even though resisted, will be adding up.
So I think that Colin 6 just knew exactly what he needed to do was an energy game. He needed to get as much energy as possible, as many Pokemon as possible, and that's exactly what he was able to do to close out that matchup.
Wondering now what Colin is thinking, because he's been in this position before, right? He's been someone that has been to so many grand finals. These top cuts, the path ahead is very hard because I think each of the next few matchups could have been the grand finals of this whole tournament. But if there's one man that has the experience to take it all the way, it's Colin 6.
Absolutely, and he will be playing up against Palasha next. Both of these trainers have actually played against each other in the grand finals before, and like you said, Jox, this is not even a grand finals matchup. That's a losers side matchup. We're still also in losers round 1 of our top cut. The bottom half here, we have Galaxica Bolton, a previous Lille regional champion, up against Stone Collection, our last chance qualifier in London.
Yeah, and interesting that Galaxica Bolton here chose to bank his hopes on that Greninja, right, that pulled through against Tunante later. earlier in the tournament, but now he's facing Stone Collection. Stone Collection has that Unova Stunfisk, which paces so fast to those electric charge attacks.
If you pay attention to this screen, if you've ever seen Gdansk Bolton play before in the competitive circuit, you know that that Superior is on Frenzy Plant and Leaf Tornado as its second charge attack. It is the way he has always played this Pokemon, and this Pokemon is always on his team as long as he says it's viable, which he said is every tournament.
Yeah, and to be honest, looking into this team, why else would you want that aerial ace coverage? You could have argued that maybe versus the Golisopod is super effective, but then what if you get the Leaf Tornado debuff into a Tinkaton? You make that matchup so much better, and you go from a very dire situation into potentially a positive one.
You want to talk about dire situations. We've been discussing it all weekend, how Stone Collection has a pretty hard weakness to an opposing Unovan Stunfisk. But if you take a look at Gdansk Bolton's side, there is no electric type damage to be found. So I think if you're Stone Collection, we might actually be seeing a little more play from perhaps that Shadow Gyarados, perhaps even the Corviknight, but things that were left on the bench when electric was there.
And to me, Stone Collection is one of the players to watch. Yesterday, he was playing so on point. Charge attack priority catches. Just insane plays from Stone Collection, and now he doesn't face one of the hardest counters versus his team, that Unovan Stunfisk. So this means maybe he has free reign to rule supreme.
We saw how much his Golisopod did in the previous matchup that he played earlier today, but now we're wiping the slate clean as he plays a fresh new opponent here in Gdansk Bolton. The winner of this matchup will play against Howie, and we'll have to see how those matchups will turn out. But first, these trainers have to face off against each other in this best of 3.
And that Gyarados, if you look into Gdansk Bolton's team, is looking pretty scary because Dragon Breath is pretty much unresisted besides the Tinkaton, and it has such a positive matchup into the Talonflame. It does okay into the Greninja as coverage versus a Superior being a Water type, super effective Dragon Breath damage into the Altaria, and Crunch for the Corsola.
2 Shadow Gyarados have made it into the top cut here in Gdansk. I think this is the first time this season this has happened. Season of Dragons, it seems. Both of these trainers are ready to go. They're ready to see who is going to advance on to this tournament. We have Gdansk Bolton on that left-hand side with the Tinkaton against, oh, look at this, a Tinkaton on the side of Stone Collection as well.
Hammering away, both Tinkaton have that Bulldoze coverage, super effective damage, but it's all dependent on if you get the debuff to increase the next Bulldoze damage or not.
Well, if I know Gdansk Bolton, I know he loves a little bit of luck with that Leaf Tornado. Go straight for the Bulldoze, and look at that. It looks like he did get that defense fall on the side of Stone Collections. That means that Stone Collections is not going to be able to take these charge attacks as well anymore. Looks like he's trying to go for his own, basically doubling up on Bulldozes. First one goes through, second one immediately after, and Glax nods, recognizing he might lose charge attack priority.
Winning charge attack priority is a silver lining here for Stone Collection, because if you look into the backline, there's both the Gyarados and the Furret. They both don't want to see a Fairy type.
Fairy types are at it at the very beginning of this matchup here. Bulldoze still super effective. Another defense drop for Gdansk Bolton and a tiny smirk on his face. He knows he does lose that charge attack priority, but he also knows if the defense is double dropped, this next Bulldoze might knock out for him.
Gdansk Bolton smelling, sniffing something in the backline, pulls up the first Protect Shield, goes for this classical swiping of the bubbles, gets the Bulldoze and gets the knockout. Shield disadvantage, but he keeps alignment.
It looks like he will now get to decide he's going to stay in as the Gyarados takes the field, but Gyarados paces so quickly, saying, I know those Dragon Breaths aren't doing so much, but this Aqua Tail will be enough to knock out. Your call, Gdansk Bolton, says Stone Collection as the first one goes through. Tinkaton falls down, still 2 Protect Shields on the side of Stone Collection.
I like this over farm here by Stone Collection, because now, as the Superior comes in, he will be able to get a Crunch before that Leaf Tornado.
Little bit of luck was happening in the Tinkaton matchups. Will it be able to go on the other way here as a Crunch has a potential debuff? It does get it here, and Gdansk Bolton goes for a debuff of his own, gets a Protect Shield off of that Gyarados. Even though this wouldn't do as much, this could severely lower the attack.
Yeah, and I like this Protect Shield from Stone Collection because he's already so he gets the debuff! Gdansk Bolton should play the lottery next!
Man, I tell you what, debuffs galore here in game number 1 of Losers Round 1 between Gdansk Bolton and Stone Collection. I think that's 4 more debuffs that we've had in this so far. Now taking to the skies with an Altaria. Dragon Breath on Dragon Breath. Meet the bird as it comes in. A little bit of a late swap here as this Altaria already has quite a bit of energy.
Pay attention to the end game because Stone Collection has back-to-back crunch on that Gyarados, and now he resets the Leaf Tornado debuff, and Gyarados wins charge attack priority versus both of the backline Pokemon from Galaxka Bolton.
Galaxka Bolton trying to do everything he can to keep some of that luck still in his corner. Sky Attack number 1 going through for that bird here, and Sky Attack number 2 before the next one goes through. Jocks, do you know your counts? Because like you said, there's back-to-back crunches here. Are they enough to knock out the Altaria?
Crunch, Stone Collection hoping, praying that this move is enough. Pulls up the first Protect Shield. Maybe with the Crunch debuff, the Crunch will be enough. But with back-to-back crunches, can the Gyarados clean up the Altaria and the Serperior in the back? They are both so tanky.
This Dragon is going to be able to face the brunt of this crunch here, and its Gyarados is so angry. It's not able to hang on here. A quick pivot out into the Serperior, and Serperior is able to go ahead and Vine Whip down.
And the key moment in this matchup, that Leaf Tornado debuff that allowed both the Serperior to survive and less Dragon Breath damage on the Altaria as he stayed in to get that back-to-back crunch. And if you notice, the HP was for the slimmest of margins. Good luck for Galaxka Bolton because those Leaf Tornadoes coming in clutch.
Man, I just want to go ahead and point out some things here about Galaxka Bolton's team. Yes, first, let's talk about that Serperior running Leaf Tornado. It has a small chance that it's going to lower the attack of your opponent, and it did just that. Night Slash on the Greninja has a chance to boost. We've seen Night Slash boosts already this weekend. Tinkaton with Bulldoze has a chance to lower the defenses, and let's look at here. Flame Charge from the Talonflame is going to automatically boost your attack. Galaxka Bolton is playing with so many different Pokemon that have different move-altering scenarios.
Yeah, and I like Galaxka Bolton's approach of just overloading that Gyarados, right? Because you bring Altaria, you bring Serperior, you bring Tinkaton. Yes, Gyarados hits hard, but if you're so tanky, you hit one of the moves for sure, and Gyarados has to shield everything.
He did indeed, and look at how close those matchups even still were. A lot of that luck was on Galaxka Bolton's side, but I would argue so much skill expression was used between those two opponents in that game. Galax barely able to take game number 1, and Stone Collection may have to rethink how he wants to play things a little bit. He knows that there's no electric type to be able to threaten that Shadow Gyarados, but Shadow Gyarados does, like you have said before, has to use those shields to be able to hide behind.
And something interesting to note by Galaxka Bolton's line in game 1, he led the Tinkaton and had Serperior in the back. As you notice in Stone Collection's team, there's a Corviknight, right? So what was his plan if a Corviknight was in the lead? Maybe a little Lady Luck coming into play there, but now the mind games come true, right? The Stone Collection feel like, oh, I have to bring my Corviknight, and that Shadow Talonflame comes through, that Altaria with Flamethrower coverage.
Do you think that there's a potential we will see that Shadow Talonflame when there are actually quite a few decent answers to it in Stone Collection's team? If there's no electric, I'm almost guaranteeing that the Shadow Gyarados would come like every game because I think it has a lot of utility. Do you want to risk it? Bringing in a Pokemon like a Shadow Talonflame?
I don't think Stone thinks Galaxka Bolton will risk the Talonflame instant Tinkaton lead. Let's see, we have lock-ins for game 2. Stone Collection's back is against the wall. Leading again the Tinkaton into the Talonflame. You called it into existence, Amanda.
My goodness, going ahead as Steel-type Pokemon saying, eek, goodbye. And now Shadow Gyarados comes in to just gain a little bit of energy advantage over whatever comes in first. Last time, a lot of the luck behind the defense drops were behind Galaxka Bolton, but he puts up a shield here as the crunch goes through on the side of Stone Collection's Gyarados. He doesn't get the defense drop, and now it's Galax's turn to try to play the game.
I really like this Gyarados safe swap while the Talonflame was in the middle of an Incinerate, right? You get so much energy at start, goes for the Leaf Tornado, doesn't get the drop this time. This is so important for Stone Collection as the Dragon Breaths are heading up.
Going ahead now, going for almost that charge attack priority before the next Leaf Tornado, and Galaxka Bolton wants to keep his beloved Serperior as healthy as possible and actually goes for, once again, another Leaf Tornado. Stone Collection responds with a shield of his own. Both shields already used up in the first couple minutes of the game.
Oh, and he gets the debuff this time. This is bad news for Stone Collection. Goes again for another crunch. Is this enough to KO with the debuff? I don't think so. Can he even flip switch?
Severely attacked debuff. Here this crunch goes through and it's nowhere near enough. Gladsk is able to get another Vine Whip and go for another charge attack. No Protect Shields remaining. He knows how great of a matchup that Talonflame is against that Tinkaton, and now the Talonflame will get to match up one more time.
Interesting that Stone Collection chose to come in with the Tinkaton, because I feel like the win con would be to come in with the Unova and Stunfisk, get as much energy as possible, and hopefully sweeping the backline. Maybe a Greninja is in the back. But now the Talonflame has an energy head start, gets off the flame charge, and comes in Altaria to soak in the damage.
Immediately pivots out to that Altaria, wants to get some meaningful chip damage off of that Unovan Stunfisk here. Stunfisk does have a lot of energy. Stone Collection trying to do everything he can to get that Altaria nice and low. Discharge number 2 coming through. No Protect Shields on either side, so this is going to be able to hit the Altaria fully, but it's going to take it down to about half health.
Altaria part Dragon type, only taking neutral damage. Now, thanks to the flamethrower coverage, gets the Unovan Stunfisk so low. Can't the Unovan Stunfisk hang on to get off another discharge?
Going ahead, and it looks like he's barely able to hang on, but not able to get up to it in time. Trying to pivot out quickly by Stone Collection, he's unable to do so, and now the Tinkaton is just going to come in and start swinging away, but the Talonflame immediately responds. Stone Collection is going for a Bulldoze. This doesn't do much damage, but he's hoping, like in game number 1, that he gets any sort of a debuff, which would be helpful in this scenario.
And here, double fire coverage into this Tinkaton. Tinkaton has nowhere to go. Galactica Bolton with the flame charge, guaranteeing he moves on to the next round.
Talonflame not scared at all of that Gyarados, matching it up perfectly with that Tinkaton the whole time. Galactica Bolton takes game number 1. Game number 2 goes on in this tournament to be able to see who will win between him and Howie.
And I feel like Galactica Bolton has been successful with Superior so many times. I feel like pretty much he's the only player running Superior these days, but it's been his partner Pokemon, his most valuable Pokemon, and that Leaf Tornado came in clutch once again, guaranteeing him on to the next phase.
I tell you what, Galactica Bolton looks at a meta where there's Dragon-type Pokemon, where there's so many Flying-type Pokemon, where there's Pokemon that just do so well against Superior, and he says, oh no, I actually think that's the best Pokemon in the meta, and he brings it to be able to secure him the spot in the top 8 in Gdansk.
I feel like if you ask Galactica Bolton, he would say, if I get enough Leaf Tornadoes in the right moment, I think I could even flip some of the hardest matchups versus that Superior. Galactica Bolton putting on a show as always. So happy that it is doing so well. Not only on the back of his trusty Superior, but also bringing some interesting picks like that Greninja.
Let us know in the chat what you think of Leaf Tornado Superior. Is this something that you would ever consider running yourself? Oftentimes people are opting to run Aerial Ace on their Superior for a little bit more coverage, especially against other grass-type Pokemon. But arguably, it paces just a little bit faster, and it does have that little bit of chance that can flip a matchup like it did in that middle matchup there with that Gyarados being able to not knock out with a crunch.
Yeah, that was incredibly clutch, because not only reduced the Dragon Breath damage on the Altaria, but also on the Superior itself. So it pretty much is a neck for shield for the team, let's say.
Oh my goodness, just watching it back to back again, you see these little grins on Galactica Bolton's face when he recognizes that something has shifted, that the momentum has slightly shifted back into his favor. He was able to cleanly take both game number 1 and number 2. He was our Lille champion, not this year, but in a couple years previous. It's really funny actually, because Boom 20, our last year's Lille champion, is also in this tournament. So there's potential that these two trainers could play against each other, but outside of the region that they won.
And also, can we appreciate the call that Galactica Bolton made? Oh man, your Gyarados is so scary. You have an Unovan Stunfisk. No problem. Talonflame leading to that Tinkaton. What a great call by Galactica Bolton, putting Stone Collection in the back foot. I think that safe swap Gyarados was very nice from Stone Collection. It almost put him in a good position, but unfortunately, that Leaf Tornado debuff came in clutch for Galax.
Galactica Bolton is really hoping to make a very, very strong run here in Gdansk, because I don't believe he is going to LAIC. But at the end of LAIC, the championship point total will kind of accumulate, and the top runners of that EU leaderboard will be able to get travel prizes for EUIC. So he's hoping that the best that he can do here in Gdansk will secure his top spot.
And it was pretty much already, top 3 in the leaderboard, and now is, in the top 6? So I feel like Galac's in a pretty good spot to lock in that travel award.
I mean, and as far as travel awards, Stone Collection has been doing absolutely incredible last season as well as this season. Another top cut finish for this trainer. Unfortunately for him, in this double elimination tournament, it does mean that he has been knocked out, but he has got a lot of championship points. And if you know Stone Collection, you know he loves to collect booster packs, and he's going home with quite a few of those as well.
Yeah, and something about Stone Collection is the tournament that he won was actually in the first ever season, right? Was that last chance qualifier. But ever since then, it's come so close to getting a win, but not quite that medal, right? Because in the last chance, they didn't get a medal. So I'm looking forward to see if this is the season that Stone Collection get his first place finish.
Or at least another podium finish, right? Something that will put him up back at the top. Now, Gdansk Bolton, he didn't use it in this round, but he has that Greninja on his team, and Greninja evolves from Froakie. Froakie is a Pokemon that you can find right now in a costume because it is going on in our Halloween event. And I know that we're actually tailing on the very last part of this event. There are some Pokemon here that you can look, that you can see. I don't know if you heard it yesterday, Jocks, but I actually have the Witch Hat Teddiursa at the full bars here. So all of the bars, I nicknamed it Perfect.
The question now lies, are you keeping it as a Great League Teddiursa, or are you maxing it all the way into a Master League Ursaluna? Because I feel like Teddiursa is so cute, right? It actually has pretty high CP for a first evolution, right? It gets to 1,300.
Yeah, I think I maybe have to ask Triptondo how to play out some of those matches, but those are the only Pokemon that we will be able to get in this Halloween event. You're going to want to make sure to finish this off strong because you only have a little more time to do so. Keep in mind, this is very, very big for trainers who like to play these PvP events with some particular Pokemon that are hard to find. In specific field research tasks, you can encounter a Spiritomb, and if you're lucky, a shiny one.
And
that's a big flex.
Spiritomb is one of those Pokemon that actually has made an appearance in the championships. I remember when CEO Leonardo, when Rocktomb first got buffed, he brought like a triple debuff team. He had Spiritomb, Cradily, and something else. And Spiritomb actually put in quite some work. So if you're looking for a new Sucker Puncher, that actually is a hard Galarian Corsola answer, right?
That's
because
true.
You have that super effective damage, but you only take neutral from those Nightshasts, from those Astonishes. Maybe Spiritomb is something to consider.
Spiritomb could be for you. Galarian Corsola is not even in the top part of our usage for day number 2. It is still in that top 12, but dropped down a lot of spots because Furret actually is the one that has taken that number 1 spot, and Furret is on both of the teams of Palasha and Colin 6.
Palasha, Colin 6. There's so much history here, right? And both of these trainers, multiple-time regional winners. So they're usually maybe they are more likely to be in the grand finals, but they're staring each other down with their tournament life on the line. Let's see who gets the bragging rights.
One more time, a Shadow Gyarados is facing off of a team that doesn't have an electric type. We just did see Stone Collection get knocked out of the tournament, even though he used it, but we'll have to see how much utilization it will be used from Palasha, not in this first part of the matchup here as a Furret faces off against the Empoleon.
Furret has that Trailblaze coverage, right? Neutral into the Empoleon, maybe being able to increase the Sucker Punch damage. The longer this matchup hangs on, the better it is for Furret.
Furret now going ahead, just charging up a bit more energy, is at that Trailblaze, and actually Colin 6 tries to catch the Trailblaze onto the Altaria, and guess what? That catch was successful. All of this energy going absolutely nowhere, and a quick pivot out from the Furret into that Shadow Gyarados that Palasha has really been putting on a showcase with, going for that crunch right after that Sky Attack, getting that first Protect Shield off of the Shadow Gyarados.
Such a great catch by Colin 6. Trailblaze is double resistant and forces the Furret to swap out, goes in rapidly into the Gyarados, the super effective Dragon Breath damage adding up, and he's already at double crunch.
Going ahead now, Palasha's at double crunch. We saw this with Stone Collection mentioned last time, it might be more impactful here against Colin 6 as this Altaria is pretty low, and this time able to knock out. Altaria goes down, still a crunch loaded for whatever is coming in. What Colin is up shields, he's now might be starting to go down as his Furret takes the field, and Palasha reaches out with another charge attack.
I appreciate going into the Ferret because Metal Sound would be resisted, right? And you can't fast attack down this Gyarados. Gyarados so fast though. Already another Aqua. Collins is choose to let go, hoping the Ferret survives.
Saying, okay, Ferret, go ahead, do your job, power away. He is at the Swift, and look at this. Palasha came in with a Fortress, trying to be able to knock out the Ferret, but Colin 6 was so fast. Blink and you miss it. Brings in this Empoleon, and now a Hydro Cannon is being thrown at that Fortress. Fortress takes it. It's a little past half health before it's even at its first attack.
And the hope here for Palasha is hoping that the Sand Tomb debuffs make the Bug Bite damage add up so she can farm all the way down this opponent that has behind two protections, one shield used already by Colin.
One shield used, but so much energy on that side of the Empoleon there, almost up to 2, going for charge attack priority on the side of Colin 6. He's charging up so much, getting that last protect shield off of Palasha because she did press for that Sand Tomb, wants to debuff even more.
I feel like Colin 6 has no choice. Both his Pokemon that so low HP Fortress with the Sand Tube coverage, adding, increasing the damage of the Bug Bite into this Empoleon. Empoleon reaching on Hydro Cannon, expecting a catch, gets so low!
Look at this. Empoleon is so low here, but so are the Pokemon on Palasha's side. There is a Swift ready on that Ferret of Colin 6 in the back. Gyarados comes in, knocks out here, but not at enough energy. Colin 6 has to play this very well. Unfortunately, he recognizes nothing to do at that point.
That Bang Swift not even enough because one Dragon Breath was all that it took. Palasha takes game number 1 versus Colin 6.
If we remember, Colin 6 just played against someone earlier on, Alfie, and he was able to come back from the lead, or did he end up winning both of those games 2-0?
Actually, that was such a tight matchup, right? But now Colin, as one of his toughest opponents in front of him, Palasha, his back is against the wall, is 1-0 down against the Queen of PvP.
Exactly. What do you do in a position like this? He's been in it before, though. He knows that he can come back from one game loss and be able to turn it in his favor, but it starts now because as you continue to progress on this loser side of the bracket, the names are just getting tougher as you are trying to compete to get back up onto that winner's side in the grand finals. This is a best of 3 matchup. Palasha just needs one more match to continue on.
And Palasha, time and time again, banking her hopes on that Ferret, on that Fortress, on that Gyarados, despite being in negative matchups, the coverage they have, the fast attack pressure with that Bug Bite, Dragon Breath, Sucker Punch, they've been so clutch for Palasha this tournament.
Yeah, Palasha has been playing incredibly well. We've been seeing so many matches come down to the wire, come down to small catches, small moments of victory or defeat. She needs this moment here to be able to regroup, to be able to push her on into losers round 3. We're jumping into game number 2. We have that Ferret up against the Clodsire.
Teams are locked, and we get the Ferret into the Clodsire. Interesting matchup here because Clodsire takes these sweeps no problem, but the longer this matchup goes, that Trailblaze hits for neutral, and Clodsire can protect against Sucker Punches.
Going ahead and going for that Trailblaze will boost up, just like you said, Jox. Those Sucker Punch is going to hit a little bit harder there. But speaking of hard-hitting attacks, that's all that Clodsire has, really. I mean, it has 2 attacks that take a little bit longer to pace to, going for that even heavier hitting Earthquake, but neither one is going to be enough to knock out the Ferret on its own.
I find this Earthquake throw curious because I feel like Ferret can withstand one of the moves no problem, so you're going to need always 2 moves. Here's Colin says going for that Stone Edge. Ferret is forced to shield, but he has so much energy. Can he reach double Swift to KO this Clodsire? He goes for the catch, doesn't catch the Trailblaze. Oh, it doesn't activate, preserves the Ferret energy.
Going ahead, and that Ferret comes out with almost maximum energy there. Gyarados comes in. Normally, Palasha likes to use both shields for that Gyarados in that mid matchup there, getting the most out of all of the energy generation and also protecting its fragility. But this time, there was already one used on the Ferret, but still think she's going to throw right before. This is the same thing that happened game number 1. This crunch should be enough to knock out at this point. Colin 6 remembers. He puts up a Protect Shield of his own.
Colin 6 protects, gets to the Sky Attack on charge attack priority. Palosha's counter on point. Is the Aquatail enough to KO?
I think that she recognizes it's not enough to knock out, but at the very same point, that is some meaningful chip damage here. Sky Attack was already thrown because it was charge attack priority. This should be enough to knock out that Gyarados, but this just gives some yummy farm to whatever comes in, and that's going to be that Fortress. An immediate pivot out now into the Empoleon on that side of Colin 6, who has all 3 Pokemon and still 1 shield.
Great heads-up play. Colin 6 building a team that triple resists Bug Bite, right? All 3 of the Pokemons in Fortress is such a bad spot. Is that the Sandtube coverage? Bug Bite damage increasing. Empoleon getting to this Hydro Cannon so fast, gets off the first one.
Going ahead, no Protect Shield on the side of Palasha there. Has to go ahead and take this Hydro Cannon. The Empoleon is debuffed a little bit, but still a Protect Shield on the side of Colin 6. He's so patient. He's so good at counting. He recognizes, I'm going to throw this right before the next Sand Tomb is available. I still have some energy, and Furret has to get through 3 Pokemon.
Ferret at almost 100 energy. Palasha hoping to pull off those Protect Shields because he needs to KO 3 Pokemon. The Ferret's HP is so low. This might be a little too late for the little Ferret.
Ferret's trying as hard as it can, going for charge attack priority even, but Colin 6 already there. Empoleon still standing strong, saying, okay, let's tie up this series. Let's have a decisive game number 3.
Colin 6 with a sigh of relief. He's able to tie up the score once again. Last round, he started losing and he was able to tie it up. And now once again does that. Can he reverse sweep?
Both of these trainers have been in these positions before where they recognize this is a big moment. Just because you lose that first matchup doesn't mean that you're going to lose the game. This means that it is going down to a decisive game number 3.
Yeah, here I'm interested to see what does Palasha decide to do, because Colin is tripling down on that Fortress, putting up so much pressure into it. Fortress hanging on, but not enough to take out 2 very tanky mons in the Altaria and Quasar, and then Empoleon paces so fast to those Hydro Cannons, you can't even keep up, even with Sandtube.
It's true, Colin's team has quite a bit of bulk to its name there, but we are getting some information here that there is going to be a review of that last matchup. Palasha believed that she lost a Sucker Punch on the side of the Ferret and wants to make sure that, I mean, we saw how much energy was there. That could have been very vital in that end game with how many charge attacks she could throw at the remaining Pokemon.
Yeah, and Ferret is a Pokemon that not only strives on fast attack pressure, but also charge attack pressure. Missing 1 Sucker Punch can make all the difference. Our talented judges team is taking a look into it to see if it impacted the match.
I mean, Palasha, you see a Ferret on her screen. It's one of her favorite Pokemon, so to be able to use that in our tournament is really a fun thing. Colin 6 also relied on that Ferret up against Alfie to be able to get that switch that he wanted, get that floor just out of the way. So Ferret has definitely been making a lot of impactful plays. Our number 1 used Pokemon in day 2 here in Gdansk.
And I'm curious now that Colin 6 has put so much pressure into that Fortress, will Cradily make into an appearance? Because if you look at Palasha's team, Cradily has such good coverage. Maybe why she's bringing the Fortress all the time, because she knows there might be a Cradily in the back, and Colin 6 playing with that. Oh, if you're bringing that Fortress, I'm tripling down on it.
There's so much to play for in these matchups, and in a show 6 pick 3, when you can really have to make some split-second decisions, which Pokemon do I think my opponent is going to bring? I think that's absolutely true, Joel. Like, using that Fortress is saying basically, I dare you to bring in the Cradily, which is pretty good to the rest of the team, because Fortress would absolutely love it.
Interesting that this game, like you mentioned before, Paula has been relying on that double shield Gyarados, right? But this time she had to use a shield on the Quasar into the Ferret, and maybe she couldn't maximize the Gyarados this game, and that led into this potential loss, right? So wondering if she goes back to it, because if you look into Colin 6's team, there's not that much pressure into the Gyarados.
Yeah, Gyarados is super strong. Gyarados more like Scarados.
No, right?
No, you have to put up with this. We haven't been casted too much together yet, so get used to it, Joao. We just got word that there will be no rematch for that game, so we are indeed going to jump into a decisive game number 3 as Colin Colin 6 picks up that second game in losers round 2, and now it is all up to this next moment as these two trainers will take a minute to lock in the Pokemon they want to bring to that third and final game.
Empoleon, Altaria, been so reliable for Colin 6, but he's facing one of the niche core breakers to the quad, that Gyarados, resisting the metal sounds, having super effective Dragon Breath damage. We have lock-ins. Trainers are ready to go. Win or go home. We have the Furret lead into Furret. It's a mirror matchup.
There's a new sheriff in town, and it has taken to the field here, and we'll see which one of them is going to have the higher attack, which one of them is going to win charge attack priority. As look at this, Colin is able to, they both go immediately for the Swift.
And I think Colin will appreciate winning the charge attack priority as he can dictate switch advantage. But if you look into the back line, Gyarados has that potential versus the core I mentioned, and also Unova Stunfisk can hang on with both.
I think if you're Palasha, you're actually kind of content to see the Furret here because she has brought the Unova Stunfisk. Time and time again, Colin has brought the Empoleon, and now Empoleon can find its mark. Yes, this is a catch. Yes, this Swift is not going to be doing so much damage to this Steel-type Pokemon, but look at what is going to come in with 2 shields to punish this swap.
And since Empoleon didn't get a metal sound through, this means that Unova Stunfisk will outpace the 2 moves, winning this matchup. So chooses to no-shield the first moves as metal sounds are resisted, and now we'll get to the back-to-back Mud Bomb to get the knockout.
Mud Bomb going through, super effective. Thundershocks also putting in the work against this Empoleon. Empoleon lifts its little fin as if to say goodbye, and now has been knocked off the field, and wow, so quick. Looked like she recognized that it was coming in with Altaria a little too late, and a Mud Bomb goes through against Altaria. Not very effective. Has to stay in this matchup. Wants to at least get up to a discharge here and throw at the Altaria.
Unfortunate Mud Bomb throw there as the Altaria is very thick already, so throwing resisted energy makes it a bit harder. Gets off the departing discharge and comes in with the Gyarados. Now that Altaria is behind 2 shields, but you can shield Dragon Breaths.
Not only is we talked about game number 2, she didn't use 2 shields on the Gyarados. I think that that might be the plan this time, but Colin 6 saying, okay, I know you're going to 2-shield it. Let me try to get both of those shields immediately. Unable to do so. This Swift will connect, but it is not even close to knocking out the Gyarados. Dragon Breath starting to go through, and I think if you're Paulo, you're going to throw right before that next Swift is available. No, she's going for a farm down, Joao.
I think Apollo recognizes that this is looking like a dire situation. It's an interesting no-shield, but the first pace is so fast. She's going for the full farm down. Can she get it? Just about. I think she has 2 little HP to get off 2 moves. Gets off the Aquas, gets Dragon Breath down.
Not even one move that goes down. The Furret comes back in. Low health Unovan Stunfisk. Low health Unovan, or a Furret that is in play right now, and a complete Dragon Breath down. 2 shields to hide behind. On the side of Colin 6, going for the flamethrower.
Unfortunately, Palasha has the pseudo dragon, but the real Dragon Altaria goes through. Colin 6 locks in his tickets to the next phase.
Colin 6 nods here as he takes game number 2, or number 3, the decisive game 3, but I can already tell by looking at the matchup between the two, they're talking with the judges, so we might have to hold for a couple seconds before any congratulations are fully given out. But even still, such close matchups between these two incredibly strong and well-titled trainers.
Close matchups, because this is a matchup to get a medal, actually, right? So this means there's a lot at stake.
This is going to, so the next round, whoever wins this will go into losers round 3.
Yeah, it goes into losers round 3. Okay, so there's so much to play for, right? Their tournament lives are on the line. Of course, Palasha wanted to make sure that everything winner does get a medal. Yeah, we're getting confirmation. So there is too much to play for, right? Another medal into the displays connection. I think their neck is getting too heavy because they have so many podium finishes.
These two trainers, they both want to be up on that podium. A 4th place would be great. A 3rd place would even be better. You know what? 2nd place looks pretty good on most people, but that gold, beautiful. I think all these trainers is what they're trying to strive for this weekend in Gdansk. Absolutely true. Whoever wins between these two matchups will be able to get a medal and will play the winner of the Howie Galaxka Bolton match that will be up next.
it's kind of interesting because if you talk to these top players before, some of them win so much that they say, oh, I have like 1 first place medal, 1 fourth place, 1 third. Oh, I'm missing the 2nd place, right? So maybe these players, they of course they want to win the championship, but if they get a different color medal, it looks better on the collection, I guess.
I remember an Adequin saying in Frankfurt that it was a win-win situation for him because even though he had gotten 2nd place at Worlds it's actually a trophy that you get. So he is missing the 2nd place medal from his collection. Unfortunately for him, he just had to go ahead and win that event, so he didn't get that for it, but he did go home with a lot of championship points and a direct invitation for this year's World Championships in California.
Oh man, I feel so bad for him that he's missing a 2nd place.
I know.
He doesn't win enough, right?
Poor Martijn.
But yeah, these trainers have a lot to play for because, of course, this season, they don't have a direct invitation yet to those San Francisco Worlds. So that's what they're playing for. Not only for that, but they want to further themselves into the race for the travel award for the European International Championship.
That's right. LAIC is the last event to be able to collect these championship points, to be able to get those travel awards for the European International Championships in February in London. It's always one of the biggest events, not only for Pokemon Go, but for the whole Pokemon franchise. So much fun, so much to play for, but every single tournament, every single small moment is a thing that leads up to these bigger points, these bigger stepping stones, these milestones in their Pokemon Go career.
And something that I appreciate as the years have passed on with this international championship is that there's a lot of international players from different regions actually attending those international championships, because now with the CP system rework we've had last season and now this season, you only know at the end of the season if you have the invite for the World Championship, right? So these players always want to add up those points because they want to make sure they lock in their invite.
Last year, it was 50 trainers from Europe being able to. This year, it's been added another 15, so 65 trainers from Europe will be able to compete at the 30-year anniversary event for Pokemon in San Francisco. It's going to be a big one, rumor has it.
Rumor has it. Yeah, since there's more slots this year, Amanda, will we finally see you try to qualify?
Well, we did hear earlier on that the Colin 6 apparently knocked me out of a local tournament with Faroki and something else. I can confirm that actually probably would have been true if we ever played, because Colin 6 is an absolute beast. But unfortunately, I haven't had the chance to play against him, at least in some sort of capacity. Maybe we'll see. Maybe we'll see it this year.
I mean, I'm sure that Amanda would do a tremendous job as she does behind the desk, but I'm sure that these trainers don't want to see her in the tournaments because, to be honest, she can pull some buddies out of her hat. I've seen her win a couple impressive matchups.
I don't know about that. I think that if we've definitely seen anything like you mentioned a little bit earlier on, if we're taking a look at a lot of the trainers who are in these top spots like Boom 20, like PvP David, like Beelzeboy, who just won the tournament. Pato Man has been doing so incredibly well. I think I might be it's a little bit more difficult for someone of my aging.
Yeah, to be honest, once I looked on out of these regionals I looked at the Gdansk bracket and I was like, bro, I can't keep up with this. I better go behind the desk. That's why we have our caster debut, because to be honest, my times as a player, I think they're riding into the sunset.
I don't think, if you're listening to him, he played incredibly well at the World Championships in Anaheim, so don't let him fool you into a false sense of security. Jox is still here to play, but so are so many of these trainers. What was once 12 at the beginning of the day has been now knocked down to our top 8, which is now being further knocked down to our top 4. So the winner of this matchup between Palasha and Colin will be able to at least get in that 4th place finish.
Yeah, and these trainers have stacked up so many medals. They're always in the race to win this tournament. But I feel like they wouldn't mind adding another medal to their collection.
Exactly, and I'm sure that if you're, especially someone like Palasha, when you say that Fur is one of my favorite Pokemon, she has the plushie of it on the screen, being able to get a medal with that would be something that is incredibly fun, right? You have a Pokemon has been one of your favorites, but is also something that is super viable in PvP.
And you've seen these Pokemon that have been appearing on stream. Some different, some the same. Which one has been your favorite so far? Something that maybe you weren't expecting and you were surprised by its performance?
I would say that I'm not surprised by it showing up, but I have been surprised by how well Florges has been played today. I know that Inadequence has said a couple times that he finds Florges a bit of a fraud Pokemon because it doesn't have that heavy-hitting Fairy-type damage that most of the Fairy-type does. But I think that both Boom and PvP David, who are running the exact same team, and with that Florges have been putting on quite a show with how to utilize it. But they're not the only Pokemon that you can find, and there's also going to be events coming up where you can find new Pokemon that haven't been introduced yet into our game, coming in just a few weeks in the wild area.
Oh, baby. I can't wait for that because Grimmsnarl will make his debut, right?
Shh. Let's let him watch the video.
I'll be honest, like, that's kind of spooky. That Grimmsnarl looking so menacing.
I know.
It will be the debut of the Dark Fairy type into Pokemon Go. I'm excited to see how it pans out in PvP because pretty interesting type. That Dark type into the Galarian Corsola. It also has that Fairy type that resists Dragon Breath, right? Dragons have been rising in the usage lately. Could be a very interesting niche pick.
You know who else has been kind of menacing? Colin 6.
Oh.
We've just got some confirmation that he did take game number 3, so he will be moving on. Our final boss is once again in the final portion of these matchups here. He will have to face off between whoever wins between Galaxka Bolton and Howie.
Interesting that I believe Colin 6.
Yeah, here we are, a little bit early. Thank you, Zhao and Amanda. I am here with my fellow Dutchman. It is Colin. Colin, congratulations on that victory against Paula. Also another tremendous player, Colin 6, the final boss. How did you do that? And why do you keep losing game 1?
Well, I don't intend to lose game 1, but it's worked out. I've adjusted after the losses. It's the same thing I did in Lille last year. I had a lot of first round losses, or first game losses, but it's working out, and I've adjusted well so far.
I believe last year, Lille, the grand finals was between you and Boom.
Yeah.
What are the odds you think it's going to happen again?
I mean, this time David's here as well. They're facing in the winners final. Either one of them could make it. They have the same team. So we'll see what happens.
Right, and they both have Altaria. You also have Altaria. I remember that's a Pokemon you used a lot during the 2024 season. Why did you bring it again? Is it like a fan favorite of yours?
That as well, and it just seemed so neutral into the current meta. I actually also talked to David and Boom about it. I was very close to locking in the same team as them, but I felt it was a little too weak against Cordilli. So I changed some things up, but it's worked out well so far.
All right, well, it shows because you've been putting on another show. What are the odds you're going to win a regional championship this season? I know that last season you were super hungry for it, barely didn't manage to do it. What are the odds you're going to do it this season? Is it the season of Colin?
I don't know about the odds. Last week wasn't that great of a success, but I'm glad to bounce back here. And the thing I'm looking forward most is LAIC right now.
You're going?
Yeah, I'm going. Got the Travel Award, so I'll be there. And the meta seems fun, the limited meta. So looking forward to that.
South Americans, watch out. Colin 6, the final boss of Europe. He is coming. Colin, do you have any shout-outs to fans, family, friends that you want to give while you're here?
Shout out to Elliot, ex-Penshu, our team member who always makes our graphics. And him and his daughter have been cheering me on, and it's been very, very cute to watch. So shout out to him.
He's also a great memer. I agree with you. I'm going to wish you the best of luck in your next round, Colin. I'm super excited to see more of you and your Altaria gameplay. But for now, we're going to have more battles coming up. Let's head back to the casters.
Absolutely, a memer and a schemer that Penshu guy is. And speaking of schemers, my goodness, didn't even see you come up. A man in black. We've got Arceus Aurelius back on the desk to be able to see who will be rounding out our top 4 competitors.
And I know the trainers that we have lined up for us right now is some of my favorites. Galaxico Bolton and his Greninja. It's been looking so good so far. In day 1, I thought Greninja was not looking great at all. But Galaxico Bolton, he has really shown the potential of Greninja in this tournament.
Not only the potential of Greninja, that last matchup that he played against Palasha, my goodness, no, against Stone Collection,
oh, yes.
He showed the potential of that superior with Leaf Tornado. Honestly, every time I see it and I see him play it, I think maybe that is the tech. And then I completely disagree when it's in anyone else's hands. But the fact that he's been able to consistently top cut with this Pokemon, able to take a championship, I think there's something behind it.
I don't think it makes sense at all how he uses that Pokemon. Whenever I see it, I think, no, you gotta be crazy. And I think he is.
Well, we'll see if he's crazy enough to be able to beat Howie, a competitor from the Netherlands. This is actually, I believe, one of the best placements that Howie has made it into a tournament so far. He came into this tournament on the winner's side of the bracket for the first time, made it through that top 8, but now he's got to make it through that regional champion to be able to continue on to get his podium finish.
If he can get a medal, he has to go through Galaxico Bolton. But before that, these trainers are going to do a lucky trade. And Galaxico Bolton has previously gotten the lucky Hondo, as we call it, the perfect Station, I believe it was.
Yeah, I think it was up against Elephant Flash last time when they competed in Lille. We'll have to see if the luck is still on their side. I tell you what, there's been so much luck on his side in these past matchups with his Leaf Tornado debuffs, his Bulldoze debuffs. Maybe he used it all up on the stage for the battles, but let's see, as both of them look like they're going for a Zamazenta mirror trade.
And now not the Zacian, but the Zamazenta. And their fingers crossed for a good Pokemon. Let's see how this trade turns out.
Look at this. We'll see as they're going to go ahead
Background.
get the Brazils. They even got the backgrounds there.
Ooh.
So close on both sides.
of
Just
them.
flip them, guys. Just merge them.
Oh, wow. Both of them almost there chuckling as they got so close to those perfect stats on these Pokemon.
And you might have noticed too, it said you have remaining lucky trades, and that's because if you are at a regional competition, whether you are competing or as a spectator, you get additional lucky trades. So a lot of trainers like to save those up for when they know they're going to see friends or people who they don't really get to see very often, but they've been trading gifts throughout the season. Both of these trainers now, though, it might have been fun, it might have been friendship, but now, Marcus, this is all business.
This is all business, and both of these trainers, they gotta make some plans because the Greninja looks really good into the team of Howie, in my opinion, except for that Fortress, and also not great against that Azumarill. And then the Tinkaton is also looking great into most of these Pokemon except for Steelix and that Talonflame. So how do we get around those? I think that Howie has all the core breakers he needs to break Galaxico Bolton's teams in two, and this is where he wants to use the Fortress.
Fortress just gonna start biting away. Num, 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 num. Let me eat up this, and Galaxico Bolton says absolutely not. Comes in with the Tinkaton safe swap, and how safe of a swap is Tinkaton if there is a potential Shadow Talonflame on the other side?
It is certainly risky, but I think that Galaxico Bolton knows that if there's a Fortress in the front that is so weak to the Altaria, there cannot be a Shadow Talonflame in the back that is also weak to the Altaria because you would lose immediately. That is what Galaxico Bolton is backing on. This is an incredible play by Howie, in my opinion. He debuffs the Tinkaton before coming in with his Steelix, because Steelix's energy is completely resisted by the Tinkaton. And now Steelix can go for the full farm down against this Tink.
I tell you what, Galaxico Bolton had 2 Bulldoze debuffs against Stone Collection's Tinkaton. We just saw a defense drop on that Steelix for #1, so this Bulldoze is gonna hurt even more. Ooh. And my goodness, here, 2 times he's gone for Bulldoze, both times he has gotten the debuff. Howie going for the crunch here against this very low health Tinkaton, but Tinkaton has definitely done its job.
And now the Tinkaton is knocked out. The Greninja is coming in for a farm down. This energy is also completely resisted by the Greninja, but these Thunder Fangs will do a lot.
Going ahead, that fast attack damage is what the Steelix is hoping to get on this. That Psychic Fang is going to make it do even more. And you know what? Okay, I argue that Psychic Fang was a good idea because this Greninja, what it's lacking now in health, it has a lot of energy, but where's it going to go when there's an Azumarill?
I don't think it's going to go anywhere. That's the issue for this Greninja. The Hydro Cannon, though, it's landing on this Fortress unless Howie decides to spend a shield, and he does.
What an absolute call by Howie, though. Greninja would have nowhere to go with that Altaria in the back, but Howie recognized that Greninja was going to be not the play here. The Azumarill needed to be saved for the Altaria.
And this is a perfect play by Howie. Galactica Bolton shaking his head because he knows, and he doesn't even shield the Altaria. I think he's already given up because the Altaria facing off against this Fairy type. It's such a tough matchup. Galactica Bolton does not even want to try to win this game, and Howie, he's going to bubble down this Altaria and unleash a play rough on this Greninja to take out this game number 1.
So healthy of an Azumarill. It's so back, baby. Play rough, being able to connect with the Greninja. 2 Pokemon weak to that Azumarill in the back. Azumarill taking game 1 convincingly for Howie.
The 3 Pokemon that Howie brought is his 3 best Pokemon into Greninja. It's also the 3 best Pokemon into that Altaria. So both of Galactica Bolton's picks of that Greninja and Altaria are not looking good at all. The Tinkaton naturally would have been fine into both the Fortress and the Azumarill, but combined, the debuff from the Sandtomb and also the Thunder Fangs from the Steelix really made that Tinkaton not as valuable.
I think that Tinkaton put in a ton of work for Galax, but unfortunately for him, just wasn't enough to go through. If you have a Greninja and an Altaria on the same team, you need to have a better Azumarill answer than a Tinkaton. But what could possibly be on Galax's team that could beat an Azumarill?
There is one pick that comes to mind, and that is Tinkaton. No, it's just Superior. And you don't necessarily need Leaf Tornado in that matchup to win out, but I mean, why not just for good measure?
But think about this in the same thing. I think if Howie knew that there was a Greninja in the lead, he knew that there probably was not going to be a Superior on that team because both of those Pokemon are so weak to the Bug Bite of the Fortress that Howie was able to realize Azumarill might have big plays in the back, and that's why he didn't bring it in right away into the Greninja as well. Howie just was thinking, 20, 50 steps ahead there and was able to convincingly take that first matchup.
I think Galactica Bolton needs to find a line that is slightly safe into a Steel-type lead, but doesn't lose immediately into a Ferret. Because the Corsola would be fine into the Steels, but if it sees the Ferret, it is so over for that Corsola.
I think that this matchup in particular, though there are so many different Pokemon on these two teams, the only one that is the same is that Shadow Talonflame. Still lends itself to a lot of rock, paper, scissors scenarios. So we'll see how they want to play it. Looks like Howie's playing rock and Altaria, we'll call it a sky?
I would think Altaria as a paper, but it's a scissor in this case because it beats those rocky steel types.
And speaking of steel types, 2 of them on the side of Howie here, once again opting to use that same team that he used for game number 1, perhaps thinking if it's not broke, don't fix it, don't even shield it as the Altaria comes in and throws a flamethrower, building up a ton of energy on the side of Howie, but he's actually throwing the Psychic Fang, which is going to lower the defenses of the Altaria. No Protect Shield used by Galax.
And now Galactica Bolton goes into his Corsola. So he gets debuffed on the Altaria and then comes into the Corsola to match up these Steelix. As there's no Ferret on Howie's side, this Corsola is looking to be pesky to take out for Howie.
Super effective damage going through. That's a good way to start here, but able to almost going completely down. Coming in now, but Bug Bites is not going to be doing too much damage, and Galarian Corsola has a lot of energy here. It's throwing shade here at this Fortress, and Fortress just has to take it.
And now this Fortress, even though it's bug biting through it, takes a second Nightshade. This will put the Fortress so low. This is now looking incredible for Galaxico Bolton. How can Howie get back?
Throwing yet another Nightshade, getting it so low. Timers aren't even close to being up. Has to expend all of this energy here onto that Corsola, and Galaxico Bolton lets it go. But look at Howie. He's completely undercharging it. Still not enough to take out. And Glax just takes advantage of it and pivots and tries to completely bury Wind down.
And he gets it as well. And now this Tinkaton will be so tough to take out. Yes, Galaxico Bolton is switch locked, but here comes an Azumarill. It's got Player Up and Ice Beam. As I said, these attacks are so easily resisted if it's a Steel type. If Azumarill was packing Hydro Pump, it could have maybe threatened this Tinkaton, but with Ice and Fairy type charge attack, this Tinkaton does not care about Azumarill's energy.
Great call by Howie there, using his first Protect Shield on the Play Rough. You can see him debating, is this another Bulldoze bait? But Galaxico Bolton is through with that game, going straight for the heavy hitting attacks, throwing the hammer, getting both Protect Shields in that middle matchup. And absolutely right, Marcus, Azumarill has nowhere to go with these charge attacks, just forced to throw something here to try to get some damage, but still gets a Protect Shield from Galax's side.
And Galaxico Bolton, he wants to protect of this Tinkaton because he needs to get some damage onto this Azumarill for Altaria to potentially win out this game. But Galaxico Bolton does not want his Tinkaton to get low. I was a little bit surprised by this shield, and maybe we get this. Oh, now how he's starting to bait with Ice Beams. Maybe Galaxico Bolton will let. Oh, he's shielding up again.
I actually thought Howie did that just in case Galax was going to try to sacrifice the Altaria, being able to do a little bit of a cheaper energy all around, but still getting both Protect Shields there was huge for Howie, but is it still enough? There's a low health Steelix in the back for a potential swap, a potential catch. There's an Altaria in the back, and Azumarill is pacing so slowly. The health is dwindling down. Is this Play Rough even enough?
It probably is not, and that's why this Altaria is now coming in, and Howie matches it with his Steelix. Altaria gets to that Sky Attack. This will take out the low HP Steelix, and maybe the Altaria can Dragon Breath down the thick Fairy type Azumarill.
Altaria says, okay, you scared me game one. I had no shield, or I had 2 shields to hide behind. I knew it wasn't enough, but Dragon Breath damage. Take that, Azumarill, as Galaxico Bolton takes game number 2 in this losers round 2.
And Howie, we've seen him stick to his plan so many times, but Galaxico Bolton realized, okay, I have found out what Howie's strategy will be, so I'm just going to counter that because Howie's a trainer that sticks to his initial plan. Will Howie now adjust to counter Galaxico Bolton's adjustment?
I know I heard Martijn say a little bit earlier today that Howie, on one of his best days, is one of the best trainers in the world. And honestly, that first game, and even how well he played through some bad matchups here, and I can completely see it. He's a trainer who's not been super well known, but has had some consistent good games, some consistent points, a world's competitor. But this really could be his breakout moment. He needs to win this game number 3 to be able to get his first time medal. We've had so many first time medalists, and this is only our 3rd regional competition so far this season.
And how will these trainers decide to go about this battle?
So many different ways to play it out. You can tell that both of them are really thinking about what they want to bring to these matchups. Galaxico Bolton has had so much luck on his side when it comes to defense drops, but he also has so much skill to be able to recognize what Pokemon his opponent wants to play in this decisive Game 3. Last matchup that he had against Stone Collection, he was able to identify that the Tinkaton was coming in the lead and get it matched up with that Shadow Talonflame. Will he be able to outmaneuver Howie for this Game 3 to be able to get back on the podium himself?
That is the question he has to ask himself. Will it be Superior? Will it be Greninja? Or does it go for the Altaria yet again?
Altaria was so impactful for him game number 2, but it did end up pretty much losing the game for him in game number 1. Is it a risky scenario, or is it a tried and true Pokemon that has been basically on all of the teams so far that have made it into the top 4.
Oh,
Colin
boy.
6 had an Altaria on his team. Boom 20 has an Altaria, and so does PvP David. If Galax takes this game number 3, Altaria is on all 4 teams, but he's got to get through a Fortress, and he's got to get through some other picks. Look at this team composition here. Superior comes in, but Zowie keeps the Azumarill and the Fortress, but picks a different third.
3 times superior in the front for Howie, and he goes for a Sand Tomb. This will misalign the switch timers, but maybe this will soften up the
Galarian
Corsola for Azumarill in the back, so Howie can keep his switch advantage. But Howie, he does not care about switch here. The superior does not do anything into either the Fortress nor that Shadow Talonflame.
But look at the side of Galaxka Bolton. There's an Altaria there, and Altaria does great against the Talonflame and also that Fortress. Azumarill is the hardest Altaria counter, and Galax is getting it out of the way with this Galarian Corsola, just chipping it down more and more.
Maybe Galaxka Bolton can go back into his superior. No, it decides to shield his Corsola. This could be a very interesting play for Galaxka Bolton. Maybe he wants to go back in with the superior, but now the switch timer is also coming up for Howie. So, can this Nightshade knock out the Azumarill? I'm not sure. It's going to be close.
This was a charge attack priority. I believe he was right up at that play rough, and it wasn't enough to knock out, so Galaxka Bolton is forced to make a decision. Let the Corsola go down or use both shields, and he is using them both. He still has a little bit of a Corsola. He saw that there's a Fortress in the lead, but I don't think he's going to like either of the Pokemon in the back.
He's expecting a Steelix backline without realizing that the Shadow Talonflame is what's awaiting him in the back. And this Fortress has a Rock Tomb to hit that Altaria hard.
We have to remember that a Sand Tomb was already used on this Corsola, so these Bug Bites are doing a bit more damage than they would have otherwise, but still able to get to all of these attacks. Now a Talonflame coming in, an immediate pivot out by Galaxka Bolton into the Altaria, and it's going to be Dragon Breath up against the Incinerate, which has now already generated a Fly.
And Howie, he has found the recipe. 2 shields on that Shadow Talonflame. It will be so hard for Galaxka Bolton to get through. He needs to land a Sky Attack, but this Talonflame has 2 shields left.
Going ahead for that first Sky Attack, Howie's using that first on his Talonflame. If you're looking where he is clicking, I believe that he went for that Flame Charge because Galaxka Bolton's whole team has been identified. No, it looks like he did end up clicking that Fly instead, wanting to make sure that he got the knockout on the Altaria. But look at this. There's a low health Corsola, and what can you do with a Talonflame against a superior with only grass type attacks?
And Galaxka Bolton, he's throwing a double resisted Frenzy Plant. Howie does not even shield. How much can this do? Oh, it does so much!
It does actually quite a bit is the answer, but no matter what, this Fortress is standing strong. Had energy galore, saying, I know there's a Corsola in the back, but there is still that superior not able to get to an attack on the side of Galaxka Bolton.
And now Howie knows he can get to a Fly, or he can just Bug Bite down with a Fortress. Galaxka Bolton, he's throwing the last Leaf Tornado of this tournament, and Howie, he is celebrating already. This Fortress, throwing this parting Sand Tomb, is winning this game number 3, and Howie is taking a medal.
Howie is going home with the medal, a podium finish for the first time for this trainer. These two hug it out, and congratulations. We love to see the up-and-comers. He will now have to face off against Colin 6 to be able to see who will be competing in that losers final.
Howie beat Colin 6 in his winners final yesterday. That means Howie, maybe he knows what Colin has in store, but it's that Clodsire. It's against that Clodsire again, and Howie is not lost to a single Clodsire yet.
Howie played so incredible those rounds. He's been playing so incredible all weekend long with that most valuable Pokemon pick that Inadequence had listed earlier on. He picked Howie and that Fortress. And if you looked at those matches, Fortress was able to take game number 1 and game number 3 against Galaxka Bolton here in Losers Round 2.
It seems like Galaxka Bolton, when he is on the brink of elimination, he is bringing out his trusty superior. Because if there is one thing that can keep him in, it's that SERP. But
Serp
Howie,
was, yeah,
Howie,
unfortunately, Serp was usurped.
it was surplus.
It was, yeah, exactly. There was a surplus of Serper.
Very nice, Amanda.
We're drowning here.
We're doing very well. We're doing very well, but Howie, he kept to his fortress line, and he trusted that Pokemon that he led twice already, and he took a risk because the fortress is very weak, quite weak to that Altaria in the lead, and he was also soft with that Talonflame in the back, so Howie took a risk that Galactic Bolton was not going to lead his Altaria, and he did not, and he got that call right, and that let Howie win his first ever medal in Play Pokemon.
So we can guarantee that Colin 6, Howie, Boom 20, and PvP David 07 are going to be in this podium finish. But where the placements go could still be anyone's game. It's going to take a little bit longer between Colin 6 and Howie because they are on that loser's side of the bracket. Like you mentioned, they've already played in this tournament. Howie was the person who knocked Colin down to the loser side of the bracket, and now they're going to be competing in what we like to call a grudge match.
Oh, this is intense, Amanda. And there are 3 coveted and very decorated players. That is Boom 20, it is PvP David, and it's Colin 6. And
all
then
of them regional champions.
all of them regional champions.
In Lille?
Juggernauts.
No.
David
That
has
was-
Stuttgart.
Yeah.
Juggernauts, but Howie, he showed no fear. He is shoving his Pokemon into their faces saying, hey, what are you going to do with my Pokemon? I know you have all these medals. Well, look at me. I'm not scared.
Well, I think that Howie has had a chance to play against Colin 6 a couple times, not only in this tournament, but also in local tournaments because they are both from the Netherlands. That's where they're trying to get their championship points in their local cups and challenges. And if you are looking for a way to get your local cups and challenges, you might want to watch this video.
Hey, do you want to play?
Yeah.
Nice.
One shot?
Wait, that card.
I'll use twin cannons.
Great game, guys.
Bye. See you next week.
Come play at your local Pokémon League.
So if you want to get to be a part of the action here, scan this QR code and you can find a Pokemon League near you that will arrange either a Pokemon trading card game, a Pokemon video game, or a Pokemon Go tournament where you can check out if you have got what it takes. Maybe you meet some friends along the way.
Now, I have a bone to pick with you. I told you that I lost to Colin Sproky at a local cup and challenge in confidence. You were not supposed to tell anyone that, and you'd let it go on broadcast in front of everyone?
Oh, and now it's on the viral internet. There's no way to get things off the internet, Amanda, so I'm so sorry.
What am I gonna do? My reputation.
Oh, your reputation, I don't think it took that much of a hit, to be honest.
Yeah. Okay.
Well, as ashamed as you can be of that loss, Colin 6, I am sure, was proud, and he will be proud coming back into the medal ceremony as he has been wanting to for a long time now. He did not have his greatest season last year. It started off great with some great finishes at LEIC, for example, and also a second place at Lille, but then we did not see him get a medal for a long time. Even though he wanted to win very badly, he did not get there. But now, he's within reach. He can feel it, but he needs to defeat the up-and-coming Howie that has been performing so well. Even in dire situations, Howie has found a way out.
Howie is hungry for it. He is ready to prove himself, saying, I know that I've been able to make it first time on that winner's side of the bracket into day 2. First time being able to make it onto the podium, but that might not be enough.
How will Howie handle this? That is the question. Colin 6 is the final boss, and Howie knows. But can his unique and awkward team deal with Colin's meta staples of Altaria and Ferret and Empoleon, and also that Clodsire, that undoubtedly will come against Howie.
You know, with the interview with Colin Six where he was talking with Martine, he said that he really liked the team that Boom and PvP David were playing, but he thought it was a little weak to Credilli. He brought a Credilli on his own team, but Credilli is actually quite weak to that Fortress on the side of Howie, so we have to wonder, will Colin risk bringing the most popular Pokemon basically of this meta against Howie? We're going to find out as we are jumping into the losers semi-finals here.
And this is a good lead for Colin. This Empoleon is not that bothered by the bug bites. We see Howie in the back having other Pokemon that doesn't appreciate this Empoleon either.
Sorry, and in the back, Howie's got other Pokemon, guys. Follow us for more really vital information. Hydro Cannon, #1,
Insightful.
going through for that Fortress here, taking it on the lack of chin, and now throwing a Sand Tomb here to debuff the Empoleon. Colin Six knows this is coming. He knows that this is going to be the more impactful attack, but look how much he's already storing up on energy. He already has one Hydro Cannon, and he's going to throw the next one before the next Sand Tomb is available.
And Colin, he knows when he's got this Fortress out of the way, the Ferret can be incredible for him in the back.
Going ahead and letting that Fortress go down. Wow, look at this. Colin actually played kind of ABA weak to Azumarill. Azumarill is in this game.
Oh, I don't agree at all, because I think the Empoleon is incredible into the Azumarill.
That is true, but not at this low of a health at this point. But I'm very surprised actually to how he was coming in with this and actually protecting up the Ferret. Wants to get up as much energy as possible, and he's able to farm it down. And now the Azumarill is free for that Altaria in the back.
And now Altaria, as you mentioned, gets to come in against his Ferret. Howie, he can't be pleased when he's brought the Azumarill to see the Altaria outside of it. So Colin, with a shield advantage and this bulky Altaria, he is looking great here.
I was maybe thinking that Howie was going to try to catch one of the attacks onto the Azumarill, but Azumarill just coming in straight away. But now the Ferret on the side of Colin Six just coming in to gain up a ton of energy. 2 shields to hide behind on the side of Colin Six here. Will he use the first one on the Ferret against the Azumarill? He knows how bad matchup it is against Altaria. Uses that Protect Shield, and it looks like he's going for that Trailblaze. Heavy hitting attack, going to boost the attack of the Ferret as well.
Colin knows he needs to get rid of this Azumarill, land some damage onto it as soon as possible so the Altaria can keep avoiding it. So he will keep throwing Trailblazes to try to knock the Azumarill out. How he knows he needs to protect this Azumarill. There's no easy way for Altaria to handle it. So as long as he can protect it from the Ferret, then this situation might be able to wiggle out of.
There is no Protect Shields left on Howie's side. Now no more Protect Shields on Colin's side either, as the Ice Beam will be able to shield it up. And look at this here. Ferret comes in, throws an attack, and Colin immediately pivots out into that Altaria.
Howie tried to go for a combination play, but missed the button, and now Colin managed to get the energy on his Altaria. If Howie had got that on the Ferret, maybe he could have found a way out. But now the Altaria can get rid of this Ferret if it manages to. Ferret needs to throw energy to get rid of this Altaria. But now Colin, he can try to sucker punch down Howie's Ferret.
Howie's Ferret is completely undercharging this here because he wants to try to be able to maybe knock it down. Look at this, not even tapping anymore. Both of these trainers don't want to let any extra energy advantage go to their opponent, but Colin Six recognizes his switch timer is almost up. Doesn't even matter. Altaria comes in, throws the attack, and I think we're going to see a quick pivot out into that Ferret.
A Mexican standoff turning into a quick pivot into the Ferret. Altaria landing the Sky Attack, letting Ferret take this knockout with a swift. Great play by Colin Six, who got the lead early with that Empoleon.
Colin Six says, okay, Howie, I see what you were trying to do with that combination play. Let me show you how it actually works, as he goes for that Sky Attack on the Altaria and an immediate pivot out for the Swift onto the Azumarill there, taking game #1 in the losers semi-finals.
No mercy from Colin Six, and he expected that Fortress lead from Howie that he was so successful with against Gdansk Bolton. Howie's thinking, if it's not broke, don't fix it, and Colin is calling it out.
Colin just needs one more game to be able to call himself at least into that losers finals matchup where he will be playing off against either, well, he knows the team that he will be playing, right? Because both Boom and PvP David are playing that same team. But he's got to get through Howie. Howie has been playing so fantastic. We heard the crowd roar for him when he was able to get into this podium finish.
Colin 6 has only lost to Howie this entire tournament. So now being a game up, he can feel the momentum shifting. Howie expected a Clodsire, so he was running Pokemon that could deal with that. But Colin, he decided, you know what? The Steelix is not coming anyway. I'm going to take a risk and be a little bit soft to that Steelix with that Empoleon in the lead.
And you know what? This is actually where a little bit of the practice comes into play, because even though Colin 6 didn't end up winning a regional last season, he's been in this position many times before. He can remain calm and collected because he knows, okay, all I need to do is take it one game at a time. This is the farthest Howie has reached in a tournament, so this is uncharted waters. This is new territory for him, and he wants to be able to make it count for as much as he possibly can.
But at the same time, Howie has nothing to lose. He's up against such a decorated player as Colin, and no one would expect Howie to knock him out, but that's maybe exactly what he can do, as he's shown us that he can do that he has already done before.
This is the first time Colin has won game number 1 in this loser side of the bracket so far today, so maybe it's a bad omen actually, because Howie was a person who knocked him down to the side of the losers bracket earlier on in the tournament. He needs to take this reverse sweep. He needs to be able to take this game number 2 off of Colin, who has that Clodsire against Fortress going straight for that heavy hitting Earthquake.
I think Howie's plan here, taking that damage on the Fortress is not great, but this is good, great play from Howie in my opinion, because he safe swaps the Azumarill, and he knows there's not going to be an Altaria facing in, so he's going to get out the Furret and try to clear out the way for the Dusk Noir in the back.
Great play there, luring out this cute little Pokemon, the number 1 used Pokemon here in Gdansk. Trailblaze, number 1, coming through, super effective damage. It's going to boost the attack for the rest of the time Furret's in the game, but Colin 6 has decided, is this where I'm going to use my shield? And he decides, nah.
Yeah, the Furret is not maybe the most valuable pick I have left. He just wants to get rid of the Azumarill. Howie knows Azumarill will win the Zero Shield scenario. This Trailblaze does not knock out. He will reach another Ice Beam, and this Furret either needs to give up shields to keep alignment, or Howie will take back switch advantage.
I'm loving this play too, throwing the Ice Beam. He knows it's going to at least come close to knocking out. He knows it's good for Altaria, and he knows it's good for that Clodsire that he already saw. But Clodsire comes back in, gains up all of this energy here, and Howie has a big decision to make. He hasn't seen the third Pokemon, but Colin 6 does not know what he has in the back. Can Dusk Noir go through these big Pokemon? Coming back in with a Fortress here, still charging up a ton of energy, throwing the first Sand Tomb.
I'm shocked. Howie coming in with the Fortress here did surprise me, because Howie needs that Fortress to possibly handle this Altaria, don't you think? This charge attack threatens to knock out the Fortress.
Going ahead, and it looks like he's got a decision to make. He's got 2 shields, and he doesn't use them. Fortress is so low. Immediate pivot by both trainers here. In comes the Altaria, in comes the Shadow Dusk Noir. Howie is shaking his head no. Colin is just concentrating on gaining energy.
I think maybe this Dusk Noir, can it beat the Altaria in the 2 shield scenario? Because the Dusk Noir will outpace.
For science, and only for science. Let's find out here. Shield number 1, use shield up this Dusk Noir. It's basically the big hope that Howie has left to be able to get his tournament dreams. Shadow Punch number 2 coming through. Colin 6, does he want to use his last Protect Shield here? No, he doesn't.
He lets it go. Is he trying to win off the back of this Clodsire? I think so.
Clodsire, just through the Earthquake, doesn't have a lot of energy left. If he's going to be able to Sucker Punch out, this could be huge. He could have an attack to throw at the Clodsire, but Clodsire immediately goes back in, wants to be able to soak up the damage. Still a shield to hide behind it, and unable to take a catch on the side of Howie.
And Colin, he makes sure that the Dusk Noir is in the middle of its animation, unable to switch out. Now the Fortress, a single HP left, and Colin 6 with double resisted Poison Fangs. He gets this revenge against Howie and is now in the top 3 in this exciting regional here in Gdansk.
Colin 6, our final boss, is coming back to his final form, 1 game at a time. First being able to make it into that top 4, that top podium finish. Now he's guaranteed at least top 3, but he's going to have to make it through the team composition of Boom 20, of PvP David, who have built this team together, who Colin 6 debated running this exact team himself. Think about that. Our top 3 could have been a complete mirror all the way around.
But Colin 6 wanted it differently. He thought the teams of Boom and David were too weak to Krayley, so he put Krayley into his own team. So I think Colin is going into both the losers finals and potentially the grand finals with the expectation of having a team comp advantage.
Now, Colin 6 once played off of before against Boom in the Lille Regional Championships last season where Colin got second place. There's a potential for a rematch of this exact thing on the big stage, but Boom's got to get through PvP David, who has also won regional competitions himself. Such a great trainer with so many accolades behind his name. Colin 6 has an uphill climb coming from that loser side of the bracket, but if anyone can do it, it is the trainer who was the first one in our region to win 2 regionals in one season, a first trainer to hit 3 regional championships, and that is the one who we'll be seeing play up in the losers finals.
I know both of our young stars in the winners final. They know that their best shot at winning this tournament is to avoid facing Colin in the losers finals and have more opportunities to find the way around in the grand finals. So they will both look to pull the longest straw here in winners finals to give themselves the best shot at still winning here.
At the beginning of the day, when I was interviewing Boom, I heard you guys say something about he is potentially the youngest trainer in this tournament. And I asked him, are you the youngest trainer in this tournament? And he said, no, PvP David is younger than him by an exact year.
An exact year?
They have the same birthday.
Oh, wow.
They are running the same team.
Whoa.
They are in the winners finals of this matchup in Gdansk.
And PvP David being younger than I expected, but because he's been around for so long, he's been playing well for years and years already. He's a regional winner over a year ago, and now he is here to fight for the crown yet again in Gdansk with the same team as Boom 20. They are paired up against each other, and now it will be a brawl for the ages between these two young gentlemen who built the team together.
They built the team together. They're definitely friends. They've been scrimming against each other too. So very funny fact, they know exactly who's going to win all the charge attack priorities. They know exactly, maybe not exactly, but know how the opponent wants to play out these matches. Each of them picking a different Pokemon they thought was going to be strong. It's going to be so interesting to see how these two trainers want to play out this mirror matchup of Pokemon.
I suspect we will see a lot of Shadow Caesar. I think Caesar has very good play into Altaria. It has some play into Unova and Stunfisk. It has some play into Corviknight. It is the mirror matchup. It is Ferret. And then it annihilates Florges.
Let's go ahead and take a look at how far these two trainers have been able to make it in the tournament, because there are quite a few rounds that have been played. This is the loser side of the bracket. We just saw these matches being played. Colin 6 was able to take out that Frankfurt regional finalist in Alfie, able to take a 2-1 victory against Palasha, and now just took out Howie to be able to put himself in that side of the losers finals.
And now, moving on to the winners bracket, we see these two young talents. They have beaten, Boom beat Howie, and PvP David beat Palasha to put themselves in the winners finals. And now, it's a face-off between these two. And just to remind you trainers at home, every matchup is now a best of 5. So, you have the comfortability to lose one game and still not fear for your tournament life just yet.
Got some wiggle room.
Just relax. I can drop a game, learn about my opponent, what my opponent wants to do, adjust, and adapt and overcome.
Let's see how they want to play out those matchups. As a reminder, completely mirror team, but these are not mirror trainers. Though they are both regional champions, Boom winning last season in Lille and David winning last season in Stuttgart. Both of them want to get that second title to their name.
And who are going to stop them? It will be one of themselves. It will be one or the other. Potentially Colin 6, but right now we're here with Boom and PvP David. And I think the Ferret, I don't know. I don't know what these trainers are going to bring, because it seems like all the picks that they are bringing seem valuable and seem playable, all of them.
I know that I said this before because I can't remember if it was you or if it was Martine. I'm pretty sure it was Martine. Thought that Florges was a bit of a fraud Pokemon, that it wasn't being able to be utilized very well. He didn't like it as a fairy type Pokemon doing this, but I think the way that these two trainers have been playing Florges has been really putting on a showcase of why it is so popular, why it's been doing so well. As a reminder as well, Boom, so far today, has not lost a single game, while PvP David did lose one to Palasha. Let's see who will win this in this best of 5 winners finals here. We've got the Furret up against the Corviknight.
Worst case scenario for this Furret, but I suspect PvP David will stay in for a little bit, and he will charge up some energy, then go into his Altaria.
Altaria trying to catch an attack, but Boom waited there, stored up all of that energy on the Corviknight, and came in with the Furret of its own. Furret show here on both sides, going for that Swift here. No Protect Shield on the Altaria on the side of PvP David.
I think this is good game plan from PvP David. The Furret is looking pretty safe, and the Altaria now fishing out the Furret, I think can set up the Unova Stunfisk in the back to have a really good time against the Corviknight.
Already at another Swift, just charging up a little bit more energy, going for that charge attack priority. I don't think the Swift on the side of Boom's Furret is going to be enough to knock out the Altaria, while that Sky attack will be able to do so. But both of these players don't often play for switch, they play for energy management, and Boom does not put up a shield. Let that Furret put in the work. Let's see what's going to come in to get a farm.
I'm kind of shocked that Boom let it go.
Thunder-shocked?
I'm thunder shocked, but now Boom goes for that farm down and barely gets it before David gets to that Sky attack. But now, at least PvP David. Oh, and Boom catches a Trailblaze. Incredible timing by this young prince of PvP.
Yes, this boost is going to help, but maybe not very much. Furret is forced to stay in this for a couple more moments and has to take an attack on the side of Boom, throwing that heavy hitting payback. 2 Protect Shields remaining, still not being used. Furret takes that whole payback there and still just charges up a lot of energy before now going into the Unova and Stunfisk, but switch timers are very misaligned.
They're so misaligned that Boom, he can now maybe potentially shield up his Corviknight and pivot back into his Unova Stunfisk. And that Stunfisk has a lot of energy because it farmed down the Altaria, but can PvP David threaten it with a discharge? Yes, he can.
Going ahead and just getting up a ton of energy. Once a reminder, 2 Protect Shields now down to 1 on the side of Boom as he does protect up that Corviknight because he's almost at another attack here. Going for the payback. There's so much energy on the side of Stunfisk, but David did not want any of that electric energy to be caught on the Unova Stunfisk on the side of Boom. He was playing very warily, and he also put up a shield. Look at this play! Look at this play! He went for Mud Bomb, and Boom doesn't shield!
And this is great by PvP David, expecting a swap, but Boom, he has the answers. He now has all the energy he needs to take out this Unova Stunfisk. The Furret in the back took a payback. It is now incredibly low.
Well, speaking of incredibly low, that Unova Stunfisk on the side of PvP David is as well, but it's still able to get off a parting Mud Bomb. We're going to see an aggressive Thundershock down. We saw it on the Altaria. We're about to see it on the Unova Stunfisk to come out with a ton of energy to this Furret.
This Furret is so low, it will go down to a single Mud Bomb. Boom! He seems to have found his way. Even though he gave up alignment, he can now shield up his Unova Stunfisk and get rid of this Furret.
Even though this is a Swift, Boom uses his shield here, doesn't want to take any risks because a Mud Bomb is ready to go. This Furret is low. There's no Protect Shields being able to be even used on this Furret, and Boom takes game number 1.
Here we see just a Thundershock down on this Unova Stunfisk, and we have our game winner here. It will be Boom 2-0, winning 1-0, going 1-0 up in this winners finals.
Boom has not lost a single match on stream so far today. We did know that he said earlier on he's never lost a game at the table, and the joke was, well, too bad, boy, you're on the big stage now, but I don't think he's been having too much trouble at all. But how do you get through this Mirror team? Is it skill? Is it what Pokemon you're playing? Or is it just a little bit of luck about the alignment?
I'm shocked that PvP...
Yeah, no, you already told me.
Can you stop, Amanda? That Boom is not running the Altaria. It looks so good for the Mirror matchup because that Scissor is the only really consistent answer to Altaria. Oh, I guess Florges too. But both Scissor and Florges will lose the Zero Shield matchup against the Altaria. So PvP David bringing out the Altaria, knowing it can give him an advantage in some way. That also lets him play a little bit risky.
And I think that that's also why we saw Furret on both of their teams, right? Furret is just a kind of neutral pick. Yes, Altaria does end up beating it, but Furret really put in the work there for Boom, getting that Altaria so low that he was able to completely Thundershock down before taking any sort of attack and coming out with essentially a whole Mud Bomb's worth of energy to throw at a later point in the game.
That was a perfect farm down and perfect for Boom. So how do they adjust for this game number 2? PvP David, he was so close, but there were just a few adjustments that went in Boom's favor. Boom, will he stick to his guns? Has he found the way to beat out this mirror team? Or does he switch it up for this next one?
Both of these trainers have definitely played against this team because, like Boom said, they know who wins charge attack priority. They know how these matches could theoretically play out. Does that make you play differently, knowing exactly how your opponent could be playing here? This is a Furret mirror match here. We'll have to see how they want to play it because both of these trainers know a little secret about their Furret. They're both at the Swift. They're both going over, and it looks like PvP David is going to throw first, and will Boom use a Protect Shield?
Boom decides to let it go and take the Swift on his Furret. The Unovan Stunfisk for PvP David looks very good in the back, in my opinion. Oh, and he goes for the Trailblaze, boosting up his own attack.
This takes a little bit longer to get to, but it does make the next Swift hit harder. David already at another Swift here. He will throw it, and yet no more shields from Boom's side. I think he feels he can comfortably still be able to tank it and get off to a Swift of his own, but will PvP David try to catch it on something, or will he use a shield?
So PvP David, he knows that this, oh, the Swift will knock out and lets it go. He comes out with the Unovan Stunfisk. The Stunfisk is so safe when that Furret is gone. And here comes the Altaria.
Oh no, David!
This was the risk that David took, safe switching the Florges. And now against the Scissor, this Florges is so quickly getting railed down. The Chilling Water comes through, no shield from Boom.
No shield attack does fall, doesn't even need to, but he decides to actually throw a charge attack here, wants to make sure he doesn't have to use a shield at all on this Scissor, but that floor just will go down. He's got energy to spare here as the Unovan Stunfisk comes in. He'll be able to make a Trailblaze, which would do so much impactful damage. David has to put up a shield in this scenario.
No chance PvP David is not shielding here. He's going to hope that his Unovan Stunfisk can Thundershock down this Scissor and then outspam the Altaria.
There's 2 shields on the side of Boom, but only an Altaria against the Unovan Stunfisk on the side of David. David knows he just has to throw straight discharge here. Boom gets that first shield up. Altaria generates energy a lot quicker than it used to be able to, but the damage of the Dragon Breaths is not very much. First Protect Shield was used on the side of Boom. Second one as the next discharge goes through.
There's no mystery left here, no catches to be made. The only question that these trainers have to ask themselves is how much damage can we take? PvP David, he falls for the bait. Boom goes for a Sky Attack. Such a risky play in this situation.
Risky play, and it definitely paid off there. Getting the last shield off of PvP David. Unovan Stunfisk still throwing its third discharge. This is the first one that will connect with the Altaria. Altaria is still in the green, but about half health, now straight down to the yellow. Boom just charging up a ton of energy. Another discharge coming through.
PvP David is actually getting closer, because if a third discharge, if a discharge knocks out here, then Boom might not have the power left to take out this Unovan Stunfisk. One flamethrower will not knock out. PvP David is throwing, and he thinks he's got it. And Altaria goes down. PvP David, he takes it.
2 shields, not enough for that Altaria. Unovan Stunfisk getting so much energy there in both game number 1 and game number 2 for these trainers.
The first game Boom has lost on stage the entire day. He has not dropped a single game in the entirety of day 2 until PvP David found his Unovan Stunfisk, even got his Florges on that Scissor, but Unovan Stunfisk powered through the Altaria with its discharge spam.
You know what the big problem was for Boom there is he threw the Trailblaze, but the switch timer wasn't close enough to being up. You saw him trying to click on the Altaria, trying to save a little bit of that scissor because he didn't want to let David get all of that energy on the Unova Stunfisk. David played that so well. He recognized even shielding up a Sky Attack bait, he was still able to take that game.
So many discharges coming through that Altaria, even the Dragon of the Sky, had to fall down. That is the downside for Altaria, being a dragon and flying type. It takes neutral damage from those discharges. And Unovan Stunfisk has both that Mud Bomb coverage and also that discharge, and that gave it enough leverage to get through the Altaria.
So in a typical matchup in our standard best of threes, which we've seen up until now, this would be the decisive moment. But no, not yet.
No.
Not yet, Marcus. We are in a best of 5 scenario on this winners finals. So these trainers still do have a little bit of that wiggle room. They can decide how they want to play out the matches. Both of these have been incredibly close. Trainers have recognized what they needed to do to win and how they could no longer have any win conditions.
So will they adjust yet again? PvP David and Boom both leading their third this time. I think Boom will maybe bench his scissor. It was, even though he got on the forges, it set up the Unovan Stunfisk for success. So I think David, he keeps bringing the Stunfisk, and it seems like he did, and Boom gets it where he wants it. This is the exact same team from Boom.
And Boom saying, okay, well, I lost, but let me show you how I meant to play it. Now coming in with that Ferret up against that Unovan Stunfisk, Mud Bombs will be thrown. They're going to be able to put in some nice chip, but unfortunately for that Unovan Stunfisk, that Trailblaze is just going to do so much more damage. You have to worry if you want to put up a Protect Shield so early on in the game. David says, no, it's not going to be the first one that's going to hurt me.
And PvP David here, his Unovan Stunfisk is now getting dangerously low. This means this Stunfisk is now manageable by both the Altaria and possibly also that scissor in the back.
And honestly, if you think about it, it was the Unovan Stunfisk that took out the Altaria before, but there's an Altaria in the back, and the Unovan Stunfisk is so low that it doesn't even matter. Look at this charge attack priority. These trainers know how to count and knows who's going to win that charge attack priority. There's Swift coming through, a boosted Swift at that. Down goes the Unovan Stunfisk, in comes the Altaria, but it's going to have to take another boosted Swift as Boom already has one loaded on the Ferret.
1, 2, 3, 4, 5, and Ferret gets to a Swift. Altaria takes it on the chin, but it will hurt. And here comes a scissor swap from Boom. He knows now the Stunfisk is gone, so he can safely come into his Zizor.
This is the thing, even though Dragon Breath generates energy so quickly, there's 2 shields to hide behind the Shadow Scissor. Shadow Scissor was actually David's pick for this cup here, and it looks like he's going to be able to have it used against him because Boom has brought it this round, getting that shield because David has now brought in a Ferret, doesn't want to take any risks.
And Scissor being a steel type does not need to respect the energy from this Ferret. And now PvP David. The Ferret needs to respect the energy from that attack-weighted Scissor, so David puts up a shield.
Both shields have been used by PvP David at this point on this Scissor, but he's just getting a ton of energy on the Ferret. Ferret has to throw some energy into this low health Shadow Scissor to get it out of here before the next attack goes through. Now, this Ferret on the side of PvP David has a lot of energy, already a Swift and a half stored, but Altaria is here with a shield to hide behind. First Swift coming through, and this is not a boosted one.
And PvP David, he knows he needs to pull out a miracle to get through this Altaria because of how boosted it can be. I think Boom will just Dragon Breath down this Ferret, keep his shield in the back, and then try to take out this Altaria from on PvP David's side.
Well, he might have to throw right away because Ferret was going to get to another Swift, but with no Protect Shields remaining, it's going to have to take this Sky Attack. The real question will be, how much does this Dragon Breath damage do? Because David's is a little more healthy, but it's too far away from an attack.
And PvP David nods. He is now down 2-1 in this winner's final. If Boom gets another win, he will win.
Both of these trainers sitting up a little bit straighter, looking at the team composition, saying, what in the world can I do to win this next matchup? In this winner's final, whoever wins this game is guaranteed to be in the grand finals.
There's so much mind games going on right now. if you lead the Altaria as PvP David, you get a good matchup against the Furret. But if you lead the Florges, if Boom leads the Florges, then it will have a good lead into either the Furret, the Unova Stunfisk, or the Altaria. So maybe the Scizor is the way to go. There's so much going on, and I'm all here for it, trainers. There's just so many ways that these trainers can play out the mirror matchup here.
And absolutely funny is that they haven't been playing mirror teams. Both of them have been opting to play different Pokemon, so they're utilizing the teams a little bit differently, even though the 6 Pokemon are the same. Boom 20 has a 2-1 over David right now. He just needs one more game to be able to secure his spot in the Grand Finals in his 3rd ever tournament. PvP David wants to make that sweep. He wants to make that comeback, and if he does so, he needs to do it now. He's got that Corviknight, a great lead up against Boom's Furret.
And here we see probably the same strategy applied by Boom as David did in game number 1. Build up the energy and then go into the Unova Stunfisk. Now PvP David can get the Stunfisk on his Furret. This is exactly where David wants to see it.
Furret's just skittering around the field on both sides here, gaining up as much energy as possible. Mud Bomb number 1 going through. This Unova Stunfisk did have a very small energy advantage, but when there's a Trailblaze in, the energy might not even matter as much because you still need to throw off many more attacks to get the Furret as low as this is going to make it.
PvP David has now boosted up his Furret and is looking great because one more Swift can take out this Unovan Stunfisk, and Furret is not getting threatened of getting knocked out right away either.
Now, if you look at the back, though, the Furret doesn't want to face off against the other Corviknight. Going for that Swift, like you said, Marcus. But look at this play by Boom. He has the energy on the Unovan Stunfisk. Maybe he wants to save it for a later point. But we'll see if he's going to throw right away, just gaining a little more energy. He's up to 2 Mud Bombs and throwing a Discharge because he recognizes, okay, I already saw that Corviknight. Maybe if it's trying to switch back in, I want to be able to catch it off guard.
Either charge attack will knock out, and PvP David. Oh, there comes the catch! Boom! Gets the Swift on the Corviknight. And now the Furret will struggle to build up to another one, but PvP David has the alignment that he needs. Gets the Altaria on the Corviknight. Boom! Grimacing. This flamethrower will hurt the Corviknight so much.
Not only that, these fast attacks of the Corviknight are doing nothing to this Altaria. Altaria is going to be able to hit back harder, hit super effective.
Ooh.
Not enough to take it out, but they're still just charging up a ton of energy. Boom, going for, looks like perhaps a double air cutter rather than a payback. No Protect Shield on the side of PvP David.
But the Corviknight is so low.
Yeah,
Can it even get? Can it get to another attack? No, it goes down with so much energy stored.
Boom shakes his head in frustration. In comes the Furret. It did have some energy saved, but there's still so much energy on the Altaria's side here. When will Boom use this last shield? Altaria's looking pretty up in the sky there. Sky attack number 1 going through, knocking that Furret down pretty low. But at this point, I think that Boom still knows how to count here. No, he's going to go for all these attacks. He's not even going to use his shield. I think Boom is conceding this game number 4.
Boom is definitely conceding this game. He knew that even though he got the catch on the Corviknight, being met by the Altaria backline was not the play from him. If he had the Scizor there, maybe there was a way, but not with the Corviknight faced up against the Altaria. Kiss from the pretty Altaria in the sky, and sky attack and flamethrowering everything on the field.
In our first matchup that is a best of 5 of today, we are going all the way into the 5th and final game. Boom 20 has been 2-0ing all of his opponents up until this point, where he has met his match in his friend, his now foe, PvP David 07.
How fitting is it not that these two trainers who built this team together are now facing off in the winners finals, and both of them have won 2 games each? And now this is the final 5th game. Who can pull the longest straw and who can knock the other down to face Colin 6 in the losers finals? Both of them want to avoid letting that happen.
None of them want to face off against the final boss. All of them have been regional champions in the past, but all of them, I would say, want to be regional champions in the future as well.
I mean, I'd also take a regional championship if it was offered to me, so let's see who of these trainers will accept the offer this time. Can they take me up on it? Who will it be? We've seen the Furret every game. Do you think there's any reason to not play Furret here in game number 5?
I think Furret has a big neutrality throughout this whole matchup. While it might not be able to win everything, it can put in some meaningful chip damage. It's been used often in the lead or that safe swap position, so we'll have to see how they want to play it out, because we're getting into it. Get back to your screens here. We're going into a mirror matchup of this mirror team with the Altarias in the sky.
And it's an entirely mirror matchup. We see the Altaria in the lead and the Ferret and Unova Stunfisk in the back for both trainers. Maybe they can try to get a catch, but I don't know how this is going to go. We will need to see. This matchup with Altaria into Altaria will come down to who wins charge attack priority.
And keep in mind, both of these trainers already know between themselves who wins that charge attack priority, so perhaps the fact that Boom didn't go for it. And look at this, a simultaneous swap into the Ferrets!
How come both of these trainers are both so they're doing exactly the same, going both for the Trailblaze. And boom, 20's Ferret is winning that charge attack priority. PvP David shielding up the first Trailblaze. That is a curious decision.
Now, this will be funny. You see that Boom actually doesn't shield up this Trailblaze here. And it's going to knock him down kind of low, but he's going to be able to pace at the exact same time. Now, Boom did win that first one there, but let's see who wins this one. Guess what? It's PvP David. They know that it's a coin flip scenario of who would win between their Ferrets.
This seems to matter to these trainers, that they both know that these Ferrets are exactly the same. And when a Pokemon has the exact same attack stat, that means that the charge attack priority is randomly selected. And here comes another charge attack priority, PvP David. He's going to strip away the shield of this Altaria.
Altaria is at the Sky Attack, wants to get this Ferret out of the way, or at least get that last Protect Shield. Oh, what am I saying? No Protect Shield on the side of PvP David. This is going to make that Ferret go bye-bye. But is this just, again, the perfect farm opportunity for that last Pokemon, or the Altaria takes it back in and takes it down?
And great recognition by PvP David, in my opinion. One more Thundershock for the Unova Stunfisk will let it outpace the Ferret, will let it outpace the opposing Unova Stunfisk, and he has the Altaria with now some energy in the back as well.
Decisive Game 5. Both trainers led Altaria. Both trainers simultaneously swapped into their Ferret, which is a coin flip for charge attack priority. And now in the back line, we have the Unova Stunfisk lined up against each other with David's with one Thundershock ahead. Both of the trainers both have a little bit of health map on their Ferrets and Altarias in the back. It's still anyone's game.
PvP David will know that when he inevitably gets to his third Mob Bomb, he will have to throw it immediately to avoid a charge attack priority event against Boom Stunfisk. That will allow Boom to go for a potential catch into his Ferret. And then we see, PvP David knows exactly when to throw. He waits a turn to see if Boom is swapping. He wasn't. PvP David, now can he take this game? This Altaria is getting so close to a Sky Attack, and PvP David
taking it through Sky Attack in a completely mirror matchup of a mirror team.
And PvP David, he got the final game. It was first Boom winning game number 1, and then Boom again going up 2-1. And then PvP David decided, enough with this nonsense. I want to be the one to go into the grand finals. You take on the final boss.
And that's exactly what he will do. Our Stuttgart regional champion of the previous year wants to become the 2026 Gdansk regional champion. He'll be in that winners finals, but he will have to face off with whoever wins between Boom 20 with his exact team and Colin 6, who saw the team, saw a Credilli, disadvantage and decided to put that onto his own.
And our youngest trainer left in the tournament is proving yet again that age is not the same as skill. As if you're all good enough, you're old enough. And PvP David, even though this matchup was so close and he went down in both game number 1 and game number 3 to trail behind the magnificent Boom, his determination allowed him to get back with that masterful Unova Stunfisk gameplay in game number 2, and then his masterful Unova Stunfisk gameplay in game number 5.
You know what? I think PvP David must have been hearing everyone calling Boom 20 the Prince and deciding, actually, you know what? That's okay. Boom can keep the Prince title. I'm going for King, as he's able to take it into the grand finals.
And this is the young king of PvP right now. He is so immaculate. His gameplay is so clean and so great. He was second place finisher in Stockholm. I think he had 2 or 3 second place finishes last season. He also had a win in Stuttgart, and now he has secured himself at least another second place finish, but he wants to go for first.
Everyone was comparing earlier on in his career when he was even a couple years younger, when he was playing at EUIC and taking down really, really big names. They were calling it, you know, a David versus Goliath meta. What do you do when you become the Goliath yourself?
I'm just going to ask who won that matchup with David versus Goliath. That is David. And there are so many talented young trainers in the Pokemon scene playing Pokemon Go. One of them is Beelzeboy, and he just became our world champion.
Absolutely.
Wow! Beelzeboy is playing out of his mind here. He is on point.
My name is Ved Bam. I go by Beelzeboy and I'm from India.
He is holding his community on his back, his friends, his dreams, and he can do it right now.
My favorite Pokemon starter is Sprigatito, because that was my first actual starter in Scarlet and Violet. Like most people, I started playing the game in 2016 when it first came out. When COVID hit, I found out about the battling feature that Pokemon Go had added, and I just hopped onto the game, and I've been playing since. My friend persuaded me to come to Japan. I hadn't qualified for the World Championship, but I really like the game. He told me to, come along. That was my first international trip. The atmosphere at Worlds was crazy. Saxon won that time. I thought, I would like to compete at Worlds someday. And I also met Aaron Cybertron Zeng, who's really cool. My friend persuading me to come to Japan and meeting Cybertron. Those two are the things that got me into competitive Pokemon. There are so many great players. I mean, Dancing Rob is definitely one person that, he's the trailblazer. He's the first world champion. Like most things, it takes a while to learn, and it's not always smooth sailing. It's very important to take a step back sometimes and take a deep breath and think things over. It's best to just drink lots of water and, pause. This is my second in-person tournament. The first one I got 4th place.
He is following up his last year's world performance with the exact same dominance.
I really like Moltres. I caught it on my daily adventure in Sense. One day walking back home, I definitely had to build a team around it. I have Annihilate for opposing fighters. I have Lapras, which is the best neutral pick in the game. I was sure that this is a good team and that I have practiced well enough with it that I can play around most opposing teams. The MVP of my team was definitely Lapras. One of my toughest opponents was India's Harjev. His Annihilate was really good versus my team because I didn't have a ghost type other than my own Annihilate, and he's a great opponent. This was my first finals on stream.
Beelzeboy has now reset the bracket.
I feel like when you're actually battling, you don't really pay a lot of attention to what is happening around you. You just focus on the battles. Most of it was the same, but lots of smoke, lots of light, and lots of people cheering.
This next game is gonna determine your Pokemon Go World Champion.
Right at the end, when I hit the Ice Beam on the Corsola,
he goes on the Ice Beam!
I knew it was done.
Absolute cinema!
The number one challenge that I set for myself this season was to make as little misplays as possible.
And how'd that go?
Well, I did make a few misplays, but I guess it balances out because I won.
He is your 2025 Pokemon Go World Champion!
My most memorable moment on the stage was definitely, walking up to the podium with the crowd cheering and then, lifting this trophy. This is the one event where I get to meet a lot of my friends. The community is really warm and wholesome and very welcoming. Thank you for all your kindness, and I'm very grateful for everything that community has helped me with.
Beelzeboy, our world champion. Champions are born in the championship series. That's what you're looking at right now.
We have a top 3 in Gdansk this weekend. It's going to be Colin, the final boss, versus Boom 20 in the losers finals, and then the winner of that will be facing off against PvP David. Fun fact, as you saw earlier, Boom 20 and PvP David have the same team. So Colin, if he would win, he would face the same team twice, maybe even 3 times if he resets the bracket. All battles from here on, and in the winners finals previously, of course, are a best of 5.
Yeah, and Colin, to get to PvP David, he has to face a ghost from the past. He's facing against Boom 20. Boom 20 was the Lille regional champion.
Correct.
Not this past year, the year prior. Who did he beat in the final? Colin 6.
That was Colin 6. Kind of a tough match for Colin to come, a tough hill to climb here. He is now opposed a trainer who has defeated him to win the Lille regional championship last year, and then in the grand finals, he's never defeated PvP David before. So it's gonna be pretty tough, but you know, he's the final boss for a reason. See if he can make it happen.
Yeah, and to be honest, I think Colin had enough time to look into the matchups and see what he can bring. He's been relying a lot on that Empoleon Altaria core, and if you look into Boom's and David's team, for all that matter, there's no real core breaker to that.
Empoleon is a Pokemon that can check that Scissor. Shadow Scissor is an absolute staple in this meta. It's even in the current Team Go Rocket rotation if you're still looking for one. These trainers are showing you why it is, because the pressure from the Bullet Punch is immense, and then getting very quickly to the Night Slash is really good. But Empoleon is the one Pokemon that double resists Steel, and that means it is actually a Pokemon that can take on the Steel and Dragon Core from Boom, because Empoleon has play into both Altaria and Scissor.
Also in both teams, the top usage Pokemon. The story of this weekend, Ferret makes an appearance. It's in the top 3, is guaranteed to win a medal.
I think that the story of this tournament could also be the Altaria. Well, Ferret was the #1 usage on day 2. Altaria is, well, actually Ferret is also on all 3 top performing teams. And it's actually crazy because last weekend Abomasnow won. And Abomasnow is a Pokemon that obliterates Altaria. So where does it come from suddenly?
Now, trainers, thinking things through. We have lock-ins. This is the beginning of the first best of 5. Losers finals, Boom versus Colin.
It's gonna be the Ferret from Boom. It's met up with that Altaria. Those are the 2 Pokemon that we just talked about, the stars of this show. Ferret has an okay matchup here, but of course Altaria is incredibly bulky. It's been a Pokemon that's been around for so long, and now with the Dragon Breath rework, it performs a little bit different, but it actually probably appreciates getting quicker to the Sky Attack and the Flamethrower charge attacks.
Ferret pacing so fast to the Swifts, but Altaria is so bulky, reaching the first Sky Attack.
Sky Attack will do a moderate amount of damage. Ferret can hang on. It's quite bulky as well. I think both trainers are looking to keep the shields for their Pokemon in the back. Empoleon and Scissor are both quite fragile. Ferret barely gets to the Swift and throws it right before the next Sky Attack of his Altaria, but Altaria hangs on. Both trainers not using any shields just yet.
Interesting play here by Colin 6. No shield in this move. Maybe hoping to bank this. No, chooses to throw. Gets the alignment potentially. Boom chooses to let it go.
And this is something that Boom has been doing a lot this weekend. Getting the energy advantage on his Scissor, and in comes that Scissor. You can't come in with your Corviknight because then the Altaria may go to a Flamethrower. Now in comes the Empoleon, which is fragile. It's gonna take a lot of damage from a Night Slash or a Trailblaze, but as you can see, the Bullet Punch damage just doesn't add up. Looks like Colin not taking any chances. He realizes, okay, this is a Trailblaze. I will now outpace this Scissor or pace equally fast to the charge attacks.
Great call by Colin 6, shielding the Trailblaze. First Hydro Cannon coming through, pulling the first Protect Shield out of Boom.
Hydro Cannon would do a ton of damage, and Metal Sound allows Empoleon to get there in only 5. Colin has to use the Protect Shields here. If that Scissor gets aligned to Cradilly, it is over, because Cradilly has no play into Scissor at all. It has the Fast Attack Acid. That's a poison type Fast Attack. We don't have immunity in Pokemon Go, but we have the double resistance instead. So you can imagine that Acid will hardly do any damage. I think that Empoleon might feint to this Night Slash. Colin, he's not putting up protection. Does Empoleon hang on? It doesn't. What do you do now? You have a Cradilly here, but the Scissor had 2 attacks. You couldn't shield it in the first place.
And now Cradilly no shield. Colin with his back against the wall. Can this Cordelia pace fast enough to get rid of the scissor? Look at the bullet punch damage!
Bullet punch is adding up. Can you even get to one single Rock Tomb? Yes, you get there, but it doesn't even matter. Boom is going for another charge stack. He's trying to not reveal the last Pokemon. If this Cordelia has 1 HP, the Protect Shield will actually knock out because it doesn't nullify damage, it reduces it to 1. But it looks like Boom has to reveal his final Pokemon.
A loss is a loss regardless, but every bit of information matters. Colin 6 knows that now that the backline Pokemon for Boom was that Corviknight, and that allows him to think, oh, what was Boom's idea for this matchup? How can I play around not only that Scissor that was shown, but also that Corviknight in the future games?
When you play a game, you have a final boss, yes? The final boss usually has different phases. This was only the first phase, and Boom managed to defeat the first phase of Colin, the final boss. How does the final boss, Colin 6, adapt here? Because this is kind of a warm-up here, right? Colin is known to be one of the best players in Europe, but Boom may just be on that similar level. He has played fewer regional championships. Imagine if he also had played like 20. If he would have like a consistent line, he'd be winning like half the championships maybe.
Yeah, but let's not forget that Colin 6 has been in this position before today.
Yeah. He always loses the first game and then wins everything.
That's it. You can't get a false sense of security versus Colin 6 because he's so focused. He's so locked in. He can get the reverse sweep here.
It's the first phase. The first phase of the final boss is always the easiest. But then additional attacks come in, right? Additional phases. And yeah, it's just going to be a tough losers finals here regardless for both players here. Colin is 1 point down, but that's where he gets his strength from. We're getting into game number 2. Altaria from Boom met up with that Empoleon. This is quite a neutral matchup, even though Dragon Breath is resisted by the Empoleon. Altaria just has sheer bulk, and Empoleon's Drill Pack doesn't do enough damage to threaten early on.
And here, Colin 6 running a team with a solid answer to Scissor in the lead with 2 Pokemon that are weak in the back, so potentially it will hope to swap out. That's exactly what he does, goes into the forward right away.
Ferret with energy can be a very strong Pokemon, but Boom brings out the Corviknight, and this is exactly the Steel-type Pokemon. Colin does not want to bait out. Going for the Trailblaze, it is double resistant, but now your Sucker Punch damage and the Swifts following up will deal a little bit more. If Scissor came in here, Ferret could have actually won that matchup. That's why Corviknight is the better choice here of the 2.
But let's not forget, there's 2 Protect Shields behind this Ferret. Ferret, thanks to that Trailblaze, the Sucker Punch will start to look at that Swift damage. The Corviknight is already terribly low.
Air Cutters coming in. Does Colin think this is a payback, and does he want to shield it? Oh no, this is the second time I've seen him shield an Air Cutter today. Boom is being so good with his baits, and Colin is like, well, I don't want to have that again. I'm just going to take all your energy, or at least a Protect Shield with this Empoleon. And Corviknight has so much energy, so Boom puts up the Protect Shield here.
I like how aggressive Colin is. Is that right? What a catch!
Wow, this is resistant, efficient energy, but this is exactly the Pokemon that can take a Hydro Cannon. Empoleon pace is really fast though, so might be able to get to another one if Boom decides to go for an entire farm. And I would imagine that Boom goes for the Sky Attack right before the Drill Pack, and he does.
Great counting here by Boom, trying to preserve that Altaria's last Protect Shield.
Sky Attack knocks out. What do you bring in as Colin here? Can this Altaria get to another charge attack? Dragon Breath just charges really fast right now. Sky Attack's coming through. Luckily, Altaria doesn't run Moonblast or Dazzling Gleam generally anymore, so it's not super effective damage. But this energy on the Altaria is going to be really valuable because even Sky Attack does so much on Scissor.
That overfarm came in so clutch for Boom. Altaria already has a move loaded, throws the Sky Attack into the Scissor. Does Boom call this? He can't afford to. Scissor is so fragile.
I think that you need a Flamethrower though as Colin, which does take a little bit more energy to get to go for the Nightshade to immediately try and pull a shield here. Do you use a Protect Shield? Yes, he does. Now Colin has to be careful of a catch from Boom. He still has that Ferret in the back, but Ferret it's just a lot for the Ferret. Can he get the Flamethrower off? He gets to the Flamethrower. This is going to melt the Buck and Steel typing from the Scissor.
I can even see the HP on that Altaria. And now it all comes down with that Ferret. Can it take down? There's energy on the Corviknight. Payback coming through.
But Payback, it's a strong attack. It's not the same type of attack bonus though. This is gonna hit the Ferret very hard, but Sand Attack does nothing to Fast Attack. You can still get to a Swift. This is resisted though. Can Ferret pull through?
There's no boost behind this Ferret, but Swift is such a good move. It will be so close to knocking out. Barely survives.
Corviknight hangs on in the sky. Can he get to the Edgar? No, the Sucker Punch knocks out Colin. He loses game 1, but this is what we've been seeing this entire weekend. He takes game number 2.
He's here to show that the old guard is still alive. Boom, PvP David, the youngins in the game. But Colin 6 has the experience behind him. 3-time regional champion.
That's no joke. And this was phase 2 of the final boss. Now the score is tied again. And again, a reminder, it's a best of 5. So the first player to get to 3 wins here will advance to the grand finals. How are you going to adapt here as Boom? Because now Colin was showing that Empoleon in a different position. He keeps bringing those same 3 Pokemon though that he's familiar with, but that Empoleon really poses as a big threat to Boom's line.
It's very interesting that even though the Empoleon keeps coming, so does that Shadow Scissor from Boom. Boom is also always playing for a bit of an energy advantage and shields behind that Shadow Scissor because it has such dynamism.
I am not surprised that we see the Scissor in the back. Because as you say, Boom likes to play for that energy advantage. We saw with 2 Bullet Punch advantage, that Scissor can actually defeat the Empoleon. Because a Trailblaze, you cannot let it go as the Empoleon, because then the Bullet Punches afterwards will knock you out. But if you do shield the Trailblaze, then Boom would get to the final Night Size on Charge Stack Purity tie, at the same time as that Empoleon, it would knock out. We saw that in game 1. So you kind of have to know the situation now as Colin and prevent that Scissor from getting too much energy.
Does Colin have the answer for that Shadow Scissor? He got the game back. The series is tied back up.
Here we go. We have a lock-in from both trainers. Let us know in the chat, who do you think is going to win this one? We have game number 3. Boom locked in the Ferret, but so did Colin. This is going to be a mirror match. We saw Boom early against PvP David. He lost a Charge Stack Purity tie. Does Colin have a Ferret with a higher attack as well?
Here, all both pacing at the same time. Tries to catch a Trailblaze potentially. Boom doesn't fall for it. Lock in the Shadow Scissor on the Altaria.
And Scissor performs quite well here with those shields. Going for the Night Size, hoping for that 1 in 8 double attack boost here. And when you have shields, I would think that the Altaria goes for straight Sky Attack here. It would still deal a lot of damage. No boost though.
I really appreciate this no shield by Colin 6 because he knows the Altaria can endure a Night Slash, potentially pulling shield advantage from this matchup for an advantage for his Ferret down the line.
Altaria spacing fast, but Scissor is faster. Throwing right before the next Sky Attack. If you want to pull 2 shields here as Colin, you have to put up your next Protect Shield. Keep in mind that there's a lot of energy on both Ferret as well, which could prove to be very useful. Now going for the Sky Attack. This would knock out the Scissor, and we see the shield from Boom because he knows this would do much more than the Swift from opposing Ferret.
Colin 6 burning that Swift, goes into the Ferret, tries to go for the Swift. I don't think this is enough to KO, but will put Scissor dangerously low.
It's such an awkward position because this is not exactly Poison Sting downrange just yet. Now you have so much energy on your own Ferret. The thing is, if you have 2 Ferret from full health against each other, right, and we only have 1 extra Bullet Punch in here, then the Ferret will hang on to 2 Swift. It is possible that Colin would have taken this, but it looks like Boom values the energy more anyway, so he doesn't throw just yet and doesn't risk going for the Charge Stack Purity tie.
Boom doesn't know what's in the back, valuing the energy on this Ferret, goes to back-to-back Swifts, and throws the first one into the Ferret.
There's still Protect Shield on the side of Colin. He's seen the Scissor. He knows that it's really, really hard to Poison Sting down a Steel-type Pokemon. It has a little bit of energy as well, but this Clodsire is bulky. It also has access to Stone Edge, and 2 Stone Edge plus a couple Poison Sting will be enough to knock out Altaria. Let's see how Boom is going to deal with it. He swaps into the Scissor, and I do think this Scissor might barely be able to get to 2 Charge Stack here.
Here, Clodsire in the dire position because you can Poison Sting down the Scissor, but you have to throw energy here.
Does he throw energy? Yes, he does. Colin goes for the Stone Edge here, and the important thing for Colin now is to outpace that Altaria to 2 Charge Stacks. He still has a shield to hide behind. The problem is, though, Boom still has the Ferret at very low health, but it can be used as a sacrificial swap later.
Now this Altaria facing this Clodsire. Clodsire is tremendously low behind the Protect Shield. It has the Stone Edge coverage, goes for the first one.
Here we go. This is super effective, hard-hitting damage. And I think that the health is evaporating very quickly here. Can Clodsire get 6 more Poison Sting in? We see the first Sky attack come through here from Boom. He's trying to pace to 2 charge sections for this Clodsire can. It's going to be a very tough position for Colin. He needs to predict when that third comes in. If Boom tries to catch a charge sec, do we see the Stone Edge come through? He tries to make the catch. He makes the catch on the Ferret!
Ferret is dangerously low, but it's used as a sacrificial swap. Boom!
That knocks out the Ferret. In comes the Altaria. There's no energy on his own. Altaria, and Colin nods his head. He realized, oh man, that was a great play from my opponent. Sometimes you just gotta respect that. Boom! Takes game number 3.
Very interesting position there, because I feel like the Ferret had enough HP where the Clodsire can't really Poison Sting down, right? So I think Colin was pretty much in a position where there was nothing he could do, because if he didn't throw the energy, he would get Sucker Punched down.
I think the only thing you could do there is hope for a simultaneous swap, because you predict the third come in, hopefully get like 2 Dragon Breath in or something, because the Altaria is so low, and then that you can still get that Stone Edge off on the opposing Altaria. But yes, I agree, it was an extremely dire position for Colin to be in. There were not a lot of win conditions left there anymore. Clodsire looks good into Boom's team, but the reality is that Scissor is also really good for Boom. He keeps bringing it and he knows how to play with it. That is a Pokemon Clodsire does not like to deal with when shields are up.
Boom, the prince that was promised. He wants to come back to the promised land. 1 game away from joining PvP David in the grand finals, the one that locked him in, knocked him down into the lower brackets.
With the same team as well. But first, Colin 6, the final boss, is evolving to phase 4. Colin is used to losing a game and then winning, but usually he likes to win 2 back. This time he didn't do that. Let's see the adaptation that Colin can bring in here. Boom already locked in. Colin thinking through his strategy just a little bit more. How do I play the same 3 Pokemon but different this time?
Colin shows the resiliency even in this day 2. Already reverse swap to opponents. We have lock-ins. Game number 4. We have the Altaria into the Corviknight. This is a positive lead for the Altaria.
This is a Sky battle, but Altaria has an advantage there, even though the Dragon Breath is resisted. Oh, and look at those fast switch there. Colin anticipating immediately. So now that Boom doesn't have 2 bullet punches advantage, and Polion will be able to lock down this matchup, but I would not be surprised if Boom is going to use 2 Protect Shields and try to catch an attack later and preserve that Scissor as much as possible.
Don't forget, just as much as bullet punch is resisted by the Empoleon, so is Metal Sound on the Scissor. The Scissor isn't taking that much fast attack pressure.
Night Slash is shielded by Colin. I think that Boom tried to get a boost there and then was hoping to flip the switch advantage. He's going for another Night Slash here. If Colin no-shields this could actually be big for him, and he actually does no-shield. Now you can knock this out, you can get to another charge sec on the next Pokemon coming in. No, looks like Boom is using the second Protect Shield. But now you need to throw another Night Slash though before you can make anything out of that.
I don't think you can bullet punch down. Empoleon going to the Hydro Cannon, tries to catch it, it still catches! Altaria catches the Hydro Cannon, resisted damage!
Colin 6 even waited a turn, but when you wait a turn, you also need to look at what's coming in, and now he aligns the third here. Colin 6 has a shield advantage, but that Scissor still has some energy loaded as well. That could be very useful later.
Even though Hydro Cannon catch was resisted damage, this puts the Altaria dangerously low. Swift plus Sucker Punches, putting the Altaria near red HP. Altaria racing for the Sky Attack.
But on the other hand, this is also a great opportunity for Boom to gather energy again on the Scissor. And that Scissor energy goes pretty much everywhere. I also would see Colin build up a little bit more. He does try to. Can you hang on to 4 bullet punch here to make it to your next Swift, or do you come in with the Corviknight and try to get a big sand attack down here? Looks like Boom chooses for the Corviknight.
Corviknight resisting all the fast attack pressure, banks a Swift, let's not forget that, goes into the Scissor right away, into the Altaria, races to the Night Slash, first Night Slash coming through.
You get to 2 Night Slash here, I think, oh, Colin shoots the first one. What if Boom now gets a boost? Then this will be hard punished, and there's no boost. It's charge attack 30 time. I think Colin lost track of energy here, and now I think this might almost, or it might put the Altaria into payback range as well. Colin needs to pace as quickly as possible to the flamethrower.
Colin 6 valuing the energy on the Altaria rather than the HP. Full undercharge, gets a few more Dragon Breaths off of this.
He needs
Scissor.
Flamethrower. There's no in-between here, but Corviknight has so much energy already. The timer's not up, and now the payback's coming through.
Boom, praying, hoping this payback is enough, because send attack, you can send attack down, gets the KO on the Altaria!
And now First comes back in, it has energy, but Corviknight has one of the best defensive typings in the game. It resists the charge attacks from the Ferret. It doesn't even matter anymore. Boom! He is going back into the Grand Finals. He's facing up against PvP David.
Colin 6 might be the final boss, but he might have just met his match. Boom! Gets the win again in this grudge match from Lille a few years ago. Boom! Locks in his place in the Grand Finals, trying to face PvP David once again and hoping for a different outcome.
He found the strats, he found the sauce to defeat someone like Colin. Pretty consistently too, because he did the same last year at Lille when he faced Colin in the Grand Finals. That was an Ariados Malamar meta, and now in this Altaria Ferret meta, he does it again. It doesn't matter which Pokemon he has at this point. Colin, I don't think he's gonna like playing against Boom again in future matches.
If we know something about the final boss, is that he always comes back to that top cut. I'm sure this is not the last time we see Colin, but now it's all about the Grand Finals, right? We have Boom reaching the Grand Finals once again. 3 tournaments, 2 Grand Finals.
Insane, absolutely insane. And like from the grassroots format, from the community, we kind of already knew that Boom was good. He just hadn't played in championships just yet, and now that he's here, he's proving, he's showing everyone exactly what people were talking about. In game 1, he hardly revealed the third Pokemon. He just barely did. Game 2, Colin 6. As we know, he always comes back in that second game. But regardless, Boom played out of his mind, and that game 3 and game 4 made a pretty good comeback.
Can we appreciate the flexibility that Corviknight provides? That one turn fast attack duration, allowing Boom to make those catches, that resisted catch of the Hydro Cannon, neutralizing the energy from opponent, which otherwise would do significant damage.
And this catch on the Ferret, we call this the sacrificial swap, when you basically sacrifice a low health, or honestly, it could even be a full health Pokemon if the charge attack knocks out entirely, to set up your other Pokemon and secure that it can close out the game. That's what we saw in the previous game, and in this game, Corviknight, I've been calling it the American Bird this whole time. Corviknight actually, the American Bird, has been doing pretty well here in Europe.
Yeah, Europeans are known for their cooking, adapting some of the strats from DNA battlers, getting Corviknight into their teams. And something that I really like about both Boom's and PvP David's team is that they're choosing picks not to hard counter certain meta staples, but all about flexibility that flourishes with great coverage. Ferret, even versus his hardest counters like Fairy types, can put significant work. Corviknight has such a great defensive profile. Maybe flexibility is the way in this championship series.
And I think that Altaria just has been overlooked for quite a while. Because with Flamethrower, you can even fight back into Pokemon like Tinkaton. And Skytech pace is quicker. It helps into matchups like Azumarill. It's still not a great matchup. But you get there faster to also have diverse coverage, because otherwise you rely mostly on Dragon Breath. That was previously. But now you get fast to Sky Attack. You threaten Pokemon, fragile Pokemon like the Gyarados or the Scizor that we've seen this weekend so much faster. And I think that gives Altaria an extra niche that many players, including myself, have just overlooked this entire time.
Something interesting that I found players debating was if regular Altaria versus Shadow Altaria, what was the choice there? I found that Shadow Altaria, it's hard to get the correct stat product, right? Because it hasn't been in grunts for that long, where you could TM Frustration as well as a lot of good neutral matchups, but that natural bulk from the regular Altaria, being able to withstand Rock Tombs, multiple drill packs, multiple discharges. I feel like Altaria's role in the meta is to be a damage soaker, get shield advantage versus frail Pokemon, and maybe allowing your sweepers to take over the game.
It just gives you a little bit of momentum. If you don't knock out your opponent in one charge attack, why would you run the Shadow variant of the Altaria? And especially when you don't feint to too swift, I think that is a huge niche that regular Altaria has over Shadow. We see a lot of trainers always bring those Shadow Pokemon, but sometimes Shadow is not better. Not for this meta that we have For example, have we seen a Shadow Empoleon lately? I don't think so. And one of the reasons Shadow Empoleon would lose to Shadow Scissor way more consistently, because then a Night Slash, the third Night Slash in a 2-shield scenario when both trainers keep fast stacking down, the third Night Slash would knock out, and regular Empoleon would hang on.
I think that's due to how fast the meta has become, right? There's charge attacks flying all over the place. So trainers valuing profiles that can tank a few moves, but also deal significant damage. And that's the case with Empoleon, that's the case with Altaria, putting in so much work for these trainers here in Gdansk.
Altaria has finalized the top 3 in Gdansk here, but we still have a grand finals to play. And those two trainers, Boom and PvP David, have the exact same team, and I would love to hear more from them. Marcus, take it away. Let's hear us.
They have the exact same team, they have the exact same friendship, and they have the exact same toothbrush. Guys, I want to know, how much do you actually share? Can you tell me? I've heard you got the same toothbrush even. What happened there?
Well, so I sent a picture, I don't even remember of what, and like the first thing this guy says, wait, we have the same toothbrush, yeah. So, yeah.
You also share the same birthday. I'm not sure when it is, but congratulations to both of you. This is a great day. David, first of all, you're in grand finals, being on the winner's side. How did it feel going up against Boom when you practice together, you prep together? Obviously, this has to be some of the best prep in the world.
I mean, yeah, obviously, like being on the winner's side, you have like some sort of advantage, right? Have to just win one set, right? But Boom is like, yeah, Boom has been absolutely insane this tournament. So, I mean, yeah, we'll see how it goes, I guess.
And Boom, you've been prepping with David. Do you feel like who got the most value out of this? He was the one with the scissor. Were you the one with the Altaria or the third? How did it go?
I think I was the first one to mention Altaria to him, yeah. But I think we both made the team together. And he really was a fan of Scissor, and he convinced me to pair the Altaria with the Scissor. And I think that Scissor might have been the MVP over Altaria this tournament, so I should thank him probably.
Wow, we got two grateful trainers here, but I gotta say, now this is when it's going down. Boom, you coming in from the loser side of the bracket. This means you have to win 3 battles now, and then 3 more battles. That's 2 positive sets in GBL. How are you feeling?
Easy, right?
I mean, I don't know if there's anything more to say. PvP David, tell me, is it going to be easy?
I mean, we'll see. It's going to be a lot of mind games, that's for sure.
Okay, so we got the mind games from these trainers, and they are getting ready to get up on stage to give you guys a heck of a show. Let's throw it back to the casters.
It's funny that Marcus was mentioning the Go Battle League here, because when I sat here yesterday next to him, I looked at his elo, and it was at, I believe it was 800. So I think he can learn a lot here from those 2 grand finalists that we're going to have upcoming soon.
Wasn't he at like 1600 a couple of days? Did he went 0-25, really?
That would be a very tough day, not intentional.
To be honest, actually, speaking of Go Battle League,
yeah,
one of our trainers, Boom, is, to my knowledge, one of the only trainers who ever got to 3800s in the Go Battle League, right?
That's impossible.
That's impossible, but it was one of those seasons that had a lot of battles, and even then, Boom was striving. He was owning up to his skills, dominating the remote format, the blind tree format, but now is once again here in the grand finals. But he has a tall task ahead. He's facing his friend PvP David.
The blind 3 format is the format that we call in the community that is played in the Go Battle League. It's basically where you just lock in 3 Pokemon and go. You don't know exactly what your opponent has. In the Championship Series, we play the show 6 pick 3 format. So you bring a team of 6, and from those 6 Pokemon, you can bring 3 into battle. You exchange team sheets with your opponent, so you know the team of each other. And as you can see here, the 6 Pokemon on each side, you only have to look at 1 here, because they have the same team.
He is a GBL hero, and he only has to go 3-2, 3-2 twice. So 2 positive sets, that's easy for Boom, as he says. Let's see if PvP David agrees. We have complete mirror teams. The matches were so close last time. It was a 5-game series, actually. 2-2 into the final game. They had the exact same lineup going into the final game.
something important to know for us as viewers, but also for the competitors. And trust me, they will know in such a pivotal moment like this. The ferret of PvP David wins charge attack priority tie against that of Boom. Important to know.
Actually, Boom's ferret actually won charge attack priority versus David as well. So it's actually a coin flip. It's the same attack stat. And we see that Boom got the Trailblaze off first, but then David won that last charge attack priority when it was the KOing move. So this is going to be very important because this has been an important save swap for both of our trainers.
So you're telling me if we have a ferret mirror lead, we have no clue who's going to win that lead?
As we have no clue who's going to win this grand final, because if I know something is that Boom is the last opponent you want to see, even if you have the advantage of being in the winner's bracket.
Well, we're gonna find out very shortly. PvP David has locked in his team of 3. Boom, still thinking it through a little bit. What does he remember from that winners finals that he earlier lost against PvP David, now playing in the grand finals? Remember, this is a best of 5. If Boom wants to win the entire thing, he has to win the best of 5 twice as he comes from the losers bracket. Here we go. Let's know in the chat. Who are you rooting for? Who do you think is going to win? We have the Scissor from PvP David. It's met up with the ferret from Boom.
Of course, Scissor wins the charge attack priority here with the Night Slash, but the sucker punches are adding up so much, Swift will deal significant damage.
This is such a weird matchup because you think that the normal type charge attacks, they won't do as much to that Scissor, and that Scissor as a steel type will take this matchup. That is actually not true. The ferret has great play against the Scissor, and that's why Boom is staying in this matchup. PvP David is going for the Night Slash here because they pace equally fast and you'll be able to win the scenario where no shields are used. Now, this can give Boom a slight energy advantage, and we've seen both trainers do this so much with their Scissor or their other Pokemon because both trainers have the Unova Stunfisk. So the Scissor is kind of checked in. Comes Scissor, you have 1 bullet punch advantage. PvP David knows which Pokemon to bring in.
Here, Unovan Stunfisk locking into his target, goes into the Unovan, maybe trying to catch a move, but he has so much energy. No, doesn't throw that energy, doesn't fall for it, goes into the Altaria.
Both trainers holding on to their energy. The thing is, PvP David would have thrown the Mud Bomb anyway, but if you catch the Mud Bomb on an Altaria as PvP David, that would have been wicked. But Boom has the patience. He unleashes the discharge there on that Altaria, which paces quicker nowadays. However, it's not the strongest charge deck. But Altaria also has Flamethrower to throw here. And the thing is, because not the same type of attack bonus, it won't threaten the Stunfisk as much.
Altaria reaches the first Flamethrower. Boom knows he can endure this move. No shields immediately.
And now, let's see how these trainers are going to continue this. It looks like Boom is trying to switch out. I'm not sure if you want to try catch a Flamethrower here, but oh, we see the Night Slash being unleashed before PvP David could throw a charge deck. This will stall the clock just a little bit, but I think you also kind of wanted this energy for the Stunfisk. Now you have energy as PvP David, and he's going for the Sky attack, which will do a lot of damage. I think it does more than the Mud Bomb from Stunfisk, and so does Boom. So he puts up a Protect Shield here. I think now you can bring the Stunfisk, though.
Scissor using his first Protect Shield, but this Unovan Stunfisk has 2 Mud Bombs loaded. Can the Scissor endure the Mud Bomb damage? Reach another move.
This is not a strong attack, trust me, but it actually hits quite well on that Scissor, going for the Night Slash. I think Boom was hoping to get a charge deck pretty tie here. PvP David maybe lost track of energy here, shielding a Night Slash. A Trailblaze definitely would have done a lot of damage, but Boom wasn't there just yet. And I think that a Mud Bomb would have done a little bit more damage. Boom was trying to save that Scissor, but he wasn't able to.
And look at how much energy this Unovan Stunfisk has. Boom uses his last Protect Shield. Does this Unovan Stunfisk tank a Mud Bomb to reach the 2 Mud Bombs he needs to KO the opposing Stunfisk?
PvP David wins charge attack priority here. Important information. This Mud Bomb will take the Stunfisk very low. I think at this point perhaps you can get the Mud Bomb off on this Stunfisk from PvP David, but remember that PvP David still has Altaria left as well. It has neutral Dragon Breath damage. He's going to bring it in. The Mud Bomb did not actually do that much damage, but because of the switch, it looked like that. And PvP David, he takes game number 1.
A sigh of relief from PvP David, as he knows that every game versus Boom counts. Gets to his win here. That energy management, loading up on that double Mud Bomb before swapping out, that was great patience by PvP David, knowing that you get more value out of the Altaria into the Unovan Stunfisk, and then you're forcing the Stunfisk to throw discharges, which is non as optimal move.
In this matchup, I would feel like the best player in this moment is going to win here. It's a mirror matchup. There's almost no hard alignment here, except if one trainer decides to bring the Florges. But truthfully, there's hardly any reason to bring the Florges when either trainer can bring that Scissor at any point. The worst you can probably face in that scenario is gonna be the Scissor into Unovan Stunfisk, but even then you have Trailblaze coverage. So there's a lot of neutral play that we have in this mirror team, and both trainers are ready for game number 2.
Boom, relying on this Shadow Scissor like he did all weekend. But we have leads. We have the Ferret Mirror once again. Let's see who wins.
All right, chat, who do you think is going to win Charge Attack Purity Tie here? Apparently, both Ferret have about the same attack here, so we have no idea who's going to win Charge Attack Purity Tie in that case. And we actually do see the Florges from Boom in the back. Both trainers brought the Stunfisk as well.
And looking at that Florges, it has coverage versus everything that PvP David brought.
Oh.
Great call by Boom.
But he goes for the Trailblaze instead of the Swift. That tells me that Boom values this Ferret just a little bit more than PvP David might. You do take the next Swift here as Boom. However, I'm not sure if you can get to another Charge Stick now, because now you needed more damage to get there.
Can Boom withstand this last Swift to get to the parting Swift?
Can he take one more?
He gets to one more! Can Boom guarantee switch advantage here?
He does. The thing is, Boom, switch advantage is really nice here. Now you're thinking, okay, I can align my Stunfisk to Scissor, but PvP David didn't bring any Scissor. In comes Unovan Stunfisk. Now Boom brings in the Florges, and you know why? That is because he fears the Scissor. Now you have an energy advantage, and even though the Florges has super effective charge stick damage here, the Stunfisk will win this matchup if no shields are used at all.
Florges taking the first Mud Bomb, non-debuff. Boom doesn't care about debuffing, he wants to ramp up this Florges, goes for the Trailblaze.
I like this play from Boom. Now your Fairy Wind damage will also add up, or even a Chilling Water into a Scissor potentially if it was in the back. But I would think that in the next charge stacks, perhaps you would go for the Chilling Water, because otherwise you do get outpaced by the Stunfisk, and the Thundershocks would add up enough that the next Bomb will knock out at some point. So let's see if Boom is going for the Trailblaze or the Chilling Water here. He is going for the Chilling Water because he wants to take on the final charge stack at some point, and putting up the final Protect Shield. PvP David kind of has to, because if he lets the Stunfisk go, this Florges is going to debuff the Altaria in the back, and then you cannot clear it anymore.
Great call by Boom, throwing the Chilling Water. Even then, he throws up the Protectile. He's noticing, PvP David is staying a bit too long. Maybe he's weak to Florges in the back.
It's gotta be the Altaria.
Ramping up on the energy. Charge attack priority with the Chilling Water.
And now we see the final Protect Shield come up from PvP David. This Mud Bomb might just be the most important charge attack in this battle, because if Florges hang on and it can get to a charge stack into the Altaria, the game is over. Boom would win then, but it's double debuff. It doesn't do enough damage, and no, he's staying in. He's going for the Chilling Water. He's going to knock out this Stunfisk. It's gonna be Stunfisk versus Altaria for the end game.
Great patience here by PvP David, recognizing that the Stunfisk were pressure enough the Florges. It's the swap, Altaria versus Unovan Stunfisk. Altaria with the flamethrower coverage, but Unovan Stunfisk is so fast to this discharges, already almost with 2 loaded.
This used to be a decent matchup for that Altaria because of the Dragon Breath being so oppressive, but now you rely more on your charge attacks, and the charge attack flamethrower here is not the same type of attack bonus. It's not going to deal as much damage as otherwise the Dragon Breath before the rework would have done. So I think Altaria needs 2 charge stacks at the very minimum. Can this Stunfisk get to enough discharge here?
Stunfisk, 1 Thundershock away from the back-to-back. This is gonna be a tight race. Altaria closing up on that flamethrower.
And let's see, Altaria still hangs on there for just a little bit. In comes the flamethrower. This won't be enough to knock out just yet. This Stunfisk has a discharge loaded. We'll be able to get a few more Thundershocks in, but are those Thundershocks going to be enough to knock out before getting Dragon Breath down? I think Stunfisk might have this.
Stunfisk throws the discharge. Boom, hoping to tie up the series. Is this enough to knock out?
It's not just yet, but can you get the Dragon Breath down or the Thundershock down? Stunfisk, boom, takes game number 2. He ties up the score.
Stunfisk with that pacing. 5 Thundershocks for the first one. 4 Thundershocks for the second one.
It's so fast.
It's so fast, and it comes in clutch versus the Altaria. If it was any bit slower, Altaria would have Dragon Breath down.
I think if Altaria had like Moonblast or Dazzling Gleam or Dragon Pulse, it would have had a much more comfortable matchup into that Stunfisk, because those charge stacks hit harder. You do get to those 2 charge stacks as the Altaria, as we saw, 2 flamethrowers. It got the Stunfisk low, but it did not get the knockout. But you cannot give up the flamethrower coverage, basically. Moonblast or Dazzling Gleam are hardly necessary to win against those Dark-type Pokemon, while Flamethrower is really needed into something like a Corviknight or sometimes even a Scissor.
Yeah, and Boom is carrying both. He's been relying on that Shadow Scissor so much during this championship, he's able to tie it up. I like the adjustment from Boom going into that Florges. It had pretty good play into PvP David's whole team.
Right, and I saw a comment from Home Slice Henry that Boom was actually the first one to bring Florges in his matchup, but actually PvP David also brought Florges in the winners finals. Florges has been really good in his tournament, and ever since I got that Chilling Water, it's actually a Pokemon that can really hang on with so many of these Pokemon. The only one you have to be careful of here is going to be the Scissor, and in this exact game, David didn't bring the Scissor, so Florges looked really good.
And now that's where the mind games start picking up. Scissor is the hardest check David has for Florges. Otherwise, it's pretty free into his team. Will he rely on that Scissor, and will Boom respond back with that Corviknight?
We're gonna find out very shortly. Boom has locked in PvP David. Now also has locked in. We're 1-1 in this first grand finals here. Game number 3, Altaria from Boom. It's gonna be lined up into the Stunfisk. We've seen this matchup just at the end of the previous game. Stunfisk will win this matchup very closely, and I think Boom is very happy to see this here because he has Scissor in the back.
Yeah, Scissor in the back lurking. I think PvP David's idea is to potentially lure out that Scissor with one of his back Pokemon to allow the other one to sweep, but not before it was a discharge, trying to put some dent on this Altaria's HP.
Yeah, I think you just want to get... Oh, looks like he preserves the Altaria right away, and now PvP David probably going for the infamous chip and dip, where you throw a charge stack and then swap into another Pokemon, probably to keep the switch advantage, or just keep the Stunfisk around going into the Altaria. And I think this is a pretty decent play for PvP David, because when shields are up, the Scissor otherwise would be really tough. Now you keep the Stunfisk for the Scissor, and even Ferret has good play into it as well.
Altaria reaching the skies up is barely enough to KO. Boom as back-to-back Swifts, hoping to put a dent into this Altaria.
Here we go. Can you get the Dragon Breath down and then come out with some energy here? We're gonna see Altaria drop to about 50% health after the first Swift, and now it will drop almost into the red after the next Swift.
Altaria hoping to get the Dragon Breath. Boom doesn't allow that. Aggressively pivots into the Scissor.
Can you get to the Sky Attack here? It's going to be a pivotal moment. Can Altaria hang on? Yes, it barely gets there.
Boom not going for the charge attack priority, instead choosing to preserve that energy on the Scissor, puts up the first Protect Shield.
And now what do you bring in? You probably bring in the Stunfisk here, but Boom is going for the bait. A risky play, but PvP David is not taking any chances. Shields up, the Knights, a Trailblaze would have gotten really close to knocking out otherwise.
Yeah, with the chip damage that is Novan Stunfisk already has, Trailblaze would threaten a knockout, reaches the first Mud Bomb before the Trailblaze is reached by Boom.
And we see Boom expand his next shield as well. Scissor is a fragile Pokemon and is a Pokemon that really wants those shields as well. The timer's almost up for Boom. I think if you want to keep this Scissor, you might want to try to catch a charge stack. Can he catch a Mud Bomb on the Altaria potentially, or does he sacrifice the Ferret? Oh, he does try, but we see PvP David wait, and now coming in with the Ferret and keeps all the energy for that Scissor later.
This Altaria almost has 2 Sky Attacks. Great patient by PvP David. He knows that he needs that energy for the Scissor. Ferret takes the first Sky Attack in the chin. Will he endure the first Sky Attack? Doesn't throw Boom. Reaches the Swift, the Ferret.
The thing for PvP David is here though, yes, he has all that energy on the Stunfisk, but Stunfisk is defensive. It will lose Charge Stack priority tie. That means that when both Pokemon throw a Charge Stack at the same time, Stunfisk will not be able to do that before Scissor. If Scissor can get 1 or 2 more bullet punches, it's very close to the Trailblaze, it would defeat the Stunfisk. So actually losing this matchup as PvP David might be more favorable for him.
Altaria has the back-to-back.
Oh man.
Reaches a flamethrower into this Unovan Stunfisk. We thought it was enough to KO, but it will put it dangerously low.
You're gonna be in nice range now. PvP David is going to need to make a catch here. Does he throw immediately? No. In comes the Scissor and Charge Stack for the tie!
Boom! With the heads-up play, he was 1 bullet punch away. PvP David doesn't react fast enough, and Boom gets a 2-1 heads-up win.
Wow, what an incredible mind game that we had there, because I think maybe PvP David was anticipating the immediate swap into the Scissor so Boom could get that head start, but then he waited just a little bit. He was looking at the screen. Boom did 1 fast attack, then swapped into the Scissor, and he got to the charge stack, throwing PvP David off and winning that 3rd game. Tremendous play.
I don't blame PvP David. It has been a long day.
It's
such a long day, and he had to react in just a second pretty much to be able to tap that Mud Bomb just before the Night Splash came through. Great heads up play by Boom. Recognize I don't have the fast move, but if I throw my opponent off the game with the timings a little bit, maybe I can reach it. He just gets the 2-1 lead in this grand finals.
You only have like half a second to react to this kind of stuff. Old men like us, we're not going to be able to do that. But these trainers, these young competitors, they are the ones who can pull this kind of stuff off. And then the mind games come in play. Because as PvP Dave, you're already thinking ahead. Is my opponent going to swap immediately or not? Do I throw my charge deck immediately or not? And we saw him like waiting just a little bit, anticipating it. And then Boom just does that a little bit later. And it just gets so rough there. But we're going to get straight into game number 4 there. Can Boom close it out and reset the bracket? Or is they going to make a comeback to tie up to 2-2? We have the Altaria into the Ferret.
This time, David chose to bring that Scissor, and in the back from Boom, there's that Florges once again. Can PvP David get the alignment he needs, neutralizing that Fairy type?
Swift's coming in, good neutral damage from the Ferret. As we've seen, we're gonna see this matchup many times today. Altaria can take it. The Sky Attack is the same type of tech bonus and it's gonna do very solid damage as well, but we know how this matchup goes. Altaria will barely win it.
Altaria almost reaching a second Sky Attack. First Sky Attack comes through. Here comes the Unnovan Stunfisk and Ferret counter swap.
Immediately answered with the Ferret that has access to Trailblaze. Trailblaze is a grass type charge deck that not just only hits for super effective damage, it also boosts the attack by 1 stage. And if PvP David is going to ramp up that Ferret, it's going to be a big problem here for Boom. But I think this is not his first concern. I think what his real concern here is he has the Florges in the back. As Boom, you're kind of hoping at this point it's not going to be Scissor in the back for PvP David.
PvP David hasn't been relying on that Scissor as much, and Boom making a gamble here, trying to chip this Ferret as much as he can. Almost 1 Thundershock away from another Mud Bomb. Can this Unnovan Stunfisk deal with the Ferret? Charge attack, but no, Boom doesn't fall for it, goes for the Swift PvP David.
Swift is going to knock out this Stunfisk. Does Boom use a protection? I wouldn't have been surprised if he did and tried to keep it for a potential Scissor. In comes the Florges, and PvP David knows at this point. He's just going to leave this Swift here as a parting gift on the Ferret, but I'm pretty sure we're going to see that Scissor coming afterwards. It's going to pop off.
Interesting here. PvP David chooses to stay in, giving a lot of energy to this Florges. It almost has back-to-back Chilling Water. Here comes the Scissor. First Chilling Water coming through.
Does that give him any play? Because Chilling Water still will do a good amount of damage. And now that this Florges has so much energy, it will actually put a dent in this Scissor. The Bullet Punch damage will actually be even doing less. However, PvP David could potentially swap out in the Altaria still, because then it can clear this debuff that it gets now.
That's not what he does. Ferret goes for the Swift. This will put a good dent into the Scissor. And let's not forget that Bullet Punch damage is reduced 2 attack stages. So it's going to be hard to take this Ferret down.
Does David stay in? He keeps the Trailblaze here. He now, oh man, that's another Swift here. Is this going to knock out? PvP David still has a lot of energy on the Altaria, but I'm not sure if the Altaria and the Scissor can pull through. Swift doesn't knock out just yet. Scissor hangs on, has a little bit of energy, and now the Altaria comes in immediately to pull the final shield, but you can't shield this as Boom because that Scissor also has a Trailblaze loaded.
And now the question is here, can this Florges farm down? No, this is not too much damage. PvP David ties up the score 2-2.
Wow, oh my goodness. When Boom was just looking to take the overhand here and get to that bracket reset, he brought the Florges again. He took a risk, and PvP David was not having any of that. He was gonna mow down the flowers today with that Scissor, and Scissor did what it needed to do, take out the Florges.
PvP David knows that you can't give Boom an inch or you will take your whole arm. Here, 2-2. This is the grand finals. Boom, with everything on the line. If he loses this game, it's over. But for PvP David, if he does lose this best of 5, he still has another one, thanks to his performance, staying in the winner's side of the bracket.
Both trainers already have won 1 regional championship. The trainer who wins there will have won 2 of them, and this is the moment. Which card or Pokemon are you going to bring here, your final ace, to potentially either win gold or reset the bracket and potentially bring it to another best of 5.
And the only Pokemon we haven't seen yet has been that Corviknight in this grand finals. I'm hoping maybe to see one of them try to switch it up. Maybe David, because he has can take that risk. Let's see if he does that though. It's Scissor lead into the Altaria. Positive matchup for Boom behind 2 Protect Shields.
Scissor doesn't like any of the charge stack damage, but like you said, looks like swapping into the third right away though, and this is, Boom does have the Florges for this matchup, and this time David didn't bring the Scissor. Florges might actually be the play now, going for the nicest, and David puts my protection early on, now bringing in that Florges. I think this is kind of what David wanted to bait out though, because all the energy later will be resisted by the Altaria, and now the Florges won't be on the Stunfisk. Maybe Stunfisk has play later on.
Yeah, now this energy lead by the Ferret allows it to reach double Swift. Boom choosing to let it go. He knows that the Florges can withstand, maybe double up on energy, but I think he will need 2 charge attacks to take out this Ferret.
I definitely think we're not going to see any protections come in from this Florges, because Boom is likely going to keep those for the Scissor. This Trailblaze won't be able to knock out yet because it wasn't boosted earlier on yet. Do you throw another charge attack here? It looks like he's going for the charge attack priority tie. And now the question is, can this Altaria get a Dragon Breath down before the next Chilling Water? The thing is, regardless of Chilling Water, that Flamethrower is still going to melt the Scissor. And we see Boom swap immediately, but he goes in with the Stunfisk instead.
And Stunfisk here has the pacing advantage with that 5-4 pacing with the fast move. Scissors already in Mud Bomb range, pulls up the first Protect Shield out of Boom.
This was looking really good for Boom with his alignment because he has that Ferret, but because PvP David brought in the Stunfisk now, it's not looking that good anymore. You don't even have that energy advantage, and putting up the Protect Shield on this Trailblaze, I think that Boom is looking to get to 2 of those though, because now shields are down, but you gotta be careful that it won't be caught. Can you even get to the Trailblaze, or does that Stunfisk outpace? I think you're one off here.
Stunfisk putting the pressure on this shield, pulling up the last Protect Shield from Boom. Can this Unova reach a move before the Trailblaze, or will we get a catch?
Oh,
we get the catch! Catches the double resistant Trailblaze!
What a play by PvP David! He wants to become a champion, and this is one way to get started. Looks like Boom is staying in just a little bit. He wants to get an extra bullet punch damage in. This Altaria is already at half HP here. You still have a potential catch on that Florges, but now you almost put this Altaria into Swift range. Tremendous play as well by Boom, anticipating or basically putting in an alternative strategy when the Altaria was brought in.
This Ferret is pacing quickly to the Swifts. Let's not forget that Florges has 1 Fairy Wind worth of energy. Can it reach a move on the end game?
It might not even matter if this Ferret is going to pull through here, but I do believe that the Stunfisk might be one off another attack here. Looks like we swap immediately into the Florges to get a head start, but do you get Thundershock down? Do you get Thundershock down? Do you get to the charge? Oh, he gets the Thundershock down!
PvP David looking into the championship. Is this Mud Bomb enough to KO? Can the Ferret reach a Trailblaze?
Stunfisk is not the strongest Pokemon with charge attack, but it doesn't matter. It's gonna do the job here for PvP David. It gets to the final charge attack. PvP David is your 2026 Gdansk Regional Champion!
PvP David back into the driver's seat. Last season he performed so well. He had 1 regional championship win, 2 second places, and now back as the king. Gdansk Regional Champion. All rise for PvP David.
We are so back. His Worlds performance didn't go as he expected. His regional championships were phenomenal last season, and now he's back here in Gdansk, winning a championship for himself again. We already saw that he had that shirt in game, and now he can upgrade. He can upgrade to the 2026 season shirt, and this is only setting him up, right? This only motivates and tells us how good PvP David is, and we're like so early on in the season. We're gonna have Stuttgart coming up, we're gonna have Birmingham coming up, and most importantly, the Europe International Championship. PvP David doesn't have a trophy yet.
Yet is the key word here. Let's not forget that PvP David, besides all those championship points, he also gets the direct invitation into the San Francisco World Championship, and that's what he was probably looking for, but I know he's hungry for more. Stuttgart next month, and he's the reigning Stuttgart Regional Champion. Let's see if he goes to defend his title.
I think for PvP David, most importantly, is going to improve his placements on those international championships, right? Because he's gotten so close. I believe he got like top 5 or top 8 in Hawaii, and also got very far at that EYC that season. And, you know, when you can defeat a player like Boom in 2 best-of-5s, because he also defeated him with the same team, the exact mirror team in the winners finals, and now also in the grand finals. And let it be clear that it was not exactly domination, it was very close. But those close games still matter, because PvP David came on top. He knew the matchups just a little bit better.
Neck and neck series between both these behemoths. Them two, along with some other twins like finalist Patoman, I think Pokemon Go PvP is in good hands for the years to come.
This Night Slash knocking out the Stunfisk. Stunfisk was so important, and we see this was a pivotal moment in game number 5. Because if PvP David did not catch this charge attack, the Scissor instead could have gone into 2 Night Slash. As you can see here, it almost had energy for even another Night Slash. And in that case, this Furret may not have even taken another Sky attack there. It could have had more energy, and if it had a Trailblaze here, it could have knocked out the Stunfisk. But because of that double resisted Trailblaze catch on Altaria, PvP David was able to pull through there with the Stunfisk.
And we've seen Altaria, we've seen Furret rise this weekend, but I believe the true hero in this grand finals for PvP David was that Unnovan Stunfisk. The pacing has been so clutch for him, barely outpacing that Scissor, barely outpacing that Furret, but just enough to get the win there versus Boom 20.
I said yesterday, I find Unnovan Stunfisk, with all due respect for this championship winning Pokemon, I find it so annoying. It is a ground type Pokemon that loses to other ground type Pokemon, but it's also a ground type Pokemon that defeats flying types. And that makes it so difficult to anticipate or team build around, because last week we saw Hikami with the Abomasnow, a grass and ice type Pokemon. Grass type Pokemon are almost extinct currently, besides Greydilly, so you hardly have any consistent resistances against the Stunfisk. That makes it so incredibly good. And I think the only one who picked up on that, or it's just because he loves that Pokemon, is Gdansk Bolton with the Superior.
Yeah, and to be honest, the lack of Mudslap is very noticeable,
right?
And that's why Unnovan Stunfisk is thriving. Maybe it's because also from the rise of those flying types, right? Like that Altaria, like that Corviknight, even Talonflame made an appearance. Mudslap's days might be counting.
Even though this meta has been around since the start of September already, we've seen so many developments. In Frankfurt, Shadow Marowak was the top Mudslap user. But then Gastrodon prevailed there, and Gastrodon was being picked up. It had a really good typing. We've seen Swampert before, and then you have Water Pulse now. It costs less energy. You get that consistently in 5 Mudslap, so you're a little bit better into some matchups. And somehow that has shifted into a meta where we are running ground-type Pokemon weak to other ground-type Pokemon, because Clodsire and Stunfisk have been the most remarkable Pokemon that lay flat on the floor.
Yeah, and something interesting that this meta has been shifting towards is spacing. I feel like Unnovan Stunfisk, Scizor, Furret, Corviknight, they all pace in 10 turns or less to his charge attacks. And I feel like this is because trainers want to manipulate that switch call. 45-second switch timer means that if you throw a couple of charge attacks plus a few fast moves, the switch clock is almost up. You can get out of many tough situations like that.
Well, let's see if that's true, if these trainers use these kind of Pokemon. Because we can take a look real quick at the teams that the top 8 trainers had brought here. And as you can see, there's so many Furret, but also so many Altaria.
Yeah, Altaria and Furret, definitely the core that is on the rise this weekend. We've seen the Empoleon taking the crown, giving Ikami his first regional championship, but at the end of the day, the Steel-type Shadow Scizor picking up the crown, and also a silver medal. Both teams the same, and to be honest,
I would say keeping the crown even, because Scizor has been such a staple this whole time. I think Fortress was the better Steel-type Pokemon in way fewer tournaments.
Yeah, and it's interesting. I think trainers are looking into, less Mudslap damage, which was one of the main Scizor threats.
Yeah.
And also, you see that Unnovan Stunfisk, even Steelix, for example, don't have that much fast attack pressure into it, and that Trailblaze coverage coming in so clutch so many times. Unfortunately, it also is double resisted by Altaria, and that's what gave PvP David the edge this weekend in Gdansk.
It's just that when you see this Altaria and you see Fortress and other Steel-type Pokemon, Altaria now has Flamethrower and it has Bulk. So what used to be a decent matchup for that Fortress because it has access to Rock Tomb now is kind of terrible because I'm saying you don't want to get hit by a Flamethrower. You cannot get hit by a Flamethrower because you lose. You lose. Your Fortress is melted then.
Speaking of Fortress, major shout out to Howie. He got his first medal this weekend, a trainer that has been a staple in the championship series. I think you've seen him a lot of times on stream, but finally getting that coveted medal, a great performance to build upon for the next few tournaments.
It's kind of the Hikami story, because if you look at this list, it's kind of like last week our co-caster Jay the Underdog would say, the usual suspects. Many of these trainers have already won a medal or have gotten those top 8s before. Howie didn't. So a big congratulations, as said, to him to now manifest himself in a top 4 and perhaps only leads up to many more.
And I think sometimes that's what you need, right? You get so close to the summit so many times and maybe you can get a bit down on yourself, but you can't forget all these trainers are trying to get better, so it gets harder and harder to get to those spots. But this only means that Howie's work finally paid off. He gets his first medal. Major congratulations to him as well.
You're always trying to make steps as a competitor, right? It is very possible that the very few first times might not go as well, but then you get the hang of it. You get to the winners finals. Maybe you lose that. You go to the losers finals. You can still move on. If not, perhaps next tournament, you notice, I can get to day 2. And then when you get to day 2, your hunger for wins just grows and grows and grows. And we see competitors like Hikami and Howie just climb further between the names that we already see so many times in the tournaments.
Yeah, I also want to shout out the originality from these EU trainers. Last weekend, we had 2 new Pokemon winning the championship for the first time in Empoleon and Zweilous. And this time, we have Forges rising up in uses. We have that Altaria variant on this weekend. People were sleeping on Altaria, and both trainers that made the final, even the top 3 ran that Altaria. Impressive stuff. Great meta read, and to be honest, great team building by EU players.
Incredible calls and very much deserved. And you know what's also deserved? We are going to crown our top finalists with their well-deserved medals.
What an incredible weekend we've had for our 3rd regional competition in Gdansk, Poland. Every catch, every swap, every shield had the audience not only here, but I think also at home on the edge of their seats. But from fast tapping to even faster thinking, it's time to award the titles to the people who our 4th and 3rd place finishers, Howie and Colin 6, were able to pull off really incredible runs this entire weekend. So let's give them a quick round of applause. But it all boils down to these top 2 competitors. He's competed in 3 total regional competitions. He's top cut in 3. He has a gold medal, and now he's going to add a silver medal to his name. Boom shakes the room. Let's give it up for Boom 20. Boom. Last time we were in this position, it was in Lille last year when we were crowning you the champion. You came so close this year. How do you feel about the run that you've had here in Gdansk?
I cannot complain. I had an incredible tournament, only lost to my good friend David, who clearly deserves it. And yeah, I'm just happy to be here and to have made it so far.
Now, you played a mere team. Apparently you guys have the same toothbrush, you have the same birthday, all this, and this was the first time you guys ever actually met in person. Is that true?
Yeah, that's true. This is the first tournament we both went to. So this is the first time we actually meet in person, and I had a really good time, and I hope David had as well.
So one more question we have for you. You haven't competed in too many competitions, but you've already competed in 2 this year. Are we going to see you at any more? Are we going to see you at the World Championships?
That's the goal. That's the goal.
All right, well, let's give it up one more time for Boom 20. 20, everyone. He was half of the person who built a team, but he was the one who was unstoppable, unbeatable, indestructible with it. He was already a regional champion. Add another one to his name. Give it up for PvP David. David, first of all, what's up with this toothbrush tech? Give us the details.
I don't know, man. We apparently had the same toothbrush. I don't know, we just found out, you know?
That's really funny. And I know that Shadow Scissor was your pick for this, but I noticed that Boom was playing it maybe a little more often than you. What is your mindset when you are coming up against a team that is exactly the same, when you know potentially how your opponent is even going to play it?
I mean, yeah, like, when you talk with someone and like you know each other, like how you trained your scissor, like it's hard. Like he probably wants EMP against mine, like charge move, attack priority. So it was like a bit of, I didn't really want to play scissor. It was a lot of mind games for sure, yeah.
But you did both play Furret, and we did hear that that was also a coin flip. Another thing you guys have in common. What is the big difference between you and Boom? Because you stayed on that winner's side of the bracket. You beat him in the winner's finals, and you also beat him here. What makes you the champion?
I don't know, man. It was like, I guess it was my day. Like, sometimes you have to be lucky a bit. I don't know. I'm still lost for words, to be honest. Like, Boom is such an incredible player. Like, he was undefeated, like, before we played. So I'm just happy we both made it to the grand finals, and we just played it out, and I'm so happy for both of us.
I agree. Boom is an incredible trainer, but so are you. Congratulations again. So happy for you. Give it up one more time for our Gdansk Regional Champion, PvP David 07. And though the titles may be crowned, we're winding down a little bit now. We still have a little bit more to go, so don't go anywhere. We will be right back.
Another day, another moment you can't wait, cause it's time for you to win the race, so level up. Come on, take it all the way you're in pole position right out of the gate. Have they heard of you? Then they know. You got your sights set on that road. If it's time to battle them, then let's go. Cause you'll never stop. Show them what you got. Already know you got your sights set on victory road. Show them what you got. Yeah, they already know you got your sights set on victory road. Put your hands up. Put your hands up.
Incredible weekend we had here in Gdansk. Congratulations to our finalists and PvP David for taking it all the way. And I had a blast here having to see this all with you. I want to ask you first, what were your thoughts? Do you have any special moments that you want to highlight here?
Yeah, for me, in the grand final, that was that trailblaze catch by PvP David, locking up the championship for him versus his good friend Boom 20. To be honest, it was anyone's ball game, and this time PvP David came through, getting the Gdansk Regional Championship.
I think that there were so many spectacular catches, and the patience that PvP David had to see if he could land that final charge attack in that final game. And then when the swap came through, he did not throw. That was incredible for me.
And not just those two trainers. Although it's so funny that they brought the exact same team, that they had so many similarities, but also Howie getting his first medal. All these competitors being able to get through these brackets, get some more championship points, and Gdansk has been truly, truly special.
There were a lot of similarities in these teams. Let's take a look again at our top 3 finishers, the event winners that we had in Gdansk
this weekend?
Of course, PvP David getting the crown here. You're not seeing twice the same thing. You are actually, because both PvP David and Boom at the exact same team built together, share the same toothbrush and birthday, and apparently this time PvP David coming through clutch. Of course, also the final boss, Colin 6, showing that the old guard is not washed, getting a medal as well.
Right, and of course, these trainers are setting up the meta to come. PvP David, a brand new champion, adding himself to the many event champions that we have and that are to come here in Europe. What do we think of how the meta is going to develop? Do we see Scissor again as a top steel type Pokemon?
I think both Scissor and Altaria will be on people's radars going into Stuttgart from here, because there is only one tournament between Stuttgart and now, and that's the Las Vegas regional. And we know people will run Bastidon and NA anyway.
I do have a question for you. I've been saying it a little bit. I know that you said Florges is a bit of a fraud Pokemon. You didn't like its utility. Now that you see it was on both the champion and the finalist team, do you think it has some play?
I stick with my opinion. Wigglytuff remains to be the best fairy type Pokemon that I think is. I don't see Florges defeating Galarian Corsola. I'm just saying. Of course, if you're inspired as well by Florges or any other Pokemon that you saw this regional championship, we're gonna have many other championships coming up. Perhaps there's one nearby you.
And we see here the schedule for the rest of the season. Now, the next one, we're heading into LAIC.
But after that, there are still so many more. This was just our third regional competition of the season. We've got Stuttgart, we've got Birmingham, we've got all of the international championships. But, of course, it all comes down to August in San Francisco for the 30-year anniversary of Pokemon Worlds.
This is where Victory Road leads to for all the competitors that are competing in the championship series, whether they are winning the championships or getting the championship points. But that is not just all the Pokemon action we're gonna have. There's much more to see just this week already. Let's take a look at the schedule of all the Pokemon action that you can see this week.
On Tuesday, we will have the Pokemon Master Quest from 2 till 5. Then we move on to the 2025 Latin American International Championship TCG rerun. So if you lost out of that action, you can watch it back on Wednesday. Thursday, another episode of Pokemon Master Quest. And then Saturday, we go into a movie night. Jirachi the Wish Maker. I haven't seen that movie, so I'm really looking forward to get some popcorn and then enjoy my Jirachi movie.
You were saying that you were using a lot of Jirachi in the Go Battle League and that Andyuf could confirm that you were doing really well with it, but I saw Andyuf say that he had a really different team in mind, which was like 3 times
I was
Azuro.
not saying I was doing well with it. Some people have been top 50 on the GBL leaderboard with Jirachi. They refuse to show it online. I accept, but it has been performing well.
There's no proof. Anyway, there's gonna be more Pokemon championships as well. We're gonna go to North America, Las Vegas.
That's right. Hop on a plane, get over to Las Vegas, get yourself some more championship points and perhaps a regional title. Look at this. This is the first time for Pokemon Go that it's going to be there. But then we're going back to our region, back to the tried and true Stuttgart Regional Championships, November 29th to November 30th.
You know that I'm going to one of these?
Really?
Vegas, baby!
That's lovely to hear. And yeah, you can catch all that action on the website, on this channel that you're watching right now. And if you want to see any other Pokemon related action of the Championship Series, go to Pokemon.com/broadcast. Make sure that you stay up to date with all our channels as well, whether that's Twitch, YouTube. Marcus was one of the first followers on the Play Pokemon YouTube channel. That's just his vibe. And of course, Facebook, Instagram. Think of all of it. Let us know what you think and share your thoughts. Get involved. Use #PlayPokemon. Perhaps we feature you as well on the broadcast. This has been an amazing weekend, Zhao. It was your first broadcast. I hope that we were not too hard on you. How did you experience your first time here?
In my opinion, this tournament was as hard, if not more difficult than winning Worlds, to be honest. The amount of top-level competitors, some of these groups, phew.
And you enjoyed casting them?
Yeah, it was so much fun. I had the blast.
I'm glad to hear that, Ja, and perhaps we see more of you. Of course, that was going to be it from us this weekend. A big thank you to everyone who made it possible to have this championship in Gdansk, all the tournament staff, the production, and of course, my lovely colleagues here. Thank you, everyone. Make sure to follow the channels. We'll see you next time.